Chapter 601. P.S. Thanks to Nickfany 157747860 and Boring Lore for their tips. I'm having a hard time today. I'm afraid I'll fall asleep while reading. Please forgive me. I'll continue to write. It's here. Seito thought to himself as he stood in front of a 3-story European-style villa in the outskirts of Paris in the absolute pitiful world. It had been more than 10 days since Shiwu was temporarily under Ma Lu's care. After some persuasion, Shiwu finally agreed to wear the limiter and live with Ma Lu. After that, Seito had a meal with Ma Lu and Shiwu that he didn't know what it was. He bid them farewell and went to the prison that had been upgraded to a town. He found Masaru Sairu, Gana Honya, and Muscle Sickle. With the life of Kayasuk from the Ministry of War as a condition, he half persuaded and half threatened the three of them to agree to his work and enter the Academy City that had also been upgraded to a city. He became the chairman of the Academy City together with Yellow Spring and was responsible for managing all the espers, orphans, and staff that were transferred to the Academy City to work in the Academy City. After handing over the management and construction of the Academy City to Masaru Sairu and Muscle Sickle, Seito left the Rubik's Cube world and began his journey to track down the Dark Spirit. After some tracking and battles, after more than 10 days, Seito finally arrived at one of the Dark Spirit's headquarters. I hope I can catch the culprit in one go. Seito withdrew his gaze and walked into the building. But what surprised him was that Seito didn't encounter any obstacles along the way and smoothly entered the building. He went up the stairs to the 3rd floor and walked into the study room on the left side of the corridor. TSK. Looking at the empty study room, Seito snorted with disdain. He put his hands together and pushed them to the sides as if he was trying to insert something. Then the entire space changed as if there was no signal and the screen flickered. After he pushed his hands out, another room with the same layout and decoration as the previous study room appeared in front of Seito's eyes. A white-haired, skinny man wearing an expensive hand-cut suit, who looked like a British aristocrat, and a tall, skinny man with black hair neatly tucked behind his back, wearing a butler's black tuxedo, came into his sight. However, his eyes were filled with death. Dark Spirit. Seito, who had completely shattered the strange barrier with his arms, looked at the old man sitting behind the desk and said, "Looks like it's really not a friendly visit at all, if possible. I wanted to receive you in a gentlemanly manner, but forget it." The old man, who was also the Dark Spectre, placed his hands on the table. He slowly stood and said, "Seito, what's the matter?" The Dark Spirit looked at Seito and said softly, "Although I don't know what conflicts with your interests, you seem to be very dissatisfied with our existence. To be honest, your interests don't conflict with mine. After all, although what you do is a little evil, it's still a dark product of the normal development of the world. I can't control it." Seito looked at the Dark Spirit and said calmly as he condensed an attack in his palm, "But I can gain a lot of benefits by destroying your existence. So, it doesn't matter if I'm satisfied or not. It's because I need it. Please stop, or you might be the one who gets killed." As soon as he finished speaking, a clear female voice rang in his ears. Then, a girl wearing a black Gothic dress and a small black hat with long blonde hair naturally spread behind her head appeared. A little girl who was about 10 years old dressed like a Barbie doll appeared behind Seito with a teddy bear in her arms. She looked at him expressionlessly. Children should act like children. Don't talk about fighting and killing all the time. Seito turned to look at the little girl while launching a telekinetic attack on the Dark Spirit. He said to the little girl, "Ah." The telekinetic attack easily penetrated the Dark Spirit's heart, causing him to let out a painful cry. However, the little girl didn't move at all after hearing the Dark Spirit's cry. She continued to stare at Seito without blinking. "Master," the black-haired man who was dressed like a butler exclaimed. "Yuri, kill him." The Dark Spirit, who was still breathing, looked at the little girl and said with difficulty, "Yes, Master Father," the little girl replied. Then, his vision changed. The snowflake barrier that was similar to the one he saw when he first entered the study appeared again. It quickly enveloped Seito. "When it comes to hypnosis, I'm not bad either." Seito looked around casually. He smiled faintly and activated his hypnosis ability to interfere with Yuri's hypnosis ability. Then, before Yuri disappeared, he reached out to grab her. At this moment, Yuri's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared from Seito's sight. She appeared in the corner of the study near the door. Before Seito could do anything, a little girl who was slightly smaller than Yuri and as big as Shiwu suddenly popped out from the ground behind Seito. Her eyes and forehead were covered by a large piece of linen cloth. She waved the huge steel claws on her right arm and slashed at Seito's back. I actually encountered a group of Lolas. Seeing this, Ito Senari complained in a low voice. He quickly turned his body with the left corner as the center. While avoiding the steel claws, he went to the back of the little girl. He put his palm on the back of the little girl and launched a thunder attack. After being hit, the little girl immediately let out a childish scream. However, in the next second, a sword suddenly appeared behind Seito and slashed at his neck and back. Just as Seito was about to block the attack, numerous pitch-black tentacles suddenly shot out from the shadow under his feet and quickly wrapped around Seito's arm. It stopped him in his tracks. Just as the sword was about to hit Seito's body suddenly transformed from flesh and blood into a wooden figure. He used his wooden body to block the attack of the sword. Seito, who had used his wooden body to escape from the sword and tentacles, jumped out from behind Yuri, who was standing in the corner, and slashed at her neck. Bam! A muffled sound was heard. Yuri, who had closed her eyes, fell to the ground. In the next second, her body, which was supposed to be a child, grew and turned into the man who was dressed like a butler. The butler, who had been standing at the side, turned into the expressionless little Yuri. Before Seito could attack again, two smoky palms reached out from the wall behind him and grabbed Seito's arms tightly. Then, several pitch-black tentacles shot out from the shadow under Seito's feet and stabbed at his back. When Ito-sei saw this, he turned his wrist and threw a flash bomb into the air. Then a dazzling silver-white light lit up instantly. The light emitted immediately made Ito-sei's shadow disappear. At the same time, the tentacles that were about to stab his back also broke and disappeared in midair like rootless duckweed. Then, Seito's body was engulfed in flames. He burned his arms that were connected to the smoke and broke free from the shackles. Then, Seito changed his ability. He changed his flame to the newly upgraded LV7 electric discharge ability and cast a three-dimensional electric net attack on the entire room. In an instant, a blue electric net the size of a fishing net covered the entire room with Seito as the center. Under the attack of the electric net, the blindfolded little girl who had been injured by the electric shock earlier let out a childish scream again. At the same time, a girl dressed in a gothic style with a dark red hairpin and short blonde hair appeared in the room. She was about the same age as Yuri, but looked 1 or 2 years older. Her eyes were wide open as she was struck by the electric shock. She screamed in agony. Little Yuri, who had been quiet all this while, was protected by a telekinetic barrier cast by a sword-wielding man who was wearing a metal bodysuit on his chest, thighs, calves, insteps, forearms, upper arms, back, and head. Little Yuri was attacked by the electric net. Is this all the fighting power in this room? Seito looked at the 4 enemies in the room and thought, she has the ability to move freely in the shadow and attack based on teleportation. She is the blindfolded little girl, not E. She also has the ability to teleport. She can turn her body into dust. She is the blonde girl, Pedicula. I don't know where she learned ninjutsu as a foundation, but she has the ability to teleport. She is the killer, Hanzo, who fights like a ninja. And finally, Yuri, who only has the ability to hypnotize, but can use the powers of the nearby espers under her hypnosis control. Tisk, it's really troublesome to fight with a cheat. Seito secretly curled his lips. Then, Seito put away the electric net and used the teleportation technique to instantly appear in front of the blindfolded little girl. He waved his hand and put her into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he used Shrink to come to Pedicula's side and put her in as well. I don't believe that with the world's barrier, little Yuri can borrow the powers of those two people. After putting away the two people, Sei Ito tiptoed and rushed towards Hanzo and Yuri at high speed. Hanzo didn't hesitate and quickly stepped forward, raising his sword to meet Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who was never afraid of close combat, smiled and punched out to meet Hanzo's sword. But just as his fist was about to make contact with the sword, Sei Ito's vision suddenly blurred, causing the sword that should have been dodged to directly cut into his hand. Fortunately, Sei Ito felt the pain in his hand and instinctively controlled his muscles so that the sword didn't continue to cut down and cause more damage to him. Hypnotic ability, although it can't do anything to me, but this kind of small mistake can still be played to death. Sei Ito frowned and quickly kicked forward, forcing Hanzo to step back. Sei casually glanced at the wound on his hand, and then he didn't care about it and started to form a handprint in front of him. In the next moment, a large number of dark brown branches suddenly emerged from the ground below the building. As if they had eaten gold carrots, they rapidly grew and climbed up. In just a short time, they completely occupied the first floor of the building and then began to climb towards the second floor. Creak, bang, kacha. In a flash, a large number of noises sounded throughout the building. Hanzo, who felt that things weren't good, decisively turned around and picked up Yuri and rushed towards the window that hadn't been covered by the branches yet. "Where do you think you're going?" Sei shouted as he reached out and activated his telekinesis on Hanzo, who was holding Yuri. The level 7 telekinesis shackles instantly shrouded the two of them. Hanzo, who was jumping, and Yuri, who was expressionless, were fixed in the air. And with the shackles, the branches outside immediately slowed down their growth speed and transferred all their growth power to the branches outside the window that Hanzo wanted to rush out. This made those branches grow faster, and in the blink of an eye, they formed a thick tree barrier outside the window. The moment the tree barrier was formed, the study room, without any lighting, immediately became dark. Bang! Then a muffled sound was heard. A thick tree trunk suddenly emerged from the floor of the second and third floor, forming another barrier behind the tree barrier, blocking the door of the study room. Surrender. Sei Ito removed the telekinesis shackles and looked at Hanzo and said. Hanzo put Yuri on the ground, held his katana with both hands, and stood facing Sei Ito. Oh, Sei Ito chuckled when he saw this. He didn't do anything, but more than a dozen slender and soft branches suddenly rushed out from the tree barrier outside the window and the trunk at the door, wrapping around Hanzo and Yuri. People can be affected by hypnosis, but plants can't, Sei Ito said softly. In fact, as Sei Ito said, although Hanzo tried his best to cut the branches with his katana, as long as Sei Ito's energy didn't run out, the branches would continue to grow and bind Hanzo and Yuri, removing their ability to fight. Seeing the end of the battle, Sei Ito chuckled and slowly walked towards Hanzo and Yuri, waving his hand to knock them out and put them into the Rubik's Cube world. In order to prevent Yuri's hypnosis ability from messing up, Sei Ito used some of his world force to form a special shackles to temporarily seal her ability. In the future, Yuri, not E, and that Paidakaru will be raised by Hanzo. Sei Ito casually found a nanny for the three little girls. Now let's go destroy the real dark ghost base, get the research materials in their hands, and save that woman. Sei muttered to himself as he used would release to leave the building. After he learned the location of the dark spirit from Yuri, he used would release to leave the building. Then Sei Ito came out of the building and used his telekinesis to fly into the sky, flying towards the real hiding place. Chapter 602. The real hiding place of the Dark Ghost was not far from this fake stronghold. It was also in the territory of the Enamel Kingdom, and it was also a place where one could see the Eiffel Tower from afar. Therefore, it didn't take long for Sei Ito to arrive at the place where the Dark Ghost was hiding. It was an aristocratic courtyard with a larger area and a more luxurious courtyard. This old man really likes this kind of courtyard building. Sei Ito, who was floating in the air, curled his lips and said, "But what he likes has nothing to do with me. I'd better get rid of this guy as soon as possible." After thinking about it, Ito raised his hands in front of him and made a ninjutsu hand seal in the air. In the next moment, a large number of tender branches emerged from the ground under the building and the surrounding ground, entangling and climbing along the walls of the building. At the same time, when passing through the windows of the building, they broke through the windows and entered the building, growing along the corridor and the inner walls. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion sounded, and a thick flame spewed out from the south window of the second floor of the building. Then, a young man dressed in an Indian style rushed out from the broken window. He looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. Seeing this, Ito summoned Chris to his side. "Get rid of that guy." Ito signaled to Chris with his eyes. "Yes." Chris responded and activated the instant transmission ability that he temporarily copied from Ito. He appeared in front of the young man and attacked him with telekinesis. Boom! Another loud explosion sounded, and Chris and a young man who set the fire fought fiercely in the courtyard. Chris intercepted the young man. Ito, who was not affected at all, finally controlled the branches to wrap the whole building, forming a strange-shaped tree shell. Then, Ito slowly landed on a branch at the top of the building, and then his body slowly melted into the branch as if he was immersed in water until he finally disappeared completely. "Hello, Mr. Dark Ghost." In a room, Ito, who had half of his body out of the tree, looked at the dark ghost who was standing in the center of the room and was protected by 4 espers of different ages. "Kill him." The dark ghost was not interested in chatting at all. After hearing Ito's voice, he immediately ordered the espers around him. After receiving the order, the 4 espers moved at the same time and activated their powers at Ito, who had half of his body out of the tree. Then a telekinetic impact, several wind blades, several lightning bolts, and several explosions bombarded Ito's body, instantly blowing him into pieces. "Just now, you said that I was not friendly. Now, it's your turn to be ungentlemanly." Ito's voice echoed in the dark room. At this time, the walls of the room protruded, and several branches jumped out from the windows and door, binding the dark ghost and the 4 espers in the room from all directions. Boom, 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 boom. Seeing that there were so many branches, the explosive esper immediately activated his power and blew up the branches coming at him. But in the next moment, his legs were bound by 2 slender branches that suddenly emerged from beneath his feet. They were pulled downwards. Windblade. Seeing this, the wind esper quickly stretched out his arm, and several wind blades flew at the explosive esper under his control. The wind blades grazed the side of the explosive esper's leg and cut off the branch. Bang! However, before he could continue to use his wind blades to attack other targets, a thick, square-shaped wooden pillar suddenly fell from the ceiling of the room, accurately smashing into the head of the wind user, knocking him unconscious. Then, the wooden pillar that hit the wind esper suddenly protruded, and a large number of thorny branches jumped out from the wooden pillar and quickly wrapped around the dark ghost's telekinetic barrier, wrapping around the dark ghost and the telekinetic esper as if they were wrapping something and tighter and tighter. At this time, the lightning esper felt very frustrated, as the trees were not afraid of his lightning attacks at all. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even cause the slightest bit of damage to the trees. He was just like a bystander doing something futile. When the explosive esper saw that the dark ghost was trapped, he immediately turned around and activated his power at the wooden pillar. Then, there was a loud explosion, and the wooden pillar instantly broke apart from the explosion. Then, the explosive esper did not stop and continued to use his power. He continued to blast the wooden pillar and the branches that were connected to it. However, when the explosive esper and the lightning esper were not paying attention, Ito suddenly appeared in the room and teleported behind the explosive esper, waving his hand and knocking him out. Then, his body quickly turned around. He threw a kunai at the person with the electric discharge ability. Puff! With a soft sound, the kunai's sharp tip pierced through the lightning esper's throat without any resistance, killing him on the spot. Ito did not even look at the lightning esper who fell to the ground. and he also used his lightning esper to create a high-speed spinning lightning ball in his palm. He then waved his hand and pressed the lightning ball towards the telekinetic barrier that was wrapped by the thorny branches. Puff! Crunch! As soon as the lightning ball touched the thorny branches disappeared like snow in winter, exposing the telekinetic barrier inside. Then, the lightning ball heavily hit the telekinetic barrier, and the friction between the lightning ball and the telekinetic barrier made a sound like grinding glass. Bam! Crash! However, that sound only lasted for a few seconds, and it was immediately replaced by the sound of something breaking. Puff! Then, without the telekinetic barrier, the lightning ball instantly pierced through the chest of the telekinetic esper, who was blocking in front of the Dark Spectre, burning his chest. Puff! Crackle! After killing the telekinetic esper, Ito pulled his arm, and the lifeless body fell to the ground with the thorny branches that were naturally scattered around. Hello, Dark Spectre-san. Ito looked at the pale and panicked Dark Spectre in front of him and smiled. Then, without waiting for the Dark Spectre to speak, he stepped forward and knocked him out, and used ninjutsu to read the secret memories in the Dark Spectre's mind. Crack! After a while, Ito, who had finished reading the Dark Spectre's memories, broke his neck, and then carried his body, put away the two unconscious espers, and would release to go to the lowest floor of the building. Then, Ito found a room on the first floor according to the Dark Spectre's memories, pushed the door open, and walked in. He twisted a small vase in the room to open a mechanism, entered the password and the information in the Dark Spectre's retina, and walked in the passage that opened up behind the mechanism. The passage was not long, only a little more than a meter long, and Ito walked through it in a few steps. Then, a small room with luxurious interior decoration appeared in front of him. Ito did not care about the things in the room, and went straight to the computer in the room. He turned it on and entered the password obtained from the Dark Spectre's mind. Then, he found a file on the system desktop and entered another layer of password. Then, there was a soft pong sound, and a wooden crossbar popped out from the top of the computer desk. Ito reached out and held the crossbar, and a stone wall immediately shrank to the side, and then an elevator appeared behind the wall. Ito walked into the elevator with the corpse in his hand, and used the retina information and fingerprint of the Dark Spectre to activate the elevator. Then, there was a slight loss of gravity, and the elevator descended to the ground at high speed. After about half a minute, it stopped with a soft ding sound. Then, an empty room with dim light, and only a huge lamp in the center of the room appeared. At this time, Ito casually threw the corpse of the Dark Spectre in his hand away, and slowly walked to the center of the room, which was illuminated by the huge lamp and connected to countless thin pipes and cables. There were also several precision instruments monitoring the living cabin. So this is Yuri's mother in the genetic sense. He stood beside the living cabin and looked at the humanoid creature under the transparent cover. It was wearing something similar to a protective suit and a gas mask. Its breathing and nutrition were completely taken care of by a thin and long tube connected to the outside of its body. Then, Ito turned his head to look at the various biological data on the medical equipment placed next to him. Then, with a thought, he put the living cabin and the human body lying inside into the Rubik's Cube world and filled up the living cabin with the liquid used in the cloning process of the Black Sphere technology to keep the woman alive. As for the treatment after that, it would have to wait until he finished dealing with the Dark Spectre. After saving this woman, who he didn't know if she was still conscious, Ito went back to the building, found the confidential documents stored in the building, and would release to get out of the building. He put away Chris, who had burned the arsonist into charcoal, and rushed to another important stronghold in the Dark Spectre's memory. Just like this, Ito spent about 3 days running through all the secret strongholds under the Dark Spectre's control, and got all the research data about espers, cloning espers, and the esper virus. During this process, Ito found the noble son of the Dark Spectre, Krylia, who would become the world's big boss in the future, in one of the research laboratories for espers. After confirming that Krylia's mental state was abnormal and had started to change, he made a move to end his life and obtained a large amount of the world's energy from changing the future. Finally, I've dealt with the Dark Spectre. Now it's time to absorb Babel. Seito looked down at the destroyed secret laboratory under his feet, turned around, and flew back to Japan at high speed. Chapter 603. As expected of Japan, where the anti-superpower organization Ordinary People existed before the war, the social environment here is really chaotic. Ito-sei, who had been observing the situation since he flew into Japan, looked at the organized and large-scale attacks on superhumans that happened from time to time on the streets and alleys of the city and sighed in his heart. Judging from the current situation, the superpowers in Babel should have already moved back to their headquarters. Looks like I don't have to run around anymore. With that thought in mind, Seito activated his telekinesis and flew toward Babel's headquarters at high speed. As soon as he arrived at Babel's headquarters, he activated his teleportation ability and appeared inside Babel's building. Hee, let's start the cleanup. Seito appeared in a corridor and chuckled. He then transformed into Soromoto Koichi and started moving. He used his telekinesis to knock out all the Babel staff members he encountered on the way and put them into the Rubik's Cube world. Just like that, Seito cleaned up all the Babel staff members and equipment on the 4th floor without anyone noticing. However, this kind of behavior that was similar to a swarm of locusts was bound to be exposed sooner or later. Reiko, Naomi Imeji, Kaoru Akashi, Okinogami, Shika Sanemiya, and Hatsune Inagami from Babel's new group, Fantasy Hunting Hounds, who had the ability to transform, appeared one after another in front of Ito-sei and blocked his path. Yo, we meet again. Ito smiled and waved his hand at the 6 women. The oldest was in her 80s, and the youngest was only 10 years old. Finally, you can't hold it in anymore? Reiko, who always looked cool, said. Yeah, that's because I've already eliminated all the external factors that influenced me to attack you. If I still don't attack you, it's a bit unreasonable. Ito-sei admitted with an honest smile. What do you mean? Reiken Burko's supernatural female intuition told her that the external factors Ito mentioned were very important to her, so she asked subconsciously. Since I've already dealt with it, there's no harm in telling you. Ito shrugged and said, nonchalantly, there are 2 reasons why I decided to take action against you guys. One is the person and organization you guys are familiar with, Jingjie from the Ministry of War and his Pandora. The other is the underground criminal organization, Dark Spirit, that I'm not sure if you guys have come into contact with. Hearing Ito mention the 2 organizations and names, Reiken couldn't help but frown. Among them, I've already captured the Ministry of War's Jingjie. Pandora's organization was also absorbed and digested by my Garden of Eden. Ito paused, looked at Reiko, and asked with a smile, how are you feeling now? My rival, my younger brother whom I wanted to redeem with my own hands, has become my prisoner. Then, he looked at the surveillance camera at the side and said, and you, Koichi, your rival for Kaoru Akashi has disappeared. You must be feeling very complicated right now. Huh? Me? Kaoru Akashi exclaimed with a surprised expression. Yes, it's you. Seito looked at Kaoru Akashi and smiled. As for Dark Spirit, half a day ago, I've completely destroyed this organization. From now on, I don't need you guys to use the newly developed 3x amplification to save the brainwashed espers anymore. Seito continued after answering Kaoru Akashi's question. So, for the happiness of the espers that belong to Babel, I want to absorb you guys into my Garden of Eden. I plan to suck you all into my Garden of Eden and become a part of it. Although your organization's name is good, it doesn't mean that you're not happy. But what you're doing might not make us happy. Miyashiki took out a special handgun and pointed it at Seito. That's right. What's the difference between you and those espers out there? Okinogami added. But as long as you go to Garden of Eden, you'll be far away from the war between espers and normal people. You can live a peaceful life, go to the school you want to go to, and make new friends. Don't you want that? Seito looked at Miyashiki, Okinogami, and Naomi Imeji. Of course we want that, Kaoru Akashi said in a low voice. Then she looked up at Seito and asked loudly, "But what about our friends now? Do we abandon them? Do we let them live in pain in this chaotic world?" Kaoru, hearing Akashi Karu's words, no matter if it was the people present or the director behind the monitor, their hearts trembled as they softly exclaimed, as expected of a queen. Seito looked at Kaoru Akashi and sighed. Then he said with a relaxed face, "But that's easy. We just need to take them and their families. Anyway, my Garden of Eden is very big. They can live there easily. How about it? Do you want to come?" Looking at Kaoru Akashi, who was silent, Seito extended his hand and asked with a smile, "Are you joking?" Before Kaoru Akashi answered, "Mia," Shiki said with disdain, "we just need to take the people who are related to us. But the people who are related to us will be related to us, and the people who are related to us will be related to us. This kind of endless connection can't even fit the entire city of Yodo." "Smart girl." Seito gave Mia Shiki a thumbs up and then explained, "But I didn't say that I need to take all the people who are related to you. You only need to take the important people who are related to you. As for the others, I'm not a charity." Mia Shiki was stunned by Seito's answer and didn't refute it. "How about it? Have you thought about it?" Seito looked at everyone again and said, "Kaoru." Mia Shiki and Okinogami looked at Kaoru Akashi together. Obviously, they were prepared to listen to her opinion. "Sorry, we can't go with you." After a moment of silence, Kaoru Akashi looked at Seito and said in a low voice, "Just now, I seriously thought about whether to take only the important people with you, as you said. But I found that I can't do it at all. As long as one of the important people chooses not to leave with me, I may stay here for him. Especially if there's someone among them who obviously won't leave." At this time, Kaoru Akashi's expression changed. She touched the back of her head with her right hand and looked at the surveillance camera with a smile and said, "Jibin, you see how much I've sacrificed for you. You have to be good to me in the future." As soon as she said this, everyone who was touched by Kaoru Akashi's words were stunned and speechless. "I knew it would be like this." Seito sighed softly. Then he relaxed and said, "But forget it. I didn't expect you, Oki, and Mia Shiki to come with me anyway. But in order to prevent you from stopping me from taking the others, please sleep here for a while." Seito's expression changed as he looked at Kaoru Akashi and the others and said softly. After he finished speaking, he suddenly unleashed his telekinesis and teleported in front of Reiken Fuurko and punched her in the face. Reiken Fuurko's reaction wasn't slow. When Seito spoke, she already had a bad feeling and was prepared. Therefore, the moment the fist came, she raised her hand to block her face. At this time, Ito-sei suddenly stopped his fist and turned around. He instantly bypassed Reiken Fuurko and came behind Nogami Kue. He waved his hand and chopped toward her neck. Okinogami was still child. Because she was a LV7 Esper, she often dealt with Esper criminals. However, the criminals she came into contact with were all relatively gentle, and all of them used Espers to fight. She had never come into contact with someone like, say, Ito, who used Espers as physical skills. Therefore, before she could react, she was knocked out by Seito. Oki. Kaoru Akashi's reaction wasn't slow. She immediately noticed the unconscious Okinogami and called out worriedly, "Damn, it was a distraction." Reiken Fuurko, who was tricked by Seito, cursed. She also used telekinesis to achieve high speed and rushed to Seito's side and kicked at him. Seito used one hand to block Reiken Fuurko's kick. After his body slightly tightened from the impact, he quickly kicked Reiken Fuurko's stomach and sent her flying. "Bastard." At this time, following Kaoru Akashi's angry roar, a telekinesis attack flew towards Seito. At the same time, Omeji Naomi's lightning attack also shot towards him from the side. Itokari's figure flashed, dodging the two attacks. At the same time, he teleported behind Mia Zihue and pointed a finger at her neck. Mia Zihue, who had been aiming a gun at him, fainted. Then, he used telekinesis again to reach Kaoru Akashi at an extremely high speed. He opened a telekinesis barrier in front of Kaoru Akashi's telekinesis attack. Boom! With a loud sound, Akashi Kaori's small figure flew out from the white energy smoke produced by the psychokinesis explosion and crashed into the wall beside her. Bang! But just as Kaoru Akashi was about to hit the wall, Reiken Furuko's figure suddenly appeared behind her. She stretched out her arms and caught Kaoru Akashi. But the force from Kaoru Akashi's body still made Reiken Furuko's body hit the wall behind her. Luckily, the force wasn't strong enough to hurt Reiken Furuko's internal organs. At the same time, a telekinesis imprisonment suddenly enveloped Sei Ito's body and stopped him from doing what he wanted to do. Ito Sei, who knew who had cast the telekinesis shackle, sighed and burst out his telekinesis. The telekinesis impact, which was as strong as LV7, instantly broke the telekinesis shackle that shrouded his body, allowing him to regain his freedom. Chapter 604. P.S. Thanks to Chocolate Star, Xiao Moffing, Nex, and Nickfany for their tips. Awoo. Suddenly, a wolf howl sounded, and a huge gray wolf with saliva splashed from its mouth and bit at Ito Sei's back. Sensing the wind behind him, Ito Sei quickly lowered his body and let the giant wolf jump over his head. Then, when the giant wolf's abdomen was exposed in front of his eyes, he quickly raised his fist and punched the giant wolf's soft abdomen heavily. Bang! A muffled sound rang out in the corridor. The back of the giant wolf that was hit by the sky rocket cannon hit the ceiling of the corridor heavily. Then, it howled in pain and fell to the ground. Sei Ito's figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind Amezi Naomi. He chopped her neck and knocked her unconscious. Got you. At this time, Reiko's figure suddenly appeared behind Sei Ito. She grabbed his arm with her right hand and strangled Sei Ito's neck with her left hand as she activated her absorption ability. That might not be the case. Realizing that the energy in his body was quickly draining, Ito Sei chuckled and immediately used his mind to seal the pores on his body. At the same time, he quickly raised his left hand and grabbed Reiken Fujiko's arm that was around his neck. His left leg kicked Reiken Fujiko's calf, and he bent down and threw Reiken Fujiko away. Reiko, who was thrown away, clenched her right hand and threw Sei Ito in the air. With the help of psychokinesis, she threw Sei Ito away. Sei Ito, who was in the air, chuckled. He used teleport and appeared behind Kaori Akashi, who didn't know what to do. He chopped down with his palm. Careful, Kaori. The limiter on Kaori Akashi's wrist suddenly lit up, and Hong Koichi's anxious voice came from it. Kaori Akashi, who received the warning, reacted first. Her body flashed and suddenly appeared on the other side of the corridor faster than teleport. She dodged Sei Ito's palm strike. Tisk, seeing that his attack missed, Ito Sei snorted lightly. He immediately waved his hand and released several wind blades at Kaori Akashi. Then, without paying attention to the result, he directly rushed to Reiken Furuko, who had landed on her feet and turned to look at him. He punched her chest and abdomen. Reiko saw this and took a step back. Her legs and body formed a triangle. She used psychokinesis to block in front of her. At this time, Ito Sei, who was about to punch Reiken Fujiko, turned around and came to Reiken Fujiko's side. His left side was close to Reiken Fujiko's left side. Bang! As soon as their bodies touched, Reijen Berg's body flew away as if he had been hit by a heavy blow. He slammed into the wall beside him, creating a huge dent in the wall. Fuck you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, there were a few whistling sounds. A few visible white wind blades flew towards Sei Ito's body. Sei Ito didn't even turn his head to look at this attack. He immediately teleported next to Reiken Furuko, who was in pain, and punched her in the chest again. Reiko, who was covering her side with her palm, quickly held her breath and endured the pain. She teleported away from Sei Ito's attack. Boom! The fist that pierced through Reiko's body landed heavily on the already cracked wall, and with a loud bang, another crack appeared on the wall. So stubborn. Ito Sei muttered softly, and then launched instant transmission again, appearing in the mid-air above Kaoru Akashi, crossing his arms and waving a cross-shaped wind blade. Damn it! Akashi, who had never felt so frustrated, yelled. She raised her arms and created a telekinetic barrier in front of her. She easily blocked the cross-shaped wind blade. But in the next second, Seito suddenly appeared behind her. He waved his hand and chopped Akashi Keru's neck, knocking her out. Now you're the only one left, Fuerko. Ito-sei turned his head and looked at Reiken Fujiko, whose face was a little pale and whose forehead was covered with sweat. She was holding her side in pain. However, as soon as his voice fell, the giant wolf, who had been lying on the ground because of the heavy blow to its abdomen, stood up from the ground with trembling limbs. The muscles in its mouth twitched as it stared at Ito-sei and growled. Okay, not one but two. Ito-sei took out a coin and held it in his hand. He flicked it with his thumb and sent it into the air. He looked at Reiken Fuerko and Inugami Chuin, who had turned into giant wolves, and smiled. Chuin, get out of the way. Reiko, who saw Ito's action, quickly yelled. Without waiting for Rei to hear Fujiko's voice disappear, a slender orange light beam suddenly shot out from Ito-sei's body, instantly bombarding the ground in front of the giant wolf's feet. Boom! Instantly, a loud sound came from where the light beam hit. The resulting explosion immediately sent Inugami Chuin, who was closest to it, flying. She slammed into the wall and bounced to the ground. After Ito-sei finished shooting the electromagnetic cannon, his figure flashed and suddenly appeared beside Reiken Fujiko. He raised his arm and used telekinesis on her. Bang! Under the impact of the psychokinesis, Reiko's body immediately uncontrollably hit the wall on the side. With a muffled sound, another crack appeared on the wall, and Ito-sei continued to release his psychokinesis to imprison Fujiko's body on the wall. It's over, Fuerko. Ito-sei activated his telekinesis to imprison Rei Senju Fuerko's mobility as he slowly walked towards her. Humph. Reiko snorted and ignored him as she continued to use her telekinesis to resist. Seito only smiled at Reiko's resistance. Then, with a thought, a vibration force suddenly appeared from the telekinesis imprison and hit Reiko's head, knocking her out. Plop! Reiken Fujiko lost consciousness, and Ito-sei immediately removed the telekinesis shackles on her body. Without any external support, Reiken Fujiko's body fell to the ground powerlessly. It made a muffled sound. I can't let you see what's going to happen next. Ito-sei walked up to Reiken Fuerko and bent down to pick her up. He turned his head and looked at the monitor with a smile. Then he stretched out his arm and shot a lightning bolt at the monitor to destroy it. After that, Seito put Reiko and Ameiji Naomi, who had fainted, into the Rubik's Cube world. Reiko was locked in a single cell near the Ministry of War's capital. Ameiji Naomi, who had a gentle personality, was put in a much simpler way. She was directly thrown into Babel's place and placed together with the other Babel members. All the high-level combatants have been eliminated. The rest are basically useless. I can finally wipe them out without worry. Seito turned around and glanced at Akashiku, Inugami Kue, Senemiya, and Inugami Chuin, who had transformed back into her human form. He then continued to wipe out Babel's members. What happened after that was just as Seito expected. Although he encountered some espers and ordinary people who fought against espers, for Ito-sei, who had a variety of combat skills and never relied on espers, there was no pressure at all. It didn't take him much effort to get rid of those people's combat power. However, Seito didn't put all of them into the Rubik's Cube world. Instead, he put them into the Rubik's Cube world. For example, Itomori didn't take any of the superpower teams composed of ordinary people, but he didn't let go of any of the members of the combat teams composed of superpowers. Just like that, he didn't hide anything. More than an hour later, Yi Zichen started plundering with all his might. Finally, Ito-sei put all the staff, superpower users, and most of the equipment into the Rubik's Cube world, except for the precognition class and the ordinary people. Now, only the core command room is left. Seito thought as he took the elevator to Babel's core command room. Ding! 10 seconds later, with a soft sound, the core control room of Babel appeared in front of Ito-sei. However, Before he could see the people in the room clearly, a series of gunshots suddenly sounded. A large number of high-speed bullets flew towards Sei Ito's body. When Sei Ito heard the gunshots, he immediately activated a telekinetic barrier in front of him, blocking all of the brass bullets that were close to him. ECM, activate. At this moment, Hikari Mitsuchi's voice suddenly sounded. As soon as Hikari Mitsuchi's voice fell, a strange wave suddenly spread out from the core command room. In an instant, it spread all over the elevator. Then, the telekinetic barrier that blocked the bullets shook and suddenly exploded into countless fluorescent lights and disappeared. Fire! Hikari Mitsuchi's voice sounded again. In an instant, a large number of bullets swarmed towards Sei Ito. Seeing that there was nowhere to hide, Sei Ito's pupils shrank. Under the threat of death, he released his purest psychic energy. The powerful psychic energy that surged out of his body instantly formed a transparent shockwave in front of Sei Ito. It passed through the bullets that were flying towards him. He rushed into the core command room. After the shockwave passed, a sound similar to a gust of wind suddenly sounded. The bullets that were swept by the shockwave all turned into a pile of powder in the wind and silently dissipated in the air. At the same time, everyone in the core command room felt like they were being blown by a gust of wind. Their bodies flew out uncontrollably. Thump, thump, thump. The next moment, there was a chaotic sound of heavy objects falling to the ground in the core command room. Oucha! Then, there was a series of painful screams. Phew! At this time, Sei Ito, who had removed the threat, exhaled a long breath. He slowly retracted the psychic energy that was still wantonly jumping around in the surrounding space. Hikari Mitsuchi, very good. After retracting his psychic energy, Sei Ito slowly walked out of the elevator. He looked at Hikari Mitsuchi, who was under a pile of soldiers, and said coldly, "What are you going to do?" The only Esper in the core command room, Sienmu Jinji, who had a level 6 contact sensing ability, quickly got into a stance and stared at Sei Ito. Sei Ito coldly looked at Sienmu Jinji, who had a serious expression on his face. Suddenly, he waved his hand and released several wind blades to attack him. The attack position of those wind blades was very clever. None of them flew towards the vital points. They all flew past Sienmu Jinji's body, leaving slender wounds on his legs, arms, shoulders, and the side of his face. The constant pain from those wounds made Sienmu Jinji couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. But Sei Ito's attack still didn't stop. He continued to send wind blades flying towards Sienmu Jinji's body, leaving slender wounds on his body. Even if Sienmu Jinji was powerlessly lying on the ground with blood all over his body, Sei Ito didn't stop. Stop! Jimoto Koichi, who climbed out of the crowd, held a special pistol in his hands and pointed the muzzle at Sei Ito's body. He shouted angrily. Sei Ito saw this and sneered. He continued to send non-fatal wind blade attacks towards Sienmu Jinji's body. At the same time, he used psychokinesis to grab Babel, who was hiding nearby, and use it to block in front of him. If you want to shoot, then shoot. If I hadn't promised Akashikaru that I wouldn't hurt you, the attack that fell on Sienmu Jinji's body would have already fallen on your body. You, Jimoto Koichi shouted with a face full of anger. Kashiwa Murong, Wild Hotetsu, Tobarama Nagako, you three come here. Sei Ito didn't pay attention to Jimoto Koichi. He turned his head and looked at the beautiful secretary, Kashiwa Murong, and the two-faced girl duo. Don't listen to him. Jimoto Koichi immediately shouted. Humph! Hearing Jimoto Koichi's words, Sei Ito coldly snorted. A bullet that fell to the ground immediately flew up from the ground and flew towards Jimoto Koichi. Be careful, Sienmu Jinji, who was covered in blood, loudly reminded. But his voice was not as fast as the bullet, and before he could finish his words, the bullet had already penetrated Jimoto Koichi's thigh. Jimoto, Mr. Jimoto, Sienmu Jinji, Wild Hotetsu, Tobarama Nagako, and Kashiwa Murong shouted together with concern. If you don't want him to continue to be hurt, come to my side. Seito looked at Kashiwa Murong, Wild Hotetsu, and Tobarama Nagako, and said. As he spoke, several bullets that were controlled by psychokinesis slowly flew up from the ground. Okay, let's go, Kashiwa Murong said. Then, Wild Hotetsu and Tobarama Nagako slowly walked to Seito's side. Let's go. Seito took back the arm that attacked Xianmu Jinji and ignored Jimoto Koichi, who was half kneeling on the ground and in front of Tobarama Koichi's body. He turned around and walked into the elevator with Kashiwa Murong, Wild Hotetsu, and Tobarama Nagako. Then the elevator door closed, and the four people descended to the lowest floor of Babel. What do you want to do with us? Kashiwa Murong asked. Chapter 605. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Instead, I will arrange something good for you. Seito glanced at Kashiwagi Murong and chuckled. Is it related to the staff of Babel that you captured? Kashiwagi Murong guessed. Her IQ was the highest among ordinary people, and her EQ was not bad. Yes and no. You will know the details later. Seito said softly. Ding. With a soft sound, the elevator arrived at the first floor of the Babel building, and then the tightly closed elevator door slowly retracted to both sides. Grab my arm. Seito, who walked out of the elevator with Kashiwagi Murong, Wild Hoshi, and Tokupan Nagako, stopped and looked at the three of them. Although the three of them didn't understand what Seito wanted to do, they were already prisoners, so they obediently grabbed his arm according to Seito's order. Then, the four of them flashed and disappeared from the Babel building. Inside the Rubik's Cube world, this is the Eden City I was talking about. Seito said as he appeared in the Academy City under construction with Wild Hoshi, Tokupan Nagako, and Kashiwagi Murong. Are these all espers? Tokupan Nagako looked at the crowd around her and said in surprise. Not all, Seito said. Then he continued. Let's go. I will take you to the new Babel building. After that, he took Wild Hoshi, Tokupan Nagako, and Kashiwagi Murong to a building that was built at the beginning of the expansion of the city. This is where you will work and live in the future. Seito said. How many people did you kidnap in Babel? Although Kashiwagi knew that Seito kidnapped a lot of people in Babel, she didn't know the exact number. She looked at the fainted staff on the ground and asked in surprise. All the staff except the espers and the esper confrontation team. Seito laughed. Now, it is not a problem to say that this is the real Babel. What do you want to do? Baimu asked curiously. A lot. Seito turned around and looked at Baimu Long and the other two. Then, Ito Narutani snapped his fingers. He then summoned Saira Masaki, Gana Red Leaf, Muscle Sickle, and Yomi Yamanaka to his side. Come, let me introduce you. Seito pointed at Soro Masaki and said, This is Pandora's Soro Masaki. He is currently the chairman of the Academy City, which is also the Garden of Eden City. He is currently in charge of various construction matters within the Academy City. Pandora, Kashiwagi Long, Wild Hoshi, and Topan Naozu were surprised. Babel's people. Motoki Shiro frowned when he saw Kashiwa Tsubasa's appearance, as well as Wild Hoshi and Tobarama Nagako's attire. It was also at this moment that Mayor Masaki and the others noticed the people who had fainted on the ground. Yes, Seito confirmed and then explained, right now, Babel is the same as you Pandora. He has been absorbed by me. Is that so? Gana Red Leaf, who completely understood what Seito meant by absorption, looked at Kashiwa Tsubasa and the others with a gloating smile. Same here, Kashiwa Tsubasa said without showing any weakness. That's enough. You'll be working together in the Academy City in the future. Don't bring those trivial matters from before here. Seeing that the two sides were not on good terms, Seito frowned and waved his hand. I think you should be very familiar with this, Kashiwa. After the two sides quieted down, Seito pointed at Muscle Sickle and said, Yes. Looking at Muscle Sickle's familiar disguise, Kashiwa Tsubasa nodded and then said with some realization, So, the recent disappearance of the Esper criminals was also your doing. As expected of Kashiwa, Seito gave a thumbs up to Kashiwa Tsubasa and praised him. Then he continued to introduce Kashiwa Tsubasa to Kashiwa Tsubasa. He is now the chairman of the Academy City. He is mainly responsible for personnel exchange and the management of Esper children. Hey, please take care of me in the future. Muscle Sickle waved his hand at Kashiwa Tsubasa and said. Kashiwa Tsubasa looked at Muscle Sickle with some surprise and nodded without speaking. This is Ghana Red Leaf of Pandora. She also serves as the chairman of the Academy City. She is mainly responsible for the processing of various information. Seito pointed at Ghana Red Leaf and introduced. The last one is Yellow Sean. Like the other three, she is the chairman of the Academy City. She is mainly responsible for the management of the public security in the Academy City. Seito finally pointed at Yellow Sean with his sword. Then Seito put away his arm and changed to another arm to point at Kashiwa Tsubasa. This is Kashiwa Tsubasa. Like you, she will also serve as the chairman of the Academy City. She is mainly responsible for the physical examination of Espers and the research of Espers. At the same time, she will also serve as the director of the organization we are currently in. Kashiwa Tsubasa didn't expect Seito to arrange such an important job for her. She looked at Seito's face in surprise. However, Kashiwa Tsubasa didn't refuse this job. Then she straightened her identity and bowed to Masaki Tsubasa, Ghana Red Leaf, Muscle Sickle, and Yellow Sean. I am Kashiwa Tsubasa. Please take care of me in the future. Then Seito sent Masaki Tsubasa, Ghana Red Leaf, Muscle Sickle, and Yellow Sean back to their original place. He took Kashiwa Tsubasa, Wild Hote, and Tokapan Naozuko to familiarize themselves with the situation in the Academy City. This is the overall construction concept of the Academy City. I will rely on you guys in the future. After walking around, Seito looked at Kashiwa Tsubasa and said, Although you robbed us here, I will work hard. Kashiwa Tsubasa said with a serious face. I will wait and see. Seito's figure instantly disappeared in front of Kashiwa Tsubasa, Wild Hote, and Tokapan Naozuko. All that was left was a faint voice ringing in their ears. After that, Seito went to Ma Lu's place to see Shiwu. After staying with her and Ma Lu for a while, he returned to the central area of the house and sat cross-legged to cultivate. And so, 2 years passed silently in Seito's cultivation. One day, Seito appeared in the central area of the house again and sat cross-legged. He whispered to himself, I have almost polished my spiritual power. It is time to break through to level A. Then he took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and adjusted his physical and mental state. After a while, with the change of his breathing, Seito entered a state of emptiness and faintly awakened the innate spiritual power that was sleeping. Once the innate spiritual power was awakened, Seito's spiritual power immediately changed. It slowly floated from the original silence like the abyss and gradually became swollen like boiling water. In this way, after the spiritual power violently fluctuated for more than half an hour, the innate spiritual power suddenly changed. It rushed out of Seito's mind and spread unscrupulously into space. If the house itself was not protected by the magic cube's magical power, it would have turned into dust in the violent impact of the spiritual power. As his spiritual power flowed out, a silver crystal about the size of a peanut appeared in Ito-Sei's mind. It was crystal clear and had a shaved head. There was liquid inside the crystal, and it was rotating and trembling on its own in a specific mysterious pattern. At this moment, the raging spiritual energy paused for a moment. Like a swallow returning to its nest, it suddenly retreated into the brain and rushed toward the small crystal. In an instant, a kacha sound rang out, and a large number of cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the sparkling and translucent crystal. Then, in the next second, it suddenly exploded into countless sparkling and translucent powder, flickering faintly like stars in the pitch-black space of the brain. At the same time, the silver-white liquid inside the crystal also fiercely scattered the moment the crystal shattered. Then, under the violent clash of spiritual power, it was compressed, refined, and polished, gradually turning into the shape of a crystal. After an unknown amount of time, when the violent spiritual power became less violent, the scattered, sparkling particles gathered together as if attracted by something. One by one, they combined into a silver-white crystal that looked smaller than before, but was much more crystalline and felt much stronger. It slowly sank into the calm spiritual power. However, not long after, the sea of consciousness that had just calmed down for a while once again swelled like boiling water. Then, when the boiling reached its peak, it once again fiercely rushed out of Seito's mind, exposing the crystal in the empty space of the brain. It welcomed the refinement of the raging spiritual power that returned to its nest. This process of calming, boiling, exploding, returning to its nest, breaking, recombining, and calming down repeated 9 times. The originally peanut-sized crystal was polished to the size of soybean, and the liquid inside was reduced by at least half. Then, it completely calmed down and returned to its original appearance of the sea of consciousness. At this time, the innate spiritual power opened its small mouth, and suddenly, it continuously sucked in a faint, smoke-like, unknown substance from the sea of consciousness into its stomach. Then, under the influence of the unknown substance, the appearance of the innate spiritual power slowly changed. From its original blurry, smoke-like appearance, it gradually changed into the shape of a newborn baby. After an unknown amount of time, the appearance of the baby's hands and feet could be completely seen. However, the face and the outside of the body were still shrouded in a faint mist, looking blurry. The innate spiritual power that looked like a baby in the mist finally stopped absorbing the substance. And then, as if it had eaten and drunk enough, it fell asleep on its side. As the innate spiritual power fell asleep, Seito, who was in a state of emptiness, raised his eyebrows and slowly withdrew from his cultivation. So comfortable! Seito could not help but exclaim as he felt a sensation in his mind that he had never felt before. Then, with a thought, he released the virtual domain that had been restricted before he stepped into rank A. Chapter 606. P.S. Thanks to Nex for the tip. In an instant, a special space with a maximum range of 100 meters, and everything within it could be controlled by Seito with his thoughts enveloped him. As expected of a level A. Even if it's just a beginner level A, the strength and quality of my mental power is incomparable to before. If it was before my breakthrough, I wouldn't be able to withstand the mental power consumption of such a large virtual domain for long, let alone use it in a high-intensity battle. But now, I feel like I can withstand it. Seito sighed as he opened up his virtual domain and felt the consumption of his mental power. Rubik's Cube. How long did it take me to break through? Seito then asked the void. 28 days, 16 hours, 33 minutes, and 7 seconds. The Rubik's Cube gave an extremely accurate answer. That long. Seito muttered to himself in surprise after receiving the answer. The Rubik's Cube could tell whether Seito was asking a question or muttering to himself, so it didn't answer his question. It's just like the old saying goes, there's no time in the mountains. Seito sighed softly. Then he got up from the ground and left the central area in a flash to meet the people he needed to meet. Speaking of which, the Rubik's Cube world had changed a lot in the past 2 years. One of the most important changes was that the originally isolated, desolate areas in the north, the cities in the south, the vast forests in the east, and the islands around the mainland had all been connected. This wasn't a connection that Seito made through the Rubik's Cube's power. Instead, it was the result of the latest research. It was a joint research between Renee, Karen, and several high-energy teleportation ability users. It was a combination of the Black Ball's spatial confinement technology, the Flying Thunder God's ceiling positioning technology, and some of the teleportation ability users' abilities to create a spatial door. Through this kind of spatial gate, even ordinary people could appear from point A to point B in an instant as if they had the ability to teleport. This greatly strengthened the communication between the 3 regions, allowing the people of the 3 regions to move around without limiting their range of activity to the local cities. The second change was that after half a year of construction, the Academy City had finally begun to operate. Just like the Academy City in the Forbidden World, a large number of children with Esper abilities were studying, cultivating, and fighting in the Academy City. For example, Shi Wu, who originally lived in Marlowe's house, had now officially moved into the Academy City. She was in the same school as the Dark Spectre's daughter Yuri, not Patiklu, and Pandora's blonde girl Tsukuri Xiling, black-haired girl Yuji Kazura, and Hino Jolly. They were in different grades. As for Babel girls like Naomi and Maida, they were studying in another school. Other than normal superpower cultivation and cultural knowledge, they also learned about superpowers. There were also martial arts and physical skills as elective courses. Another thing that had changed in the Academy City was that after Babel, a large number of Pandora members had joined the Academy City to work, study, and live there. As the leader of Babel and Pandora, Jing Jie and Rayami Fujiko from the Ministry of War were also released by Sei Ito from Prison Town and were thrown into the Academy City to live. Of course, Jing Jie's superpowers were still sealed. For such a dangerous person, Sei Ito did not plan to release him for the time being. The third change was about the statue of Sage carved from the Leah stone crystal obtained from the Kingdom of Abraham. After a lot of trouble, Sei Ito used Seela's genes to create a dozen female bodies with innately awakened LV-7 telepathy ability. Using them as vessels, the remnant psychic waves of the previous generations of witches living in the statue of Sage could be reborn. And after more than a year of fusion and transformation, they had basically been restored to the original appearance of the witches. Together with Masala, who was resurrected with her own body's genes, they were placed in a huge shrine built in the northeast corner of the Academy City to live. As for Seela, the body's gene provider, she was officially married to the King of Abraham. They were also placed in the palace in the Academy City and worked hard to create the next generation with the King of Abraham. But it was unknown whether it was because of their strong genes or because they worked too hard. In short, after just a year of marriage, they gave birth to 5 children in one go. It was amazing how fertile they were. Speaking of people, speaking of another person, the woman who was the egg provider rescued by Sei Ito from the Dark Spirit underground base. Under Sei Ito's painstaking treatment, the brown-haired woman named Lin Lijia, who had LV-7 hypnotism ability, finally woke up from her coma. After learning about her situation, she took the initiative to reunite with Yuri. Currently, she was living with Yuri, not and Paidakru. Hanzo, who was originally living with them, was arranged to live elsewhere. After finishing, let's talk about the technology in the Rubik's Cube world. In addition to the important invention of the Dimension Door, there were 2 other research projects that were currently being carried out in the lab. One was to make the Archangel a superpower with the cooperation of several Espers. That was to make the Archangel have the ability to jump through space. Although the distance of the jump was not very far, as long as they continued to research, the Archangel would have the ability to jump through space. The second was the research and development of the human kinetic skeleton. But the difficulty of this work was relatively high. Even with the black sphere technology, nanotechnology, and the human bionics technology provided by the DSSD organization as a foundation, the research was still at a bottleneck stage, and the results were very little. Compared to the 2 large-scale research projects in the large laboratory that might not yield any results in a short period of time, the genetic medicine research in Plant's biological laboratory had already yielded results. Moreover, they were still striving for perfection in the genetic medicine research. But thinking about it, with the help of the research materials of many countries in the world, if they still couldn't produce results, it would be too unreasonable. Currently, there were 2 types of genetic medicine that were related to superpowers in the plant biological lab. One was the enhancement medicine, which was the medicine to increase the level of a superpower. The other was the evolution medicine. After taking it, there was a 44% chance that an ordinary person would activate their superpower. But these two medicines were developed based on the espers in the world. As for the effects on the espers in the main world, they would have to wait until they returned to the main world to confirm. Finally, let's talk about the situation of the residents in the Rubik's Cube world. After 2 years of forced promotion, all the residents had basically mastered 1 or 2 types of martial arts or physical skills, reaching the stage of a true national martial arts competition. But the time was too short. Except for those who really worked hard, most of the residents were just practicing for show and did not have much use. But as long as they continued, they believed that in the near future, they would be able to reach the stage of a national martial arts competition. On the second day after breaking through to rank A, Sei Ito, who had met all the people he wanted to meet and rested for a day, flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world and returned to the world of the Rubik's Cube. He wanted to test his combat power and the use of his virtual domain on the espers in this world. Let's go to Eros. It's the closest place to me. Sei Ito, who was hovering in the air, tilted his head and decided. Then, he turned around and flew toward Eros at high speed. Warning, warning, stop your actions immediately, or we will shoot you down according to the airspace safety law. Not long after he flew into Eros territory, several fighter jets quickly flew towards Sei Ito and shouted at Sei Ito through external loudspeakers. Since you're the ones who sent yourself to me, don't blame me. Hearing the warning, Sei Ito grinned and released his virtual domain to envelop the fighter jets around him. Immediately, the fighter jets hovered in the air as if they were imprisoned by psychokinesis. No matter how the pilots in the cockpit operated the jets, they did not respond at all. Not bad. The consumption rate is within my acceptable range. Sei Ito closed his eyes and felt the consumption rate of his virtual domain in combat mode. Then, he raised his eyebrows and felt the faint, strange waves that kept overflowing from the edge of his virtual domain. He thought to himself, are these the laws in this world of the Rubik's Cube? Sei Ito, who could clearly feel the existence of the laws, immediately forgot about the fighter jets. He reached out his hand toward the void and pulled the remnant waves of the laws that seeped into his virtual domain to the tip of his finger. He silently felt it. It really is the laws. So the cultivation after rank A is to come into contact with the laws. After a while, Sei Ito flicked his finger to disperse the remnant waves of the laws at the tip of his finger. He opened his eyes and muttered to himself with a look of realization. Sei Ito, who knew the path of cultivation in the future, was delighted. He casually waved his arm at the fighter jets. Then, for some unknown reason, the fighter jets immediately disintegrated in the air. They began to scatter into fine particles from head to tail as if they were weathered and dissipated into the void. Sei Ito did not stay any longer. He continued to follow his original plan and searched the Rust territory. Soon, Sei Ito found a level 7 Esper in a military base. F*CKU. The Esper who had also discovered Sei Ito's existence leaped into the air and shouted at Sei Ito in Russian with a wary look. I don't understand Russian. Sei Ito looked at him and shrugged. Then, he changed the topic and continued, but it doesn't matter. I'm just looking for you to test anyway. After saying that, with a thought, a virtual domain that was invisible to the naked, I quickly spread out with Sei Ito as the center, enveloping him and the Esper together. Seeing that the enemy had fallen into his trap, Sei Ito pointed at the Esper and shouted softly, "Freeze!" Suddenly, a strange wave appeared in the virtual domain and quickly entangled the Esper. It was in a stalemate with the telekinetic light outside the Esper's body. Chapter 607. P.S. Thanks to Cute Girl Ignorant 157747860, Nickfany, and 5200520052000 for the tip. Whoosh! Suddenly, the telekinetic light flashed outside the Ross Esper's body, and the powerful wave of telekinesis immediately dispersed the strange energy that was binding him, allowing him to regain his freedom. Tisk, that's more like it. After all, Espers are powers that can bend the laws of physics. If you're frozen by my power that can't even be considered as a law, then your level 7 Esper would be too useless. Ito thought to himself as he looked at the Esper who suddenly used telekinesis to disperse the strange energy wave. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The Esper who broke free reached out his hand towards Ito, and dozens of telekinetic attacks quickly flew towards Ito's body from all directions. Slow down. Ito didn't seem to be affected by the attacks at all. As soon as he finished speaking, the telekinetic attacks that were flying towards him slowed down as if they were heavy objects that had sunk into water. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The Ross Esper saw this and frowned. He once again used telekinesis to increase the power of the telekinetic attacks, breaking through the influence of the external force and flying towards Ito at high speed. Shield. Ito glanced at the telekinetic attacks and said calmly. Immediately, a bunch of particles suddenly appeared around Ito's body and quickly formed into a shape visible to the naked eye. The first step of the telekinetic attacks was completed, and the second step was completed, blocking the telekinetic attacks. Boom, 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 boom. A large number of explosions sounded around Ito's body, and the resulting white energy smoke enveloped him in the blink of an eye. Wind. In the smoke, Ito's voice sounded again. In an instant, a fierce gust of wind spread out at high speed with Ito as the center, and it spread out into long and narrow wind blades that flew towards the Esper. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The Esper shouted and stretched out his hands in front of him to create a telekinetic barrier. He blocked all the long and narrow wind blades that were flying towards him. Ice. Ito looked at the Esper with a chuckle. His lips slightly opened and said softly, following which a thin and long ice spike suddenly appeared behind the Esper, shooting towards his back. Poof! At this moment, a soft, almost inaudible sound was heard. The Esper who had been guarding in front of him suddenly opened his eyes wide. He looked down in disbelief at the icicles that flew out in front of him. His mouth opened and closed as he spat out a string of Russian words. Did he use psychokinesis to seal the blood and wound? Ito raised his eyebrows when he saw that the Esper didn't die immediately. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's just a test subject. It's good that it can live a little longer, Ito said to himself with a smile. Fire. Then Ito Mori opened his mouth again and whispered. In an instant, a flame suddenly appeared under the feet of the Esper, as it spun towards him like a tornado. Whoosh! However, in the next moment, the pillar of fire around the Esper's body suddenly collapsed, and the Esper reappeared in front of Ito. Then, the Esper reached out his hand towards Ito, and several lightning bolts immediately shot out from his palm. The lightning bolts shot towards Ito. Ito chuckled when he saw this. His body flashed, and he suddenly appeared at another location in the virtual domain. Lightning, he whispered. Kacha! A thunderous roar sounded, and a large amount of lightning bolts suddenly spread throughout the virtual domain like a thunderstorm. The lightning bolts shot towards the Esper hovering in the air. Lightning spear. Then, Ito used his mind, and the countless lightning bolts quickly gathered in one place and spontaneously combined into a long and thin lightning spear that looked like a javelin. It hovered in the sea of lightning, and with a flash of lightning, it suddenly appeared outside the Esper's body and shot towards the barrier. Kacha! 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 The sound of something hard scratching glass was suddenly heard, and the telekinetic barrier slowly caved in under the attack of the lightning spear. Turn. At this time, Ito Mori spoke again. As soon as he said that, the lightning spear first slowed down and then sped up. Then, like a high-speed drill, it wrapped the surrounding lightning bolts into a whirlwind of electrons and rubbed against the telekinetic barrier. Zap, kacha, poof. First, there was the sound of electricity or sand grinding. Then, 2 seconds later, there was the sound of a bullet shell shattering. Then, the telekinetic barrier that was blocking the lightning spear's advance suddenly shattered, exposing the Esper inside to the lightning spear. His chest and abdomen were pierced by the lightning spear at high speed, and he became a charred corpse with a big hole in his chest. Then, the corpse turned into endless black ashes and slowly drifted to the ground. Then, after leaving the virtual domain, it was blown away by the airflow in the air and disappeared. Overall, the energy consumption is okay, but it's not so extravagant that I can use it casually. It seems that I still have to use it carefully. After the battle, Seito carefully sensed the energy consumption of the virtual domain in this short period of time and thought to himself, in order to familiarize myself with the virtual domain, I should continue to find people to test it out, Seito decided in his heart. Immediately, Seito jumped up and continued to look for other LV7 espers in the territory of Los. 3 days later. Okay, it's time to return to the main world. Seito exhaled softly and muttered to himself after slaughtering a military base and the esper station there. Then, his figure flashed and appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube, send me back, Seito said to the Rubik's Cube. Initializing teleportation. As the Rubik's Cube's information appeared, the huge vortex that was hidden in the void appeared again. It spun at high speed and sucked Seito, who was suspended below it, into it. After he turned into a stream of light and disappeared completely, the vortex slowed down and slowly disappeared into the void, leaving behind a faint, almost invisible trace. The next moment, in the abandoned factory in the main world, accompanied by the sound of glass shattering, Seito's figure reappeared in the factory. I can finally clearly sense the rules of space, but compared to the pitiful world, the rules of the main world are stricter. There's a lot of chaotic information outside, so it's even harder to sense the truth, Seito thought after a moment. He withdrew the virtual domain that had only expanded to a range of 1 meter. Then, Seito put away his thoughts. With a wave of his hand, a bed appeared beside him, and he sat cross-legged on it to cultivate. He was waiting for the Avenger of the Fire Scorpion mercenary group to come. After all, Seito killed their leader's only brother. It wouldn't make sense if they didn't send out an Avenger. Moreover, tracking was most effective within 24 hours of killing someone. If it dragged on for too long, if it was too long, it would be troublesome even if he relied on his esper ability. As he cultivated, a long time passed by unknowingly. They're here. Seito, who was cultivating, raised his eyebrows and immediately withdrew from his cultivation state. He opened his eyes and turned his head to look at the wall on his right. However, Seito carefully waited for a long time, but the enemy he sensed still didn't leave and seemed to have the intention of attacking him. 10 minutes later, a strange feeling suddenly emerged from the bottom of Seito's heart, as if there was something wrong with his body. However, before he could verify it, a loud bang rang out. Then, a thin man, who was about 2 meters tall and looked like a thin bamboo pole, rushed out from the broken wall and reached out to grab Seito's neck. Seeing the attack coming, Seito instinctively raised his hand to block. However, although his consciousness was transmitted, his body did not move as freely as usual. He still maintained his cross-legged posture and was held in the hands of the thin bamboo pole. Caught! The thin bamboo pole lowered his head and looked at Seito with a grin. It seems that I was plotted against. Seito raised his head and looked at the thin bamboo pole and said, "Yes." After that, a sexy woman wearing a purple knee-length skirt with a right slit to her thigh and a beige sleeveless waistcoat with complicated patterns walked in from the hole in the wall. She had wavy blonde hair that was casually coiled on the right side of her head. She looked at Ito-sei and said, "Mars, break his hands and feet and take him away." Then the woman looked at the thin bamboo pole and said softly, "Okay." The thin bamboo pole Mars grinned and grabbed Ito's shoulder with his free hand. "Oh." Ito saw this and sneered. The power of psychokinesis immediately erupted from his body, and then a kacha sound was heard. Mars's hands that were grabbing Ito's neck and grabbing his shoulder were twisted like a fried dough twist. Ah! Seeing the change in his arm, Mars was stunned for a moment and then screamed, "Esper!" The woman's expression changed when she saw this. She waved her hand and threw a pile of pink smoke at Sei-Ito, turned around, and quickly ran out from the hole in the wall. Sei-Ito's mind moved, like throwing garbage. He quickly threw Mars toward the escaping woman. At the same time, under the control of psychokinesis, the wind brought by the flight immediately swept away the pink smoke thrown by the woman before she left. Mars fell on the woman's body. Humph! The woman who was hit by Mars's body groaned and immediately fell to the ground. At this time, Sei-Ito's figure flashed and appeared not far in front of Mars and the woman. He still maintained a sitting posture and hovered in the air. He looked at the woman on the ground and sneered. "Without my permission, you can't go anywhere." After that, he used his psychokinesis again and sent out a shock wave to knock out the woman and Mars. Then Sei-Ito put the two people into the Rubik's Cube world, and then through hyperspace perception, he locked on to the other ambusher outside the abandoned factory and launched instant transmission to silently appear behind the ambusher. Without any nonsense, he directly used his psychokinesis to knock out the male ambusher and then entered the Rubik's Cube world with him. Rubik's Cube, check my situation. After entering the Rubik's Cube world, Sei-Ito did not immediately pay attention to the three people on the ground, but first asked Rubik's Cube. The host's body has a special paralyzing gas, effective for 6 hours. After 6 hours, the paralyzing effect will automatically disappear without any sequelae. Rubik's Cube immediately replied. After getting the answer, Sei-Ito nodded. With a thought, he summoned the enhancement drug developed by Plant's biological laboratory in front of him and injected it into the thin bamboo Mars's body with his psychokinesis. Soon, strange changes occurred on the surface of the unconscious Mars's body. The originally normal white skin showed a faint red color like a cooked prawn. He instinctively curled up with a painful expression on his face, and a layer of faint white smoke slowly rose from his body. After a while, Mars's body stretched out, and he woke up from his coma with his back hunched. His eyes were wide open, and he opened his mouth and made a strange sound as if his windpipe was blocked by a foreign object. Bang! The strange appearance lasted for more than 10 seconds, and then Mars's expression relaxed. His body fell heavily to the ground, and he panted violently. Rubik's Cube, did his ability level increase? Sei-Ito asked Rubik's Cube in his mind. The mutated gene core code has been strengthened. The relevant brain center has been forcefully modified. It can be considered as a level increase. After pausing for a second, Rubik's Cube explained in Sei-Ito's mind. It seems like the ability enhancement drug is also effective on the people of the main world. Sei-Ito nodded slightly after getting the answer. Then, he knocked Mars unconscious again with his psychokinesis and sent him to Plant's biological laboratory for comparison. Then, Sei-Ito used his psychokinesis to move himself to the woman's side and used the secret mind-reading technique to read the woman's memories. So this woman is Red Rose, Elsie, the one with the ability to control fragrance. I thought she was Deadly Lover Leighton. A few minutes later, Ito-sei, who finished reading Elsie's recent memories, muttered to himself with a look of realization. They really looked down on me. They only sent Hercule Mars, Red Rose, Elsie, and Hound Garcia to capture me. Sei-Ito looked at the woman in front of him and the man beside her and sneered. If that's the case, I'll give you guys a surprise. After thinking, Sei-Ito raised his head and said to the void, Rubik's Cube, remove the numbing effect from my body. After he said that, a strange energy quickly fell from the void and washed over Sei-Ito's body like water, washing away the strange substance that existed in Sei-Ito's body. At this time, Sei-Ito, who had returned to normal, stretched his body and stood up from Elsie's side. Then, he threw 2 silver needles into Elsie and Garcia's bodies to keep them unconscious. After that, he flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world and quickly moved toward the location of Fire Scorpion that he learned from Elsie's memories. Chapter 608. After a while, Sei-Ito arrived at an ancient castle in the outskirts of France. It was completely built with large stone blocks. Looking at the dark castle in front of him, Seito couldn't help but frown. Forget it, I'll only kill Fire Scorpion and the others. I don't care about anything else. Seito thought to himself. Then, he used hyperspace perception, shrank the spatial node of the castle, and teleported inside the castle. It's really luxurious. Seito stood in the hallway of the castle that was covered with a wide red carpet. He looked at the high-purity crystal wall lamps that were inlaid with gold rims on the walls between the windows and sighed softly. However, Seito didn't care about these things at all. He looked away and quickly walked toward the room where the Fire Scorpion mercenary group was. Although Ito-Sei's movement speed was very fast, the soles of his feet on the ground did not make the slightest sound. He was approaching his destination silently, like a ghost. After about a minute, Seito finally arrived at the room where the leader of the Fire Scorpion mercenary group, Poison Scorpion, lived. Immediately, Ito-Sei's figure flashed and disappeared from the shop. Ding! The moment Seito appeared in the room, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded. As the alarm sounded, a figure on the noble's wooden bed in the room suddenly threw off the white sheet covering the body and jumped to the ground. A pair of flashing cold eyes quickly scanned the room. After discovering Seito, the figure immediately released a faint green flame at him. Whoosh! A whistling sound was heard, and the flame rushed towards Seito like a wave. What a F***king pervert. Other than the bed he's lying on, the entire room is covered with infrared rays. Should I say he's being cautious or afraid of death? Seito cursed as he was surrounded by more than a dozen infrared lasers. However, cursing was one thing. He didn't slow down his defensive actions at all. He directly opened a telekinetic barrier in front of him and blocked the incoming flame wave. Who are you? Seeing that a sudden attack was blocked, Seito asked, Who are you? The square-faced man with a buzz cut stared at Ito-Sei and asked. He was only wearing a pair of black boxer shorts, exposing his muscular body. On his left chest, there was an unusual colored, fire-splitting, poisonous scorpion tattooed on his body. Weren't you looking for me? Now you don't need to look for me. I came to you myself. Ito-Sei, who waved his hand to disperse the flames in front of him, looked at the naked scorpion Belsard and said softly, It's you. Hearing Seito's words, Seito's eyes narrowed. Belsad's eyes immediately narrowed, and he growled with a murderous aura. You killed my brother? Yes. Seito waved his arm, and all the furnishings in the room immediately flew up slowly from their original positions. They shot towards Seito at high speed. It's good that it's you. I want you to beg for death. Seito, who got confirmation, gritted his teeth and whispered. Then the air outside his body shook, and a light blue hot flame with a strange smell suddenly enveloped Seito's body and spread in all directions. On the path of the flame, spreading, all the items that came into contact with the flame were like cold snow that met hot iron. They vaporized and disappeared. Crack! Then there was a crisp sound, and the floor of the room where Seito and Seito were standing suddenly shattered and fell down. Below, a woman with nothing covering her body screamed as a stone fell from the sky and hit her forehead. She was completely dead. Seito glanced at the foreign woman who died without knowing why. With a wave of his arm, a huge spherical vacuum balloon with a diameter of a person's height whizzed toward the burning flame. Boom! As soon as the two came into contact, an explosion sounded immediately. The resulting sound waves and shock waves quickly spread out from the point of intersection and sputtered on the surrounding walls of the room. Crash! Then, a large number of gravel fell from the wall. 5 fire snake dance. At this time, Seito, who was bombarded by the vacuum balloon, shouted loudly. 5 charming, serpent-shaped flames rushed out of the flames around Seito's body, either in an S shape, a straight shot, a Z shape, a curve, or a spiral to attack Seito, who was still suspended in place. Seito saw this, and a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. In Seito's eyes, he suddenly disappeared from Seito's eyes, and then in the next second, he appeared diagonally below Sei-Ito with a lightning spear in his hand and stabbed towards Sei-Ito's back. Sensing the danger, Sei-Ito immediately cut off the attack of the five-fire snake dance. He waved his hand and released an explosive flame to the side of his body. Using the impact of the flame explosion, he quickly flashed to the side. However, although his response was quick, Sei-Ito's lightning spear attack still left a fist-sized, bone-colored scorched wound on his upper right arm. Oomph! Feeling the pain for his arm, Sei-Ito, who quickly fell to the ground, couldn't help but groan. As expected of a mercenary who often runs on the edge of life and death, your reaction is fast. Seeing that he couldn't kill Sei-Ito with one blow, Sei-Ito turned his hand and produced several small iron balls in his hand while looking at Sei-Ito with a sneer. "Who the hell are you?" Sei-Ito stared at Sei-Ito and asked in a deep voice as small fire sparrows flew out from Sei-Ito's back. "I have no interest in telling a dead man my name." Sei-Ito first gently tossed with one hand, then bent his fingers and flicked the several small iron balls that fell in front of his fingers and sneered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a series of soft whistles sounded and several slender beams of orange light shot towards Sei-Ito one after another. Seeing this, Sei-Ito's pupils shrank, and he quickly ordered the dozens of fire sparrows behind him to fly towards Sei-Ito. At the same time, fire flashed under his feet, and he dodged to the side with a technique similar to body flicker. At this time, Sei-Ito's hands quickly came together in front of him, and an electric net immediately appeared between his hands. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to the size of a fishing net and enveloped the dozens of fire sparrows. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, a large number of explosions sounded in the electric net, and a strange smell spread in the room along with the smoke produced by the explosions. So it's fire poison. Smelling the strange smell in the air, Sei-Ito immediately used telekinesis to form a thin telekinetic barrier under his nose, blocking the smell outside. Then he stretched out his hand towards Sei-Ito, and several lightning bolts immediately flew out from Sei-Ito's hands. Then, without looking at the result, he quickly waved his hands around his body, and a dozen light white wind blades, visible to the naked eye, followed closely behind the lightning bolts and flew toward the two sides where Sei-Ito could possibly dodge. Sei-Ito found that no matter where he hid, there would be attacks. Sei-Ito frowned and quickly compressed the overflowing flames outside his body, forming a bluish-white barrier that blocked the lightning attack. Whoosh! But after the lightning attack, a slender beam of light that was also condensed to the extreme and emitted a dazzling light suddenly shot in front of Sei-Ito. It pierced through the flame barrier outside his body like cutting tofu and shot into Sei-Ito's body. However, with the flame barrier blocking it, the attack that reached Sei-Ito's body did not have much power. It only left a trickling wound on Sei-Ito's chest before completely dissipating. But before Sei-Ito could rejoice, dozens of wind blades suddenly appeared around him and flew towards Sei-Ito from all directions. F***K. Sei-Ito cursed in a low voice and had to shrink his body again, compressing the flames to form a barrier to resist. But then, another slender beam of light that was condensed to the extreme followed the wind blades and shot towards Sei-Ito's chest. And, compared to the last time, when it was over, there was another beam of light that followed closely behind. The head and tail were like a beam of light that penetrated the flame barrier one after another and landed on Sei-Ito's chest. Ugh. At this time, Sei-Ito heard Sei-Ito groan. He frowned and looked down at the bloody hole in his chest, then looked up at Sei-Ito, who had retracted his attack. Sei-Ito opened his mouth and suddenly half-knelled on the ground. Humph. Sei-Ito snorted coldly and then used instant transmission to disappear from the battle room. Plop. The moment he left, Sei-Ito's body suddenly fell to the ground powerlessly. Then, the flame barrier that shrouded his body suddenly erupted, spreading and burning regardless of friend or foe. Sei-Ito bore the brunt of it. Sei-Ito, who was in the center of the flames, was instantly burned into a charred corpse that shattered into countless pieces and dissipated in the flames. At this time, Sei-to, who used instant transmission to leave the castle, frowned. He stopped and turned his head to look at the group of bats that were flying toward him at high speed without saying a word. The next moment, the bats that flew in front of Sei-to gathered and turned into two handsome young people, one male and one female, who appeared in front of Sei-to. "Sir, you caused such a ruckus in our castle and didn't even leave behind an apology. Isn't that a bit too ungentlemanly?" The blonde woman wearing a red leather miniskirt and a red leather bra looked at Sei-to and said seductively, "What do you want to say?" Sei-to looked at the blonde woman and asked in a deep voice, "It's very simple. Since you killed the successor of our family's young master, then you can replace the person who was killed to complete our young master's commission." The woman reached out and brushed her hair that was blown to the side of her face by the night wind and said with a light smile, "Not interested." Sei-to refused without thinking. "Oh, you have to think carefully." The woman looked at Sei-to with interest and smiled. Chapter 609. You should know that trespassing into the vampire's castle is equivalent to provoking the owner of the castle. Our family has every reason to hunt you down. The blonde woman raised her right hand. Her red fingernails gradually grew longer and sharper. She looked at Sei-to and chuckled. "I don't think you want to get into big trouble because of a small matter. Are you threatening me?" Sei-to raised his eyebrows and stared at the blonde woman. "No, I'm just stating a fact." The blonde woman shook her head and denied. "What a good age. Fresh blood is full of tempting taste. I really want to drink it." Then, the blonde woman closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She said something completely unrelated to what she had just said. "I have no intention to be your enemy, but if you insist on forcing me, I don't mind killing you." Sei-to opened his right hand, and a lightning spear gradually appeared in his hand. Sei-to held it tightly in his hand. What a pity. He's going to meet Satan at such a young age. Seeing Ito-sei's performance, the blonde woman sighed with regret. Then she opened her hands, and the sharp fingertips of her 10 fingers drooped on both sides of her body. She lowered her body slightly, and with red light in her eyes, she suddenly disappeared. Immediately after the golden-haired woman, another brown-haired man's figure also flashed and suddenly disappeared into the void. "So fast," Sei-to said to himself as he stepped back and blocked the attack of the blonde woman, who suddenly appeared beside him with his spear. The woman whose attack was blocked didn't retreat. She opened her mouth and roared silently at Sei-to. Then, a transparent shockwave invisible to the naked eye rushed towards Sei-to's head. Being attacked by the silent roar, Sei-to's head immediately became dizzy and he subconsciously let out a low groan. At this time, the brown-haired man who disappeared suddenly appeared behind Sei-to, holding a strange-looking pitch-black dagger. He stabbed towards Sei-to's back. Pooh! With a soft sound, Ito-sei, who was stabbed by the dagger, was suddenly replaced by a wooden stake which caught the dagger's stab. But in the next moment, the wooden stake that was stabbed by the dagger quickly turned black and turned into a pool of black water that flowed to the ground. With a slight sizzling sound, the ground was corroded into a small depression. F***CK. How dangerous! Sei-to, who had appeared not far away, cursed as he looked at the corrosive marks on the ground. What a strange way of dodging! The blonde woman who had covered for the brown-haired man looked at Sei-to with interest. Playing stealth in front of a space ability user. Very good, very powerful. Ito-sei glanced at the blonde woman with a sneer and threw the lightning spear in his hand to the side, where there was no one. Boom! A loud sound rang out from where the lightning spear had struck. Under the destruction of the scattered lightning, the stealthy assassin quickly jumped back, and at the same time, retreated from his stealth. Seeing that the brown-haired man was forced out of his stealth, the blonde woman snorted coldly. Her body turned into an afterimage again as she rushed towards Sei-to. Sei-to snorted and immediately used teleport. While dodging the blonde woman's attack, he suddenly appeared behind the stealthy assassin and released a lightning attack at him. Umph! A muffled groan was heard. The stealthy assassin immediately reappeared. Lightning flashed all over his body, and his body trembled as he let out a muffled groan. Pooh! While trembling, the brown-haired man's body exploded and turned into dozens of bats that scattered into the sky. Seeing this, Saito did not stop. He immediately used teleport and appeared directly above the bats. He aimed his palms at the scattered bats and released a large electric net to cover them. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In an instant, a chaotic sound came from the mouths of the electrocuted bats. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a whistling sound. The blonde woman with a pair of large bat wings on her back flew towards Saito like an afterimage. However, Saito did not bother with the blonde woman. Instead, he used teleport again and disappeared in midair, reappearing below the electrocuted bats. He waved his hand and released dozens of wind blades to attack the paralyzed bats. Puff, 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 puff. Immediately, dozens of bats were cut in half by the wind blades before they could even scream. They fell to the ground. Bastard, I want you dead. The blonde woman shouted angrily when she saw the large number of bats die. She hovered in midair and roared silently at Saito with her red eyes. After taking a silent attack, Saito frowned and used teleport to appear behind the blonde woman. He then used teleport to attack the blonde woman. Boom! Under the impact of teleport, the blonde woman fell to the ground in an instant, creating a huge crater in the ground. Huff, 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 huff. After shooting the blonde woman down, Saito did not stop moving. He waved his arms and released dozens of wind blades toward the blonde woman in the crater. The blonde woman was tough. She did not try to dodge the wind blades like the brown-haired man did. Instead, she raised her head and roared silently at the wind blades that were flying toward her from the sky. Puff, 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 puff. Under her silent roar, the wind blades seemed to be attacked by something. They exploded in midair and dissipated into a chaotic air current. It would be a waste if they dissipated just like that. Seeing that the air was about to dissipate, Saito chuckled. He then used teleport to control the air current. Soon, a tornado visible to the naked eye appeared between Saito and the blonde woman. Under the control of Saito's teleport, it tried to sweep the blonde woman away. Puff! Seeing this, the blonde woman turned her body and flapped her wings to fly to the side. However, she was still too slow. The part of her body below the middle of her thighs was sucked into the tornado. The wind blades in the tornado shredded her into a pile of minced meat. Explode! Saito knew the blonde woman's speed very well. He did not expect the tornado to achieve anything. Instead, he activated his teleport to explode the tornado, causing it to turn into countless wind blades that flew in all directions. Puff, 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 puff. Surprisingly, under the attack of the wind blades, the brown-haired man, who had thought that he would escape the battle by transforming into a bat and return to the castle, was forced out of his invisible state. He was covered in wounds and ran toward a place where there were no wind blades. Since you've come out, don't run away. Seeing this, Ito-sei sneered, and then launched instant transmission and landed behind the brown-haired man and launched a lightning attack at him. Ugh! The brown-haired man grunted and then exploded into dozens of bats that flew in all directions. Chapter 610. P.S. Thank you to Light of Dark Flame and Oni-I-chan for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Angstone 157747860, SN8, and Nex for their awards. You really don't learn from your mistakes. Saito sighed when he saw the brown-haired man turned into a bat again. Immediately, with a thought, all the bats that had not flown far were imprisoned in midair, and then with a thought, a large number of flames suddenly appeared in midair, entangling the imprisoned bats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Under the burning of the flames, all the bats that could not move at all screamed miserably, and then turned into charred corpses that fell to the ground. Bang! After the bat corpses fell to the ground, they all broke into a pile of black ash. mixed with the soil on the ground, and no trace of them could be distinguished. It's a pity that one ran away. Sei Ito, who finished off the brown-haired man, turned his head to look at the location of the castle and sighed with some regret. Forget it. Killing a task-taker and servant is only offending the owner of the castle. But if I chase after them, it's tantamount to provoking a blood-breed family, and it's not worth the loss. Sei Ito looked hesitantly at the dark castle not far away, sighed, and launched instant transmission to leave the vicinity of the castle. Speaking of which, today is the day of the Blackball team's mission. Sei Ito, who launched instant transmission several times in a row to return to the city, finally stopped at the top of the building, and then turned his hand to create a small black ball and held it in his hand and looked down. And Tanaka, the last Environment Department spy, is dead. Looking at the information presented on the small black ball, Sei Ito muttered to himself in surprise. Search for the location of Tanaka's small black ball. Sei Ito immediately ordered. As soon as the words fell, the picture on the laser screen outside the small black ball quickly changed. First, it was a satellite picture of the entire Nippon Island and the nearby waters. Then the picture quickly pulled and locked on the Nippon Island area. Then it pulled again, zooming in on the entire Tokyo area, and then the picture quickly moved, locked on a Chiyoda District Kasugan 122 Central Contract Hall No. 5 Hall. After that, the image quickly turned transparent, turning into a three-dimensional drawing. The lines turned into lines, and then a shining red light spot appeared in one of the rooms in the building that had turned into a three-dimensional model. This location is the Environment Department, and I remember that I didn't manage to get to this floor. Ito-sei narrowed his eyes and looked at the flashing red dot on the screen. If we speculate according to this situation, Tanaka was most likely killed by someone from the Ministry of Environment. Otherwise, his personal belongings wouldn't have appeared here. In other words, the existence of the Blackball team has already attracted the attention of the Ministry of Environment. But that's true. So many middle and lower level personnel have been attacked. If the Ministry of the Environment didn't pay attention, it wouldn't be the Ministry of the Environment. Sei Ito chuckled disdainfully. Connect to the small black ball and show me the environment around it. Sei Ito then ordered. As soon as the voice fell, the picture quickly transformed from a three-dimensional image to a real image, and then a strange room full of various scientific research equipment, talismans, crystals, and body parts appeared on the screen. This should be the 6th room of the Ministry of Environment. Sei Ito, who saw the picture, whispered to himself, "How is it? Have you found a way to open this thing?" At this moment, a male voice suddenly came from the picture. "No, I can't find any connection points at all. It's as if it was originally like that." Then, another male voice came out. "There's not much time left. Even if you destroy this thing, you have to come up with a report." Then the picture changed, and a hand grabbed the small black ball from outside the picture and picked it up from its original position. At the same time, 2 male bodies in white coats appeared on the screen. I also want to, but I've tried it. No matter if it's a strong cut, a laser strike, a super high temperature burn, a super freezing point, or other destructive methods, none of them can leave a single mark on this thing. Now, I'm starting to wonder if this is a product of Earth. One of them said helplessly, "You say, is this a product of the United States?" Then the man said carefully in a mysterious voice, "Don't talk nonsense." The man holding the small black ball heard the words and scolded in a low voice. "Yes, I said too much." The man who was scolded immediately bowed his head and responded respectfully. "Try to figure it out. After all, this is the only thing we have found that may be related to the recent attacks. No matter what, we have to find clues from it." The man holding the small black ball turned his hand and put the small black ball back to its original position and sighed. "Yes," the other person responded. Then a series of footsteps that gradually faded away came from the picture. Obviously, the person left the vicinity. "Let's get to work." The remaining person sighed and slowly walked back to the small black ball and sat down. Then a young man who was about 24-25 years old with short black hair appeared in front of Sei Ito. He didn't know if it was because of overtime or other reasons, but he looked very messy and sloppy appeared in front of him. Do you want power? Do you want to be a man above all men? Do you want to live the life you want unfettered? At this moment, the surface of the small black ball that the young man was fiddling with suddenly lit up. Suddenly, several green laser beams shot into the void and formed a laser screen. Then, a series of words appeared on the screen one after another, as if it was typed on a typewriter. The young man immediately jumped up from the chair the moment the small black ball changed and stepped back for a distance. But after he found that the small black ball didn't change other than the series of words, he felt a little curious and leaned back again. What is this? Advertising? Or the temptation of the devil? The young man looked at the words that appeared on the screen and frowned. Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to truly live? As soon as his voice fell, the words on the screen quickly disappeared and another series of words appeared in front of the young man's eyes. Live, seeing this series of words, the young man's eyes suddenly became confused and murmured, money, beauty, power, and the meaning of life. Everything you want can be obtained from me, as long as you pick it up and complete the assigned task. He was thinking, do you understand the meaning of life? Do you want to truly live? Below, another series of words appeared one after another. Seeing the new words appear, the young man's eyes slightly struggled and reached out to the small black ball. No, but just when his palm was about to touch the small black ball, the young man's eyes cleared up, and he quickly withdrew his palm and stepped back. I almost fell for it. There's actually a hidden hypnotism in the text message that affects the consciousness. The young man's expression was slightly lingering with fear. Then, he took out his phone from his pocket and dialed. Leader, it's me, Ishimoto. I have a special situation here. Please come. The young man Ishimoto said in a deep voice. At this time, the surface of the small black ball flashed again, and the laser light screen was retracted. It turned back into a dead object and stayed in the vehicle. Hypnotism is not only hidden in the text. Sei Ito, who cut off the communication with the small black ball, said to himself with a chuckle. Then, Sei Ito temporarily put the small black ball behind him and browsed the information of the entire Japanese black ball team. All in all, it wasn't bad. The 5 Black Sphere teams had different levels of improvement. Among them, an unmanned team like the Shikoku and Kyushu team had finally accumulated enough rookies to begin their first Black Sphere mission. As for teams like the Tokyo team, which is ahead of the other 4 teams, 2 people got 100 points after Yoshimi Kikuchi and were strengthened. They're the student Shiuko who chose to strengthen Ice Release, and the middle-aged man who also chose to strengthen Sharingan. Not bad. Sei Ito, who had browsed the information of the black ball team, nodded slightly. Then he operated the small black ball and transmitted the information of the superpower strengthening obtained from the absolutely pitiful world and the information of the 2 genetic agents to the relay device in the geosynchronous orbit. Then, through the relay device, all the information was transmitted to the 5 black balls all over Japan. Anyway, I have nothing to do now, and it's late at night. I can go to the Bounty Union to take a look. Sei Ito, who finished transmitting the information, put away the small black ball and looked at the sporadic vehicles and people below. Then, Sei Ito walked slowly to the side, buried the information connector used with the black ball in the corner, and launched instant transmission to the Bounty Union. After a while, Sei Ito appeared outside a well-known bar in a bustling area. The so-called Great Hermit hides in the city. Sei Ito casually glanced at the surrounding environment of the bar, then stepped into the bar. After passing through the entrance corridor about 5 or 6 meters long, a bar with an area of more than 200 square meters with simple and comfortable decoration and an overall soothing and elegant style immediately appeared in front of Sei Ito. It's really surprising. I thought this was a high bar, but I didn't expect it to be a quiet bar. Walking slowly into the bar, Ito-sei walked to the bar counter and glanced at the guys sitting in the corner of the bar. Judging from their attire and aura, they were obviously not ordinary people. They were drinking leisurely and thought to himself. Snap! Sei Ito, who walked to the bar counter, sat down on the high chair next to the bar table, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers to call the bartender over. "What would you like to order?" The bartender asked. "I heard you are hiring here." Ito gently tapped on the table with his right hand in a strange pause while looking at the bartender and asked. The bartender glanced at Ito's finger tapping on the table and nodded. "Yes, as long as it is someone with ability, we have a job for him." "That's good." Ito retracted his hand and smiled. Chapter 611. Kelly. The bartender turned to the waitress beside him. "Bring this guest to the interview." When the waitress named Kelly approached, the bartender signaled to Ito with his eyes and said softly, "Okay." Kelly nodded in response. Then she turned to Ito and invited, "Sir, please follow me." Ito nodded, got up from the bar stool, and followed Kelly to the door on the right side of the bar counter. The two of them passed through the door and continued to walk along the corridor behind the door. After turning a corner, they arrived at a dark-colored door without any decorations or annotations. They pushed the door open and walked in. But this was not the end. After entering the room, Kelly led Ito straight to another door in the room, opened the door, and walked in. The room behind the door was very small, less than 8 square meters. Instead of calling it a room, it was more like an elevator. Kelly's subsequent actions confirmed Ito's guess. This was indeed an elevator. Then, a slight sense of weightlessness emerged from Ito's heart. Ding! 3 seconds later, with a soft sound, the closed elevator doors quickly retracted into the walls on both sides. Then, a large room with a large interior space and decoration was not much different from the previous bar, except that the lights were several times brighter appeared in front of Ito. At first glance, a large number of men and women were sitting around a round table, talking in low voices or drinking silently. It was much livelier than the previous bar. "Hey, what did I just see? It's actually a little kid, and he's even an Asian. Am I dreaming?" The moment Ito walked out with Kelly, a burly man with a square face and short blonde hair teased loudly. "Buddy, you didn't see wrongly. It's indeed a little kid. I can smell the milky fragrance on him." The other man was skinny, had a long face, a pair of triangular eyes, and brown hair that fell to his neck. The wretched-looking man continued with a smile. "It smells good. He must have just finished drinking milk." Then, the wretched-looking man looked at Ito and teased. You two crude goods, can't you be a little more civilized?" A man dressed neatly and elegantly, looking more like an urban white-collar worker than a special person, took a sip of his coffee elegantly, rolled his eyes at the two men, and said in a calm voice. The two men weren't annoyed. It was obvious that they were familiar with each other and didn't care about such teasing at all. "What? You've taken a liking to this little girl?" The burly man asked with a laugh. "That's right. This kid is exactly my type." The elegant man admitted without a care. Joyce, even if you like him, the kid must be willing." At this time, a red-haired woman wearing tight jeans and a light-colored tight casual t-shirt, showing the outline of a pair of plump breasts in the eyes of others without covering it, said loudly, "Flora, are you thirsty again?" The wretched-looking man said with a wretched smile, "Adams, no one will think you're mute if you don't talk." Flora looked at the wretched-looking man with disdain and said, "So what if I'm thirsty? At least I'm better than you, a silver wax spearhead." "Flora, you're looking for death." The wretched-looking man, Adams, immediately stood up from his seat and looked at Flora with a murderous look. "Yo, I wonder who's the one looking for death." Flora put her hands on the table and stood up from her seat with a faint smile on her face. She looked at Adams with disdain. "Fight, fight, fight." Seeing that the two of them were at daggers drawn, the surrounding people looked like they were waiting for a good show and started to jeer. "What do you think? Adams, do you have the guts to fight with me in a death ring?" Under the jeering of the crowd, Flora looked at Adams with a provocative face and said. Adams, who was forced into a corner, blushed. He then clenched his teeth and said fiercely, "Let's go to the death ring." After saying that, he took the lead and left his table. He quickly walked to a door not far away. Behind him, Flora followed with a light smile on her face. However, when she passed by Ito She gave him a flirtatious wink. Let's start the bet. Bet on Flora to win 1. 1. Bet on Adams to win 1. 3. Not long after Adams and Flora walked into the room, an electronic screen suddenly lit up, showing the ratio of the bet between the two. Does this happen often? Ito asked the excited Kelly beside him. Yes, the people who come here are all different. Their personalities, beliefs, hobbies, and temperaments are all different. They often fight to the death because of small arguments. Before Kelly could say anything, Joyce walked to Ito and introduced. My name is Joyce. You can call me Joe. Joyce then reached out his hand to Ito and said with a kind smile, if you didn't hear about this guy's sexual orientation, Ito really wanted to talk to him. However, when he was asked to shake hands with Joyce, Ito subconsciously had goosebumps all over his body. Sorry, I'm not used to having physical contact with strangers. Ito took a step back and said, Is that so? Sorry for being rude. Joyce didn't get angry when he saw that. He still said with a gentlemanly face as he took back his hand, There's not much time left. I'm going to join in as well. I won't disturb you. Joyce nodded at Ito and turned around to walk to the counter. Let's go. Ito glanced at Joyce, who was walking away, and turned to Kelly beside him. Okay. Kelly nodded and led Ito to the registration counter at the end of the room. Hi, Roxanne. Kelly, who had walked to the counter, greeted the blonde woman who was browsing the internet out of boredom. Hi, Kelly. Roxanne raised her head and greeted Kelly. She then looked at Ito and asked, Are you here for a mission? When she greeted Ito, Kelly waved at Roxanne and turned to leave. I'm here to take a look. If there's a suitable mission, I'll accept it. Ito answered. You knew, right? Roxanne sized up Ito and said with certainty, Yes. Is there a problem? Ito asked with a puzzled expression. Nothing. Roxanne shook her head and looked at Ito again. Do you want to register? If you don't register, the mission information can't be shown to you. Register then. Ito tilted his head and thought for a while. Okay, please pay the registration fee of 1,000 USD first. Roxanne nodded and looked at Ito. Seems like it costs money to register everywhere. Ito sighed in his heart and took out $100 bills from his pocket and handed them over. Roxanne took the money and shook her hand casually. After confirming the authenticity with some unknown method, she bent down and took out an iPad from under the table and handed it to Ito. Please fill in your registration information. So advanced. Ito speechlessly took the iPad and filled in the form displayed on the screen with a digital pen. Done. After a while, Ito handed the iPad back to Roxanne. You don't have to give it back to me. This iPad is yours from now on. If you want to browse the mission information in the future, you can use this iPad to log into the network. You don't have to come to the club like this time. Roxanne didn't take the iPad from Ito. Instead, she explained, As for the Bounty Union's network page, it's on the desktop. You can enter it with a click. But I have to remind you that the Bounty Union's website can only be accessed from this computer. Other computers can't access the page at all, so you have to save it carefully. Roxanne continued to remind him. What if it's accidentally damaged? Ito looked down at the iPad in his hand and asked, You can buy it from the club for 2,000 USD each. Roxanne said. Under Roxanne's guidance, Ito logged into the website using the username he filled in when he registered. He set the password and started browsing the various information on the website. In general, it's the same as the Alchemy website. There are all kinds of restrictions. After a while, Ito curled his lips and said after browsing through the content on the website, Ding! At this moment, a soft sound suddenly came from the iPad in front of him. Seeing the notification that kept flashing, Ito reached out and tapped it. Then, a picture of him and some information appeared on screen. Unrestricted mission. Search for information on this person. The more detailed, the better. The reward is 10,000 USD. F*CK. Ito frowned and cursed after reading the information. At this time, Ito suddenly felt a large number of inquisitive and scrutinizing gazes land on him. Ito raised his head and squinted his eyes to meet those gazes. Then he slowly put away the iPad, got got up from his seat, and turned around to leave the club. The way out was no longer the way he came in. Instead, it was another way. The exit was in a large underground parking lot. If he wanted to enter the club next time, he could use this way. He just needed to go through a verification process. There really are people who aren't afraid of death following me. Ito slowly walked out of the parking lot with a sneer on his face. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Then, Ito's figure flashed and used instant transmission to suddenly appear behind the stalker. Before the stalker could sense anything, he stabbed his palm into the back of the stalker's heart and pulled it out of the stalker's chest. Paji, Ito ignored the desperate gaze of the tracker. With an indifferent expression, he crushed the heart that was still beating slowly in his hand. Oomph. Ito swung his hand to get rid of the residual blood on his hand. Then, he used instant transmission to appear beside the stalker, who thought he was the Oriole. He used his hand that hadn't returned to normal and swung it at the stalker's neck. Chapter 6:12. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and a round head flipped in the air and fell to the ground, rolling more than a meter away before stopping. Humph. Ito glanced at the headless corpse that fell to the ground with a plop sound. He snorted coldly, launched instant transmission, and disappeared from the place. In the Rubik's Cube world, Ito suddenly appeared beside Red Rose, Elsie, and Hound Garcia. Then, Ito waved his arm, and the two silver needles that pierced into Elsie and Garcia's body suddenly flew out and pierced into a nearby tree trunk. Ugh, ugh. Soon, Elsie and Garcia groaned softly. Their eyelids twitched, and they slowly opened their eyes. When she saw Ito looking at them from the side, Elsie's pupils shrunk as she quietly sat up from the ground. You better retract your superpower, or I don't mind turning you into a corpse, Ito said coldly as he looked at Elsie, who slowly stood up from the ground. He summoned a bunch of sharp icicles around her and aimed them at her vital parts. Elsie paused for a second as she felt the bone-chilling air around her. She then retracted her superpower obediently and didn't dare to move at all. After Elsie, Garcia also stood up from the ground. He was a little scared and his eyes were a little unfocused. I like to be straightforward, so I'll get straight to the point. I value your superpowers very much, so I hope you can submit to me. Ito looked at the two in front of him and said straightforwardly, what can I get in return? Elsie looked at Ito with a serious expression and asked, this is a gene potion that can increase your superpower. Upon hearing this, Ito grabbed a sealed gene medicine from a void and said to Elsie and Garcia, after you surrender to me, as long as you are loyal enough and perform well, I'll give you a chance. You'll have a chance to get it. Assel, who was already surprised by Ito's ability to take things out of thin air, couldn't hide his emotions after hearing about the gene medicine. He looked at Ito and the gene medicine in his hand in shock. His eyes were filled with greed and desire. Didn't espers seek to improve their abilities? As long as their abilities improved, then money, women, power, and other worldly things could be exchanged with their abilities. The same principle applied to other special people as well. Are you telling the truth? Elsie stared at Ito and asked, I'm a man of my word. Ito waved his hand and put away the gene medicine. All right, I promise you. Looking at the disappearing gene medicine, Elsie clenched her teeth and said with a resolute face, Elsie, are you crazy? Hearing Elsie's words, Garcia looked at her in shock and whispered, if the leader knows about this, he won't let you go. Are you talking about Scorpion Belsard? Hearing Garcia's words, Ito on the side suddenly interrupted and joked. If it was him, he would probably have obtained the right to live in hell. The leader is dead, Garcia exclaimed in shock. How about it? Do you want to submit to me? Ito ignored Garcia's shock and asked again. Okay, I also choose to submit. Garcia, who calmed down, nodded heavily. She said in a deep voice, okay, we'll be villains first then, gentlemen. In order to prevent you from doing anything harmful to me in the future, I'll have to put some precautions on you. Ito nodded after seeing the two of them agree. Then he flipped his hand. Two plastic capsules that looked like flu medicine appeared in his palm. Hearing Seito's words, the two, who had just relaxed, changed their expressions and looked at Seito with an ugly expression. "What are you going to do?" Garcia asked in a suppressed voice. "Eat this." Ito threw the capsule in his hand to the two of them. "What is this?" Elsie, who caught the capsule, asked in a deep voice. "It's a product of nanotechnology. The outer capsule is just a container for the nanomachines." Ito explained, "After you eat it, the outer layer of the absorbent coating will melt and release the nanomachines inside. Then, the nanomachines will go through your capillaries and enter your brain and stay there. Normally, it won't have any effect on you, but if you do something that makes me feel uncomfortable, they will collectively explode with my thoughts. The power of the explosion is enough to instantly turn your brain into a puddle of liquid." After listening to the description, the two's expression became even uglier as they stared at the capsules in their hands with changing expressions. "What if we don't eat it?" Elsie suddenly asked a moment later. "Then I can only doubt your sincerity in surrendering. I can choose to imprison you and send you to the lab to be used as lab rats or kill you on the spot to be used as fertilizer." Seito shrugged and spread his hands. Elsie, who knew the answer, slowly closed her eyes, opened her mouth, and put the capsule into her mouth. "Not bad, a wise choice. I admire you, Elsie." Seito praised Elsie, who opened her eyes and looked at him calmly. With Elsie taking the lead, Garcia also opened his mouth and swallowed the capsule in his hand. "Very good." Seito, who saw the two of them eating the nanomachines, chuckled and returned to the city with Elsie and Garcia. He then used teleportation again and brought the two of them outside of a hotel. "You are free to do whatever you want from now on. I will contact you if anything happens," Seito said to Elsie and Garcia. "Of course, if you find anything worth paying attention to, you can also contact me." After that, he used teleportation and disappeared in front of the two of them. Space ability user. Elsie turned her head and looked at Garcia beside her and said softly at the same time. On the other side, Seito, who left Elsie and Garcia, used hypnosis to randomly obtain a car from a citizen and continued his journey of setting up black spheres all over France. The next few days were very peaceful. There were neither blind stalkers nor ferocious attackers, which surprised Seito. Could it be that the people who want to investigate me really just want to know my information and not attack me? Seito thought to himself as he drove the car and patrolled the streets. Forget it, do whatever you want. If something really happens, I'll deal with it accordingly. Thinking of this, Seito let out a long sigh, threw his endless thoughts aside, and continued his work. But before he could move for long, several police cars suddenly screamed next to him. As they surrounded the car and moved to the side of the road, they shouted with a loudspeaker, "Stop, check." Seito, who was driving the car, frowned, but he still followed the police cars and stopped the car on the side of the road. "Get out of the car." Then, more than a dozen police officers with guns also stopped and surrounded Seito's car in the middle. They pointed their guns at Seito in the car and shouted. Seito raised his hands and leaned out of the car door opened by the police. "Turn around. Put your hands behind your head." The police officer pushed Seito and shouted as he retreated with his gun raised. "Put your hands behind your head and turn around, quick." The police officer shouted again when he saw that Seito did not move. Just as Seito was about to move, several explosions suddenly rang in his ears. Then, several balls of flame rose into the sky, and the police cars turned into fireballs. They rolled towards Seito, who was wrapped in flames. "Fuck, don't let me know who you are, or I'll make sure you die a horrible death," Seito cursed as he used his telekinesis to protect himself. Seito couldn't help but curse, because once this happened, he believed that he would soon be on the Law Intelligence Bureau's special list. Then, the Law Intelligence Bureau would chase him all over the country until he left France. As for why, it was too hard to guess. After all, his bounty information was released by the Bounty Union in the form of an unlimited mission. As a government department, Even if they couldn't ban a super large secret organization like the Bounty Union, it was definitely not a problem for them to have intelligence personnel as registered members. It was more likely that there was a special team in the government department responsible for watching the Bounty Union's missions in front of the computer every day to obtain the information they wanted. In this way, Sei Ito's name and appearance would be recorded in the Law Intelligence Bureau's intelligence files. If this didn't happen, he would at most be an ordinary person who was sent to the Bounty Union for investigation for some reason. It would have nothing to do with the Law Intelligence Bureau, so naturally, they wouldn't make a move for Sei Ito. But now, something happened, and it happened in broad daylight on a busy street. At the same time, more than 10 police officers were killed. The number of exploded cars could be considered a terrorist attack. Whether it was for special reasons or for an anti-terrorism investigation, the Law Intelligence Bureau had to make a move according to procedure. In other words, whether Sei Ito survived or not, he would be investigated as a clue. Moreover, it was impossible for Sei Ito to die. What a good way to kill with a borrowed knife. After the flames weakened, Sei Ito activated instant transmission and left the scene. He appeared in a residential building and gritted his teeth. "I'll see you," and Hound immediately come to XX Street in XX City. Then, Sei Ito took out his phone, contacted Elsie, and ordered. Chapter 613. P.S. Thanks to Cute Girl Ignorant and Next for their tips. Boss, we're here. More than 2 hours later, Sei Ito's phone suddenly rang, and then Elsie's voice came from the receiver. "Tell me your location." Sei Ito withdrew his gaze from the investigation team consisting of a large number of police, anti-terrorism, and law enforcement officers who were surrounded by yellow and white police tape shortly after the incident. "When next to the **** store," Elsie replied. "Got it. I'll be there soon." Almost at the same time as Elsie's answer, Sei Ito, who discovered their location, said. He then immediately hung up the phone and teleported to Elsie and Garcia's side. "Boss!" The two quickly called out when they saw Sei Ito. "Garcia, do you see the investigation team over there? Go over there and use your ability to check if there are any special auras left over there." Sei Ito didn't waste any time. He put one hand on Garcia's shoulder and pointed at the investigation team not far away. "Okay." Garcia, who followed Sei Ito's finger, nodded and responded. He then sniffed and pretended to be a passerby and walked over there. After Garcia left, Sei Ito suddenly reached out and hugged Elsie's waist and asked, "How was your rest last night?" Elsie looked at Sei Ito in surprise, but she didn't push his arm away. Instead, she took the initiative to lean into Sei Ito's arms and said, "Very good. That's good." Sei Ito, who had been looking at the investigation team, nodded. At the same time, he quietly retracted his ability and nodded in his mind. "It's not them." A moment later, Garcia, who was frowning slightly, slowly walked back. "How is it?" Sei Ito asked. "There are no special auras left over." Garcia shook his head as he looked at Elsie, who was nestled in Ito Sei's arms, with a strange expression on his face. "If I want to investigate the attacker, do you have any good suggestions?" Sei Ito asked again. Garcia and Elsie looked at each other and then hesitantly said, "Arabella from Fire Scorpion is good at this kind of thing. When Elsie and I were in Fire Scorpion, Arabella and Dunlop were in charge of tracking intelligence." Sei Ito frowned and asked, "Can you still contact Arabella now?" "Sure." Since he had already said it, Garcia didn't hesitate any longer and nodded his head in agreement. "Contact him." After getting the answer, Ito Sei immediately ordered. "All right." Garcia nodded. Garcia nodded and took out his phone and called Arabella in front of Sei Ito. "Garcia?" Soon, a male voice with a strange English accent came from Garcia's phone. "It's me." Garcia looked at Sei Ito and said, "Arabella, can you come out now? I need your help with something." "Is it urgent?" Arabella asked. "It's urgent," Garcia said with certainty. "I'm afraid that's not possible. We have a mission recently." Arabella refused. "Is that so? Forget it then." Garcia shook his head at Sei Ito and said, When Ito-say saw this, he grabbed Garcia's phone and used his electromagnetic control ability to track another signal frequency. Soon, he locked onto a signal that was slightly different from the one sent out by Garcia's phone. Then, with a thought, Ito-say and Garcia disappeared from the place. He appeared in another location in the city, and then continued to use Blink to follow the signal's trajectory and quickly rushed to Arabella's location. With an average of 2 instant transmissions per second and a speed of 1 kilometer each, Ito and the other two spent almost a minute and finally arrived at the location where Arabella's phone signal stopped. It was an ordinary house that looked the same as the surrounding buildings. "This is?" Elsie asked hesitantly. "Arabella is in there." Ito threw the phone back to Garcia and said calmly. Then, as the two's expressions changed slightly, he ordered again, "Elsie, release the paralyzing aroma that you used on me." "Yes," Elsie responded. Then, a gust of wind suddenly blew from Elsie's side and flowed around the house. It flowed into the house through the cracks of the door, the windows, and the external chimney. "Oh no, Leiden is inside too. He discovered the paralyzing gas that I released." Elsie's expression changed, and she said hurriedly, "You two stay outside." Ito called out to Elsie and Garcia when he heard that. He used instant transmission and appeared inside the house. Without looking around to see if there was anyone around, he immediately released his psychokinesis and formed a hurricane that blew fiercely into the surroundings. Bang, 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 bang. The strong wind blew. The decorations in the house flew out of their places uncontrollably and hit the surrounding walls and hard objects at high speed, making heavy thuds. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot was suddenly heard. Several bullets pierced through the hurricane and flew towards Ito's head. "So this is the fast gunner. He's really fast." Ito created a psychokinesis barrier in front of him with one hand to block the bullets. Then, he quickly scanned the house, and the figures of one woman and 2 men appeared in front of Ito's eyes. Although Ito could basically tell which one was Arabella, they were all members of the Fire Scorpion, so there was nothing wrong with killing them all in one go. Therefore, Ito didn't waste any time and directly used instant transmission to appear in front of the fast gunner. He lifted the fast gunner's arm that was holding the gun with one hand and punched the fast gunner's abdomen with the other hand, knocking him to the ground. Then, Ito turned around and rushed forward. In an instant, he appeared in front of the other man, Arabella, who was half-bent and preparing to fight the enemy. He reached out his hand and chopped the man's neck. Then, he ignored Arabella, who had fainted, and turned around to face the deadly lover, Leighton, who was releasing dark purple poison gas all over his body. He activated psychokinesis and flicked his finger in the air. In an instant, a visible shockwave rushed out from Ito's fingertip and quickly blew away the dark purple poison gas around Leighton's body. The shockwave hit her sexy body. Bang! Leighton was hit by the shockwave and didn't even have time to cry out in pain before his body crashed into the wall behind him. Then, the two of them slid down the wall while screaming in pain. After seeing that the 3 of them had completely lost their ability to fight, Ito slowly walked to the fast gunner's side and used his contact sensing ability to see if the Fire Scorpion was the mastermind behind this. Then, he picked him up and walked to Arabella's side. "Not really," Ito, who had also picked up Arabella, muttered with slight regret. Then he slowly walked to the deadly lover, who couldn't move at all, and used psychokinesis to knock him out. Then he used instant transmission to bring the 3 of them outside the building. "This is Arabella, right?" Ito asked as he threw a man who was dressed like an Indian. He was wearing white silk pants and a dark red sleeveless linen shirt. His hair was wrapped in white silk. "Yes," Garcia confirmed with a nod. "Carry him on your back. Elsie, you support Leighton. Let's leave this place," Ito ordered. The 2 of them didn't say anything when they heard the order. They walked to Arabella and Leighton. One bent down and carried Arabella on his back while the other bent down and picked up Leighton's arm. Ito saw this and used instant transmission to bring Elsie, Garcia, and the 3 captives away from the scene. However, Ito didn't notice that in a car not far from the building, two men who were driving back saw him, Garcia and Elsie, leaving with the captives. It's this guy again. One of the men, who had a black buzz cut, punched the steering wheel in front of him and said with a face full of anger, "What should we do? It's just the two of us now. The Fire Scorpion is completely disbanded. As for the mission given by the employer, it's impossible for us to complete it. Should we go our separate ways or stay together to take on the mission?" The other young man with tinted glasses and earplugs in his ears asked. He seemed to be chewing something in his mouth. "Let me think." The man with the buzz-cut frowned when he heard that. He leaned back in the driver's seat and fell in a deep thought. On the other side, on the platform at the top of a 30-story building, Ito tossed 3 nanocapsules that Jaya and Elsie had eaten to the two of them and said, "Feed them these." Jesse and Elsie took the capsules and looked at each other. They then looked at the 3 people on the ground with sympathy. They lowered their bodies and put the nanocapsules into the mouths of Faskin or Skunk, Shadow Follower, Arabella, and Deadly Lover Leighton. After the two of them finished feeding the capsules, Ito reached out his hand and grabbed Arabella. Arabella's body immediately floated up from the ground and floated in front of Ito. Ito then woke Arabella up. Arabella, who slowly woke up from her coma, subconsciously let out a low moan. "It's you. Why did you capture me?" Arabella opened her eyes and asked in panic when she saw Ito standing in front of her. "Jesse, you talked to him." Ito ignored Arabella and turned to Jesse and said, "Yes." Garcia replied. He then slowly walked up to Arabella and started to explain the reason why he was captured and the situation he was in. "I understand. I'll help you find the target," Arabella said in a low voice. Her face was pale, but she had already accepted her fate. She then closed her eyes and opened her arms as if she was hugging the sun. Chapter 614. P.S. Thank you to +++++DF and Always Late for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to 157747860 and Nickfany for their tips. This looks similar to ancient Egypt's sun worship and some Indian Buddhist rituals. Could it be that Arabella's special senses are similar to God's praying ability? Seeing Arabella's performance, Ito Seiji speculated thoughtfully. Found it. After a while, Arabella, who had been sensing with her eyes closed, said. Then, without opening her eyes, she pointed to the northwest of the building and said, "It's here, about 15 kilometers away from us." "Very good." Ito nodded and then turned to Elsie and Garcia. "Take one each. Let's go." "Yes." The two of them replied and quickly walked to the unconscious Leiden and Schopenhauer respectively. They reached out and helped the unconscious Leiden and Schopenhauer up. Seeing that the two of them were ready, Ito Seiji disappeared from the top of the building with everyone in front of him and quickly moved in the direction that Arabella pointed. 15 kilometers was not far. With Ito's ability, he could only teleport 15 times. Therefore, in less than 10 seconds, Ito and the others had already arrived at the roof of a building 15 kilometers northwest of the previous building. Arabella continued to sense. Ito ordered as soon as he steadied his feet. Arabella didn't say anything. Even if she wanted to say something, it would be useless. Therefore, she closed her eyes and opened her arms. She began to sense as if she was praying to God. "Over there. The target hasn't moved, but I can't pinpoint the exact location. Previously, Dunlop was the one who worked with me to confirm the target." After a while, Arabella, who opened her eyes again, pointed to the right side of her body and looked at Ito with a troubled expression. "Isn't Dunlop just a programmer? How did he help you lock on a target?" Ito looked at Arabella in confusion. "Every time I determine the approximate location of the target, Dunlop will use his ability to hack into the local city surveillance system and show me the surveillance video of the area I've locked onto so that I can use my perception to identify the possible target," Arabella explained. "That's it?" Ito asked in surprise. "Yes." Arabella nodded affirmatively. "It's simple. Seito curled his lips. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a computer and connected it to the wireless network covering all of France. Using his electromagnetic control ability, he began to invade the city's surveillance system. After all, superpowers were non-standard abilities. As a firewall against conventional abilities, it didn't have much effect on them. Therefore, it didn't take much work for Ito Sei to successfully obtain the highest management authority of the city's surveillance system. Without the knowledge of the surveillance center staff, he began to copy the surveillance video. After more than an hour, Seito left the computer and gave Arabella his seat. Done. Arabella nodded and walked over. She walked straight to the computer and sat down cross-legged, placing the computer on her lap. She began to browse through the footage to determine the person who had the most feelings for him. Wake the two of them up. Seito turned to Elsie and Garcia, as well as Leighton and Shrek, who were lying on the ground next to them, after realizing that the target would not be fully recovered in a short period of time. After receiving the instructions, the two of them didn't waste any time and simply woke the two of them up from their coma. MMM. Two low groans came from Leighton and Shrek's throats. Elsie, Jessie. Two surprised voices came from Leighton and Shrek's mouths. It's you. Then, Leighton's expression changed when he saw Ito Sei standing not far away. He stood up from the ground and put on a defensive posture. He quickly scanned the surroundings and the people around him and shouted in a low voice. Following Leighton, Shrek also stood up from the ground like a carp. His right hand subconsciously reached for the holster at his waist. However, other than the leather holster, there wasn't the slightest hint of a gun's metal. In order to make it easier for me to explain, I'll have to let you feel some pain first, Ito said softly to Leighton and Shrek with a smile. Then, under the confused gazes of the two, an intense pain that seemed to come from their souls abruptly appeared in Leighton and Schopenhauer's minds, causing them to cry out in pain. They fell to the ground with their hands over their heads, completely ignoring the cleanliness of the ground as they rolled on the ground. Seeing Leighton and Shrek's reaction, Elsie, Garcia, and Arabella, who seemed to be paying attention to the screen but was actually paying attention to the situation after Ito woke them up, all had ugly expressions on their faces. However, under their ugly expressions, a hint of relief appeared on their faces. At this moment, Ito, who felt that he had given them enough pain, suddenly changed his mind. He stopped his influence on the nanomachines in their brains. Huff, 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 huff. After being freed from the pain, the two laid on the ground without a care for their image. Their dust-covered faces looked like they had just survived a disaster as they panted heavily. I don't think you want to feel that kind of pain again, right? Ito looked at the two on the ground and asked with a smile. What do you want us to do? Shrek, who had a vicious look in his eyes, asked. It's very simple. Just like you, Garcia, Elsie, and Arabella, submit to me, Ito said calmly as he slightly released his aura to suppress Shrek and Leighton. Okay, I submit, Shrek said in a seemingly honest manner. Very good. Ito glanced at Shrek and nodded. He then turned to Leighton and asked, What about you? I also choose to submit. Leighton bit his lip and said with a face full of unwillingness. Welcome to the team. I believe that you will definitely be grateful for the choice you made today, Ito said with a smile. Leighton and Ito didn't respond to what Ito said. Leighton and Spike ignored him, walking to the side and standing there in a daze. As for their original teammates, Garcia, Elsie, and Arabella, they didn't even pay attention to them. It seemed that Ito didn't care about their behavior either. He flipped his hand and summoned a chair to his side. He sat down and waited. And this wait lasted from the sunny day to the night when the moon was bright and the stars were twinkling. Found it. Arabella, who had been sitting in front of the computer for almost an entire day, suddenly said. Ito moved and instantly appeared behind Arabella. He looked at the frozen image on the screen. Are you sure it's him? Ito asked with a frown. Although there were a few other people who made me feel that way, only this person gave me the strongest feeling, Arabella explained. Adams, Ito nodded when he heard Arabella's explanation. Looking at Adams, who was missing an arm on the computer screen, he murmured softly, "I didn't expect you to survive the death match." Ito then pushed Arabella away, picked up the computer on the ground, and logged into the city's surveillance system with the highest authority. He pulled up the relevant images and began to track down Adams' whereabouts. Soon, Ito found Adams' last destination from the closest surveillance image. It was a house located at the intersection of the city's slums and the wealthy district. "Wait for me here." Ito, who had found Adams' whereabouts, notified them without looking back. He then teleported and disappeared before their eyes. Bang! Son of a bitch. In the next second, the gloomy skunk smashed his fist on the water tank beside him, making a muffled sound. He cursed with a face full of anger. "Leighton, I want to kill him." Then, Shrek turned around to avoid the gazes of Elsie, Garcia, and Arabella, who were looking at him because of the noise. He lowered his voice and said to Leighton beside him, "What do you plan to do?" Leighton's expression changed slightly when he heard that. He turned his head to the side as if he was looking at the scenery and answered in a low voice as well. "I want to wait." Shrek then explained his plan in a low voice. On the other side, Ito, who suddenly appeared outside the building where Adams had disappeared, looked up at the building itself. He snorted coldly and teleported into the room. "Oh, yeso, F***ck meo." In an instant, a pleasurable female moan sounded in Ito's ears. Then, a man and a woman's white body entangled together appeared in front of Ito's eyes. The woman, whose eyes were slightly closed and enjoying the impact, suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at Ito in horror and screamed, "Little slut, see if I don't F***ck you to death." Adams, who had completely taken the woman's screams as a manifestation of pleasure, laughed lewdly. "I think you won't have the chance to F***ck her to death." At that moment, Ito suddenly slapped Adams' back with his palm. He said calmly as he used his inner strength to shatter Adams' spine. The intense pain caused Adams to scream subconsciously. Plop! Then, because his spine was shattered, his body fell heavily to the ground. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." The woman, who was leaning against the wall, begged in horror. "Shut up." Ito glared at the woman and growled. Then, when the woman revealed a flaw in her mind due to the sudden growl, he used his hypnosis ability to wash away her memories of Adams. He then put her into a coma. "It's you." Adams, whose face was pale and forehead covered in sweat, raised his upper body slightly and looked at Ito fiercely. "That's right, it's me." After dealing with the woman, Ito turned his head and looked at Adams. As he walked towards him, he asked softly, "I'm very puzzled. I have no grudges with you. Why would you spend so much effort to set me up? Can you tell me?" "No grudges." Adams sneered when he heard that. He laid on the ground again and looked at the milky white ceiling with a ferocious face and said loudly, "If it wasn't for you, why would I go to the death arena with that bitch Flora? If it wasn't for you, why would I lose an arm? If it wasn't for you, why would I be kicked out of the team? You want to transfer your resentment onto me to make yourself happy? What a joke." After hearing Adams' words, Ito looked at Adams with contempt and said, "Why don't you say that all of this is because of your cheap mouth? If it wasn't for your cheap mouth, why would that bitch Flora want to go to the death arena with you? Why would you lose an arm and become a cripple, and then be kicked out of the team? The real joke is you. You are the cause of all of this. You are the main culprit. Only by killing you will I feel happy." Adams completely ignored Ito's words and continued to use his own point of view to judge the situation. "Forget it. I'm too lazy to care about you. But don't expect me to kill you just like that." Ito sneered. After saying that, he moved his mind and brought the immobile Adams into the Rubik's Cube world. "Adams, have you heard of the top 10 tortures in China?" Ito asked Adams. Then, without waiting for Adams to answer, he continued, "I don't think a foreigner like you has ever heard of it. I might as well let you experience it. Let's start with the first punishment, skinning." Ito said as he activated his psychokinesis and controlled Adam's body to stand up from the ground. Then, he summoned a hemp rope to tie Adam's shoulders and hung him on the branch of a big tree beside him. Seito's figure flashed and appeared above Adam's head. He used his finger as a knife and cut open a long wound on Adam's head. He then grabbed a bottle of mercury and slowly dripped it into the wound. As soon as the mercury came into contact with the wound, the intense burning sensation made Adam scream loudly. Dripping mercury is a delicate job. I don't have that much time to accompany you here, but I can tell you the final result of this torture in advance. Seito waved his hand again and summoned several tools. He hung the bottle of mercury over Adam's head and explained softly, "When the mercury flows through the wound on your head and covers your entire body, your skin will be separated from your muscle tissue. Under the force of the mercury falling, it will tear the wound on your head bit by bit. Finally, it will fall off your body like a snake shedding its skin. But this is the first time I've done this torture after learning about it. I don't have a good grasp of the amount of mercury, so you can hope that you will be poisoned to death during the process of shedding your skin. That may be your only chance to escape," Seito said as he looked down at Adams from above. "You demon," Adams, whose voice had become hoarse from the continuous screaming, said with a face full of fear. "You can say whatever you want." Seito spread his chest and said softly, "I've never been stingy with using the most vicious methods against a treacherous enemy like you." After saying that, his figure flashed and returned to the main world. He took a deep breath and adjusted his gloomy mood. He then teleported back to the rooftop where Elsie, Garcia, Arabella, Leiden, and Shrek were. Chapter 6:15. Boom! Following the sound of an explosion, a large ball of flames instantly covered the entire roof of the building, and a dazzling mushroom cloud rose into the sky in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Immediately after, a gust of wind suddenly appeared from the flames and quickly spread in all directions, instantly blowing away and extinguishing the flames on the roof of the building. Then, Seiji Ito, who was surrounded by a dazzling light, appeared from the scattered flames. Seito, who had put away the telekinesis barrier, quickly glanced at the roof and sneered. He flipped his hand and summoned a phone to look at it. They want to split up and escape, Seito thought to himself as he looked at the 5 flashing red dots on the screen of the phone that had split into 2 teams. Then, the thumb of the hand that was holding the phone quickly swiped on the screen, and a special circular symbol with a black lightning bolt inside appeared on the screen of the phone. Seito pressed it. "I want to see who planned this operation." Seito sneered as he casually put the phone into his pocket. Then, he activated teleport and moved toward 2 of the red dots that were motionless in the building below his feet. Ito-sei, who appeared beside the 2 red dots and saw the current situation clearly, frowned slightly and let out a low voice full of doubts. "They're actually unconscious," Seito thought to himself as he slowly walked toward the unconscious Garcia and Elsie who were twitching on the ground. Then, Seito stopped the nanomachines in Garcia and Elsie's bodies and crouched down to wake them up from their coma. Ugh! The 2 of them groaned in pain at the same time when they regained consciousness. "Boss!" Garcia, who had his hand on his forehead and sat up from the ground, shook his head slightly and opened his eyes. When he saw Seito's appearance, he lowered his head and called out. "What happened?" Seito straightened up and looked down at Garcia as he asked. "It's Skunk. He instigated Leighton to kill you after you left." Garcia frowned and said with a painful expression, "What about Arabella?" Seito asked again. "She also agreed to Skunk's plan. He was the one who helped Shrek make the bomb with the computer you left behind," Garcia explained. "I didn't expect the 2 of them to have such a trick up their sleeves," Seito sneered after listening to Garcia's explanation. Then, he turned to Garcia and Elsie and said, "You 2 stay here for now. I'll deal with the 3 traitors." After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of Garcia and Elsie. "How do you feel?" Ito-sei appeared in a dark alley and looked at Arabella, who had fallen to the ground in front of him and was twitching in pain, and asked in a low voice, "Why is this happening?" I made a signal blocker and brought it with me. Arabella looked at Ito Say. He asked in a broken voice, "If the signal is so easily blocked by the signal blocker you made, then the strength of the researchers in my hands is too weak." Ito Say looked at Arabella contemptuously and sneered. Then, he teleported with Arabella and appeared next to Shrek and Leighton, who were escaping together. Seeing Sei Ito suddenly appear, the expressions of Leighton and Shrek, who were also twitching on the ground, immediately changed. They closed their eyes with ashen faces. Seeing their looks, Ito Sei didn't bother to talk nonsense. With a cold snort, he took them and Arabella back to Garcia and Elsie's side. Then he used instant transmission again, taking Garcia and Elsie with him. They left the building that was about to be controlled. "I'm very curious. Why do you want to kill me?" Ito Sei, who had reappeared in an empty space on the outskirts of the city, looked at Punk, Leighton, and Arabella, who were still twitching violently on the ground. "If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why do you have to talk so much nonsense?" Shrek gritted his teeth as the veins on his forehead popped out due to the pain. No. You're the mastermind. Killing you like this is too easy for you." Ito Sei quickly shook his head and said, then continued with a smile, "It just so happens that my research team has some human experiments to do recently, and they lack some human materials. You, a guy who can fight against people with superpowers, can be used as a strong lab rat." "You bastard." Spike's expression changed when he heard this, and he gnashed his teeth in resentment. "This is the punishment for betrayers." Ito Sei was not moved at all and said in a low voice. He then turned to Leighton and asked, "What about you? Why did you do it?" "No, why? It's just that. Shrek's suggestion hit my psychology." Leighton's hair was messy, and his face was covered in dust. Sei Ito nodded, indicating that he understood. "You forget it. You are born to be a snitch." Ito Sei, who turned to look at Arabella, opened his mouth and said disdainfully. Then he flipped his hand and took out 2 ability-enhancing potions. Without turning his head, he threw them to Elsie and Garcia and said, "As a sincere reward, these 2 ability-enhancing potions are yours." Elsie and Garcia received the ability-enhancing potions with disbelief. After looking at each other, they hurriedly thanked Sei Ito excitedly. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." Compared to Garcia and Elsie's excitement, Leighton and Arabella, who had just learned that Ito Sei had an ability-enhancing potion, felt as if their father had died. Apart from pain, regret, and hatred for Schopenhauer, they also felt resentment. Let me remind you that the ability-enhancing potion will cause a strong stimulation to the body during the process of taking effect. Moreover, there will be a period of weakness, ranging from 3 hours to 12 hours, depending on the person's body. So, you must consider the relevant conditions before taking it. Sei Ito reminded them. "Yes, sir." Garcia and Elsie replied. "All right, you are free to move around. I will look for you if I need anything," Sei Ito said. After that, he brought Shrek, Leighton, and Arabella into the Rubik's Cube world and threw them into the plant biological laboratory, which was getting bigger and bigger. It was almost as big as a large laboratory. They were treated as living materials for the researchers in the laboratory to use. After that, Sei Ito returned to the main world. Under the cover of the night, he continued to set up his black sphere system. On this day, Sei Ito, who was driving along the road, suddenly received a call from Elsie. Elsie's voice sounded slightly anxious over the phone. "Boss, the Bounty Union's website has a bounty for your location. Not only that, I heard from Garcia that the underground organizations in France also have a bounty for your location." "Got it. Contact me if there are any new developments," Sei Ito said. He then hung up the phone and put it away. He parked the car by the side of the road and took out the iPad he got from the Bounty Union when he registered. He logged into the Bounty Union's website and browsed. What a big price tag. Just my current location alone is worth $500. They are really generous. Sei Ito, who had finished browsing the bounty information for himself, sneered. First, they issued an unrestricted mission to check my background. Then, they issued an unrestricted mission to find my location. It won't be long before they issue an unrestricted mission to take my life. Seito said self-deprecatingly. It seems that I am born to be at odds with France. I've only been here for a short while, and a bunch of shit has already come knocking on my door. What a F***king mess. He put away the iPad, pulled the gear lever, and lightly stepped on the accelerator to drive the car along the road again. Come on. I want to see who loves me so much, Idose said fiercely as he looked around to find a suitable place to bury the black ball connector. A few days later, Virum, with a humming sound, a large displacement Harley-Davidson motorcycle rushed out from the center of the gradually setting sun. It rushed at Seito's car in the opposite direction at high speed. Bang, bang, bang. When the two cars were close enough, the driver of the Harley-Davidson motorcycle suddenly pulled out a large-caliber modified rifle from behind him and fired at the window of Seito's car. Seeing this, Seito's figure flashed. He suddenly disappeared from the driver's seat and appeared behind the driver of the Harley-Davidson motorcycle. He swung his leg and kicked the head of the driver wearing a black helmet. The driver didn't even turn his head to look at the rapidly approaching kick. He leaned over the motorcycle as if he had eyes in the back of his head. After dodging the kick, he put the rifle on his arm and aimed at Seito in the air. He pressed the trigger with his thumb. Bang! A muffled sound was immediately heard. Steel bullets scattered from the muzzle and shot at Seito's head. Seito's figure disappeared and appeared in front of the Harley-Davidson motorcycle again. He covered one hand with psychokinesis and grabbed the handle of the Harley-Davidson motorcycle. He gathered all the strength in his body, twisted his hand, and grabbed the Harley-Davidson motorcycle from the ground and threw it to the side. The driver, whose legs were clamped on the Harley-Davidson motorcycle, held the handle in front of him tightly with one hand. He flipped over and jumped off the Harley-Davidson motorcycle while continuing to shoot at Seito. Seito, who had his hands free, opened one of his hands in front of him. A telekinetic barrier immediately appeared in front of him and blocked all the steel bullets. The information is wrong. Retreat. A pleasant female voice sounded from the driver's helmet. As soon as the voice fell, a black shadow suddenly shot at Seito from the top of a building to the left of Seito. At the same time, the driver of the Harley-Davidson motorcycle threw two pitch-black bullets to the left and right of his body. Boom, boom, boom. In the next second, 3 explosions sounded almost at the same time. Soon after, more than 10 Harley-Davidson motorcyclists appeared on the street and ran towards all possible escape routes in all directions. They're all real. Seito, who had escaped from the explosion site, frowned as he looked at the figures. Chapter 616. Humph! Idose snorted and suddenly burst out with his maximum power. He used instant transmission at the limit of 6 to 8 times per second and chased after those physical images separately. This one isn't, Seito said as he grabbed one of the physical images. This one isn't either. He grabbed another physical image. This one isn't. This one isn't. This one isn't. This one isn't. Got you. After grabbing countless physical images, Seito finally felt the sensation of grabbing a physical object. The pilot who was grabbed by Seito didn't panic. He quickly turned the modified rifle in his hand and used the end of the rifle to smash Seito's head. Whoosh! The high-speed moving end of the rifle made a muffled sound due to the friction with the air. Idose straightened his left hand into a palm and stretched out his palm to meet the whistling end of the rifle. At the same time, he lifted his left foot forward and kicked the driver's left knee, causing him to fall forward. The pilot, who didn't want to fall, quickly kicked back with his right foot, aiming for Seito's right ankle. Seito's foot that kicked the pilot's left knee suddenly exerted force. His left hand tightly grabbed the end of the rifle. Using the pilot's calf and the end of the rifle as support, he quickly withdrew his right foot and dodged the pilot's kick. The pilot, who was being used as support by Seito, could no longer bear the weight from his left knee and calf. He tilted his body and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Ito pushed with his left hand and nimbly jumped off the pilot's body. Plop, pa! The driver, who was already leaning forward, immediately fell to the ground under Ito-Sei's forceful push, making a muffled sound. Fortunately, the pilot was wearing a helmet, so his face didn't hit the ground directly. At this moment, Ito quickly stepped forward. His left hand pressed down on the driver's extended left wrist, and his right hand grabbed the driver's exposed neck under the helmet. He bent his right knee and squatted down on the other party's back. "Don't move if you want to live," Ito said coldly as he restrained the driver. "Umph." The driver ignored Ito-Sei's threat and snorted coldly. He once again waved the rifle that he didn't throw away even when he fell and smashed it towards Ito-Sei. Furthermore, it was different from the last time. At the end of the rifle, a gleaming white blade tip emerged from the wooden handle, flickering with a cold light. Seeing this, Ito quickly raised his left hand and grabbed the rifle's body. He activated decomposition refinement and broke it into a pile of metal fragments. At this moment, the pilot, who had regained control of his left hand, reached out with his left hand and grabbed Ito's lower body. Ito's body quickly tilted to the right. His right leg, which was pressed against the driver's back, replaced the half-bent left leg as a support point. At the same time, he raised his left foot and stepped on the driver's left hand. Kacha! A soft sound instantly came from the driver's left forearm that was stepped on by Ito. Oomph! Then, a muffled sound came from the driver's mouth. Then Ito slapped the black helmet on the driver's head. With a muffled bang, the pitch-black helmet was instantly smashed into pieces by the slap, flying off the pilot's head and falling down. Following which, a female face with obvious Korean features appeared from the long, black hair draped over her shoulders. "Sure enough, it's a woman," Ito said with an as-expected expression. Then, with a strange expression, he continued, "I just didn't expect it to be a Korean woman. I'm a Korean. Don't put me together with those degenerate Koreans." Hearing Ito's words, the woman on the ground suddenly spoke. Her sweet and melodious voice did not match her face, which could only be considered average beauty. "Damn, she's actually a Korean." Ito heard this and was surprised. "Humph, humph." The woman coldly snorted and ignored Ito-Sei. "I don't care where you're from. Let me see where you receive the mission." Ito sneered and used his sensing ability to probe the Korean woman's current thoughts. "So, the other accomplice is called Li Zhu." Ito, who was checking the woman's thoughts, suddenly said. Hearing his words, the woman's face immediately changed, and her mind was in a mess. "You're quite well prepared. There's even a helper called Li Mining," Ito said again. Then, with a strange expression, he said, "Damn, you're a mercenary team made up entirely of Korean women who were abducted." How did you know?" The woman's heart was broken by Ito's words, and she shouted in horror. "As long as I want to, there's nothing I can't know, Comrade Li Iron." Ito coldly snorted. Hearing Ito call her name, the woman named Li Iron's expression changed again. With a pale face, she closed her eyes, and 2 transparent tears rolled down her cheeks. After a while, Ito found the information he wanted from Li Iron's mind. He frowned and said, "I was right. They actually posted an unlimited mission to kill me on the Bounty Union's website. Seeing that your organization's goal is to save more abducted women, I can let you and your organization go this time. However, if you don't know what's good for you and continue to send people to do missions, then don't blame me for uprooting your organization." After releasing Li Iron, Ito stood up and said, "I think you know this very well. As long as I catch one of you, no matter where you hide, I can find you." After saying that, he activated teleport and disappeared from the battlefield. However, before Ito could calm down for long, a large number of rats suddenly jumped out from the surrounding alleys, sewers, and drains. With glowing red eyes, they rushed towards Ito. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and Ito had chosen a very remote road to set up the black ball transceiver. There were almost no pedestrians. Otherwise, this sea of rats alone would have caused the French people to panic. Ugh, how disgusting. Looking at the countless rats that had almost paved the road into a rat path, Ito shuddered and muttered in disgust. Then, he leaped up and activated psychokinesis to jump into the air at high speed. He waved his arms to form wind blades, which he quickly formed into a rat tower and shot toward the rats that were crawling toward him. Puff, puff, puff. With a muffled sound, a large number of rats were swept by the wind blades. They were either cut in half or split into several pieces and fell to the ground. Then, they were quickly trampled by other rats and became a pile of meat paste stuck to the ground. Just after Ito killed an unknown number of rats with wind blades, several large bumps suddenly appeared in the running rats. Then, several human-shaped skeletons with glowing red eyes and holding weapons such as swords, bows, axes, and other weapons emerged from the scattered bumps. Necromancer. Seeing the skeletons, Ito's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice. At this time, the skeletons raised their heads and stared at Ito in the air with their hollow eyes. Then, the skeletons holding bone bows among the skeletons drew their bows and arrows and shot at Ito, who was suspended in the air. At the same time, the skeletons holding short axes swung their arms and threw their axes at Ito. Bang, 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 bang. The bow and arrows and axes hit Ito's psychokinesis barrier one after another and made muffled sounds. I have to find the necromancer as soon as possible. Otherwise, these rats will become the necromancer's raw materials. Ito thought to himself as he used his psychokinesis barrier to block the attacks and looked around. Asterisk, 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 percent caret, and percent caret, and percent caret, and percent caret. And at this time, a strange murmur suddenly sounded in the night sky. Then, a black fog suddenly appeared around Ito and wrapped around him. Hiss, as soon as the black fog touched the surface of the psychokinesis barrier, a corrosive sound similar to sulfuric acid came from the surface of the barrier. At the same time, the psychokinesis barrier quickly became thin and brittle, as if it was really being corroded. Over there, Ito, who had temporarily located the necromancer through the sound, immediately used instant transmission and appeared at the source of the sound. Then, a necromancer whose whole body was covered by a black hooded robe, revealing only his pale hand holding a magic staff, and a slender man who was barefoot and wearing a gray rat hat with strange tattoos on his face. He was wearing a pair of bee skin shorts with long fur on the outside and a vest made of bee skin, barefoot, wearing a huge gray rat hat, and a strange tattoo on his face came into Ito's sight. $% caret and asterisk. When the necromancer saw Ito, he waved his staff and chanted in a strange and hoarse voice. At this moment, the ground in front of the necromancer turned black, and several ghost-like creatures with shriveled skin and no lower bodies slowly rose from the ground. They had painful expressions on their faces, and they were wailing nonstop. They looked like ghosts, but at the same time, they weren't ghosts. Then, the creatures split up and charged at Ito, except for 3 who stayed by the necromancer's side as guards. So fast. Ito, who had used instant transmission to dodge the creature's attack, was shocked. Summon lightning. Ito waved his hand, and a blue and white lightning bolt appeared in his hand. Ito threw it at the creatures that were charging at him again. Roar, 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 roar. The creatures that were hit by the lightning immediately stopped charging forward and let out a high-pitched howl. As expected, the howl has the effect of a soul attack. Ito frowned and thought to himself, it's an Eastern Taoist art. The necromancer, who saw his summoned creature being restrained, said in a hoarse voice, Bick, let's go. Yes, master. The skinny man replied in a low voice and carried the necromancer on his back. Then, he leaped into the distance like a nimble ape. Behind him, the 3 creatures that were guarding the necromancer became the rear guard that blocked Ito's pursuit. Chapter 617. P.S. Thank you to Shirley for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Nickfany, 157747860, an ignorant girl for the tips. Since you are here, don't leave. Say Ito shouted when he saw the necromancer running away. Then he stepped on the 9 palaces and his figure changed. He reached into the void and pressed the 64 positions of the Book of Changes. Bright yellow talisman papers with bright red runes drawn on the surface were attached to the strange dead objects around him almost at the same time. With a flash, he appeared in front of Bick, who was carrying the necromancer on his back. He waved his hand and shot several wind blades at the necromancer. Seeing this, Bick's body changed in a strange way. Like a giant rat that had been magnified several times, he nimbly flashed through the gaps between the wind blades and turned into a black shadow that dashed into the distance at an extremely fast speed. The same time, Seito stomped on the ground and appeared next to Bick with a speed comparable to Blink. He swung his leg and kicked Bick's waist. Bang! Bick's body flew to the side at a high speed and crashed into the wall of a building. Together with the necromancer that he held in his arms, he fell into the building through the broken wall. Crash! The sound of falling stones could be heard from the broken wall. Kid, don't go too far. Then, the necromancer's hoarse and weird voice sounded again. Don't you think that's ridiculous? You should know that you were the first to seek me out, Ito said with a cold smile as he flipped his hand and summoned the heavenly sword. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish, the necromancer said in a deep voice. $% carat hashtag $%, and a strange chant sounded from the necromancer's mouth. Then, a man, a woman, and a child slowly walked out of the broken building. It was obvious that they were a family. He stared blankly at Ito, who was standing on the street. Puppets. Ito frowned when he saw the appearance of the 3. Carat and asterisk. At this moment, the necromancer muttered in a short and strange tone. Immediately, the 3 humans' eyes turned red. They spread their arms like vicious beasts and charged towards Ito. So ruthless, completely ignoring the endurance of ordinary people. Even if they can break free from the puppet's control in the end, they will definitely die, Ito Seiji said to himself as he speculated from the speed of the 3 humans. Hashtag $. But before Ito could make a move, another short voice came from the hole in the wall. Then, the child among the 3 jumped up and pounced on Ito. When Ito retreated to dodge, his body suddenly expanded rapidly. Boom! Then, there was an explosion, and a large cloud of bright red blood mist instantly collapsed with the child as the center. This is corpse explosion. Ito, who used instant transmission to dodge the child's explosion, looked at the spreading blood mist and was shocked. Squeak, 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 squeak. The next moment, a cacophony of rat squeaks sounded from the street. A large number of rats climbed out of the nearby drainage openings, sewers, and the surrounding buildings and rushed towards Ito. Ito, who didn't want to come into contact with the rats, quickly flew into the sky. Boom, 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 boom. Just as he was about to leave his original spot, a dozen rats that were charging at him suddenly exploded in midair, forming a bloody mist that sputtered in all directions. Under the spray of blood mist, dozens of rats that were still alive were affected and turned into sieves. Seeing the situation below, Ito's expression changed slightly. In midair, he quickly used the 7 stars astral steps as if he was stepping on solid ground. At the same time, he waved the heavenly sword in his hand and chanted softly, "Break the army and see the evil. Waste the time and bring disaster. Thunder, descend." As soon as he finished speaking, Ito pointed the heavenly sword downwards. A beam of lightning instantly cut through the void and fell to the ground. Boom! First, there was an explosion. Then, the lightning that fell to the ground suddenly scattered, turning into a large number of tiny lightning bolts that rushed in all directions. Crackle, crackle. Amidst the crackling sound, a large number of rats were electrocuted into charcoal. A strange smell of meat wafted from the rats' corpses. Then, Ito changed his astral steps jumping from Dubhi to Fekta. He continued to wield the sword and chanted, Fekta is a human. Humans are bound. Fekta's spirit, fix. Say Ito pointed the sword downwards, and a bright white light suddenly lit up from the heavenly sword. Then, an invisible wave instantly spread out from the heavenly sword. In an instant, it passed through the group of rats below, the two living people who were being controlled by the puppet technique, and the damaged building. At this time, the two living people who were swept by the invisible wave froze in place. As for the rats, they returned to normal after a short pause. However, compared to their previous frenzied and orderly behavior, they had now returned to the appearance of normal animals and were running around disorderly. Just as Ito was about to continue using the Dao technique, a sharp howl suddenly came from the damaged building. At the same time, a soul-piercing attack broke through the spatial barrier and attacked Seito. Seito, who was attacked, subconsciously took a step back. He frowned slightly and let out a low groan. At this time, the two living people who had just been controlled by the Dao technique trembled and suddenly exploded into a bloody mist. They wriggled and merged into one, swallowing up all the rats that had not run away. Then, the bloody mist spread out and instantly turned into a bloody person with blurred facial features. The bloody person charged at Seito. Seito, who had never touched things he did not understand, flashed and teleported back to the ground. Then, he turned around and rushed toward the damaged building. Whoosh whoosh. Just as Seito was about to enter the building, two pitch-black bone hairs shot out from the hole. Seeing this, Seito twisted his foot and turned his body 360 degrees to dodge the bone hairs. Then, he rushed toward the building again. However, in the next second, Seito's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared from the building. At this time, a putrid black smoke suddenly shot out from the building. Necromancers are really difficult to deal with, Seito said with a frown as he reappeared in midair. There was a soft sound. The bloody figure that had been ignored turned into a bloody line and shot toward Seito. I don't have time to deal with you. Seito activated the energy in his body and transformed it into lightning. He attached it to the heavenly sword and swung it toward the bloody line. Crackle, crackle! A bolt of lightning flew out from the heavenly sword and collided with the bloody line in the blink of an eye. The collision between the two produced a soft pah sound. Since you don't want to come out, I'll just kill you. Itosei didn't even look at the result of the collision between the lightning and the bloodlines. Instead, he unleashed his teleportation ability to the limit and moved around the building where the necromancer was at a speed of 6 to 8 times per second. At the same time, he pasted pieces of talisman paper with bright red runes on them on the walls of the building. A few seconds later, Seito suddenly stopped at the top of the building. He waved his hand and stabbed the heavenly sword into the cement ground beside him. Then, he quickly made a series of hand seals in front of him. 1.5 seconds later, Seito finished making all the necessary hand seals and shouted, Demon Refining Barrier, activate. As soon as Seito finished his words, the talisman paper pasted on the outside of the building suddenly lit up with a faint golden red light. They connected with each other and formed a barrier around Seito, the building under his feet, and the necromancer who was hiding in the building. Refine. Seito changed his hand seals and shouted, Whoosh! In an instant, a faint golden flame appeared in the barrier and quickly burned toward the necromancer's hiding place. $% carat dollar. The necromancer knew that the situation was not good and quickly chanted. As soon as he finished chanting the spell, the bloody figure that was hovering outside the barrier suddenly exploded into countless bloody raindrops. The raindrops flew toward the barrier like sharp arrows. Hiss, 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 hiss. The sound of metal being corroded was immediately heard outside the barrier. However, the barrier only flickered a little. He stood there without any reaction, allowing the blood rain to invade him. Donfang boy, I advise you to let me go. The necromancer saw that his method was useless, and he couldn't attack because of the flames. He said, Otherwise, I'll see what you can do when the people from the Law and Intelligence Bureau arrive. Thank you for your concern. If the people from the Law and Intelligence Bureau come, I will deal with them. You don't have to worry about it. Seito was not moved at all. Are you sure you want to kill me? The necromancer asked again. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will retaliate if I have the chance. If I don't have the chance, I will find a way to get back at them. This is my life principle. Since you want to kill me, I won't let you live. Seito said lightly. Even if you will be hunted down by other necromancers and recorded by the Covenant of Darkness after I die, you still want to kill me? The necromancer said in a threatening tone. You don't have to scare me with your words. Seito said with disdain. I believe that I will be hunted down by other necromancers. After all, even the weakest person has 2 or 3 friends. As long as they dare to come, I will dare to kill them. As for being recorded by the Covenant of Darkness, that's ridiculous. If you are qualified to enter the Covenant of Darkness, will you accept missions for money? You will be enjoying the resources of the Covenant of Darkness and studying necromancy. Boy, don't be too self-righteous. The necromancer sneered as if he heard a joke. Even if I am self-righteous and you are a member of the Covenant of Darkness, I don't believe that the Covenant of Darkness will do anything to me for a nobody. If that's the case, there are so many members who die every day. It will be strange if they are so busy. Seito sneered and retorted. So, you can die here in peace. Don't struggle for nothing. The necromancer fell silent. After a while, he spoke again. What if I am willing to be your slave? Are you willing to let me go? Sorry, whether it is from novels or rumors, the credibility of necromancers has always been bullish *T. I don't trust you. Seito said with disdain. You. The necromancer was enraged by these words. Okay, continue to use whatever means you have. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Idose turned his head and looked into the distance, and suddenly increased the strength of his casting. Then he closed his eyes and whispered an enchantment spell. In an instant, small golden Sanskrit words appeared in the enchantment and flowed into the broken building along with the flames. They burned the necromancer, who was using necromancy, to resist the flames. Let me go. Please let me go. I am willing to give you my soul fire. 2 minutes later, the necromancer begged again in his hoarse voice. His voice was much weaker than before. Idose ignored him and continued to chant the spell to burn the necromancer. After more than a minute, several mighty SUVs drove from the street at high speed. Then they stopped outside the enchantment of Idose. Then a dozen men and women jumped out of the open doors of the SUVs. They're still too slow. Idose opened his eyes and looked at the man and woman outside the enchantment. He sighed in his heart, and then his heart shook. He once again concentrated on burning the necromancer. I curse you. I curse you to be torn into pieces. After a while, the necromancer screamed in a sharp voice. Ah! In the next moment, the necromancer let out a blood-curdling scream as he was burned to ashes. At this time, a dark smoke suddenly rushed out from the ashes of the necromancer. It ignored the surrounding flames and flew towards Ito Seiji's body. On Mani Padme Hum, seeing the black smoke flying toward him, Seito's hand seals changed, and he solemnly chanted the 6-syllable mantra of Buddhism. With the incantation of the mantra, a boundless power of light instantly filled Ito Sei's body, turning into a protective light, blocking the black smoke that flew over. Then, he released the light, demon, subduing mighty power, completely vaporizing the black smoke into nothingness. Phew, it's finally over. Seito released his hand seals and exhaled. Kacha, kacha, crackle. With the disappearance of Ito Sei's energy supply, a large number of slender cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the enchantment, and then with a burst of shattering sound, it shattered into countless fragments and disappeared into the air. Boom! As the enchantment disappeared, the burning building collapsed to the ground. A large cloud of smoke rose from the cracks of the building and covered Ito, who was hovering in the air. Walala! At this moment, several energy chains suddenly jumped out of the smoke and bound Ito's body. Ito Say chuckled when he saw this. He threw a newly mass-produced antimatter grenade into the crowd below, and then he teleported away from the scene with the heavenly sword. Chapter 618. An almost inaudible sound was heard, and a dark sphere rapidly expanded with the antimatter grenade as the center. In an instant, it enveloped a radius of 10 meters, enveloping several men and women who were hiding from the explosion range of the grenade under normal circumstances, or those who were confident in their strength and ignored the explosive power of the grenade. Then the movement of the dark sphere suddenly stopped, and it suddenly shrank into a dot. With a soft pop, it completely disappeared into the void, leaving only a semicircular pit more than 4 meters deep in the ground, as well as a large part of the wreckage of the building and the remains of cars. What is this? After a moment, a man who recovered from the shock of seeing the power of the antimatter grenade said in disbelief. It was just that the others had no clue about the antimatter grenade, so naturally, no one could answer his question. Did you see the face of the person just now? After a moment of silence, another man asked the others. I saw a little more clearly, one of the surviving women said. Let's go back to the station and compare the image. Make that bastard's face and put him on the wanted list nationwide. The man turned around and walked into the distance while he said fiercely, yes. The others responded in unison, then followed the man into the distance. Now it seems that I can't stay in France anymore. Let's just use the Black Sphere under the Black Sphere system and establish the French Black Sphere team. Sei Ito, who reappeared, thought to himself. Thinking of this, Sei Ito immediately made up his mind. He would no longer insist on covering the entire country with Black Sphere connectors, and he would complete the Black Sphere team with the current scale. Then, he used instant transmission to rush back to Paris overnight. In a high-rise building in Paris where he could see the Eiffel Tower, he found a room and reinforced it with a forbidden space, forbidden power, and forbidden exploration and communication. Then, he placed the Black Sphere inside. I'm leaving France. You guys are free to do whatever you want. If there's anything, contact me by phone or text message on the Bounty Union's website. After placing the Black Sphere, Sei Ito took out his phone and sent a message to Elsie and Garcia that he was leaving. Okay, boss. This was Elsie's reply. Yes, boss, Garcia replied. Now, all that's left is to place the relay device on the geosynchronous orbit. Sei Ito thought as he turned around and walked out of the room. Bang! The heavy metal door was slammed shut. After exiting the room, Sei Ito's figure flickered as he activated instant transmission and soared into the sky. Then, after several transformations, he reached an altitude of tens of thousands of meters and activated his psychokinesis to form an air shield that carried him into the universe. As the flying speed became faster and faster, Ito Sei finally broke through the atmosphere and flew into the universe with a soft whistle. It's so deep, Sei Ito muttered to himself, as it was his first time appreciating the universe of the origin world. Now is not the time to be intoxicated. Let's hurry up and release the relay device. Otherwise, with the current rate of energy consumption, it won't work. It won't be long before I run out of fuel. Sei Ito put away his thoughts and summoned a black sphere with a wave of his hand. He activated it with a relay device. Then, he used instant transmission to send the relay device to the geosynchronous orbit. What's that? Just as Sei Ito saw that the relay device was in operation and was about to return to Earth, a bright white light that suddenly appeared in the distant starry sky attracted his attention. Who cares what it is? It's more important to return to the atmosphere first. After a while, Sei Ito, who still couldn't see what the light was, had a thought. He activated instant transmission and returned to Earth. Then, he quickly descended toward Germany, a neighboring country of France. Let those French guys investigate. It'd be strange if they could find me, Sei Ito thought to himself as he landed in a city in Germany. That's right. I remember that the Sage Parliament seems to have a branch in Germany. Maybe I can find those guys who attacked me in Japan through them. Then, Sei Ito's expression turned serious as he lowered his head and pondered. Virum, Yahoo! At this time, an excited shout of a woman accompanied by the roar of a car engine suddenly came from the street not far away. Then, a high-speed silver-white convertible sports car roared as it rushed towards Saito. And behind the silver-white sports car, a sky-blue Lamborghini sports car followed closely behind at lightning speed. At this time, the woman who finally saw Saito immediately screamed. F***ck. The driver, who was awakened by the scream of his female companion, suddenly changed his expression and cursed loudly. He immediately turned a steering wheel to give way to the front of the car. At the same time, he quickly lowered the speed of the car and let the car slowly come to a stop. Phew! Although the silver-white sports car slowed down for some reason, the sky-blue sports car didn't slow down at all. It roared as it rushed past Saito. *T. How the F***ck are you walking? With a loud curse, a German man jumped out of the sports car and quickly walked in front of Saito. He grabbed his collar with both hands and shouted angrily. Saito slightly lowered his head and looked at the hands grabbing his collar. Suddenly, he bent his finger and flicked the man's wrist. Ouch! After being hit, the man immediately cried out in pain and released his hands from Saito's collar. Although there is no speed limit on German roads, and you can drive however you want, racing on the street in the middle of the night is also very dangerous behavior. Logically speaking, you should be the one to compensate me for the psychological damage, not running over to yell at me. Saito stretched out his hand and flicked his wrinkled collar. He looked at the German man and the woman in red with smoky makeup next to him. Bastard, what did you say? The German man heard him and shouted. If you didn't disobey the traffic rules and run on the road, would this have happened? F***ck. You still want to ask me for money? It's good enough that I didn't ask you for money. Because of you, I'm going to F***king lose $300,000 to someone else. F***ck. At the end of his words, the man waved his fist to the side and cursed unhappily. The German man turned back to Saito and poked Saito's chest as he said fiercely, Kid, I'm telling you, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'm not done with you. You want an explanation, right? Okay, I'll give you an explanation. Saito smiled as he looked at the German man in front of him. Then he suddenly pointed at the chest and waist of the German man and his female companion. He raised his hand and patted the German man's cheek and smiled. This is my explanation to you. Stand there and wait for dawn. After he finished speaking, he straightened his clothes and slowly walked away, leaving the German man, who could only move his eyeballs, and his female companion standing there in a daze. After coming to Germany, I realized how wise China's speed limit policy is. Saito sighed softly as he walked slowly on the street. This is a good location. I'll put one here. After a while, Saito found a secluded and unnoticed alley. He turned around and walked into the alley and buried a black ball connector in the middle of the ground. Then, Saito walked out of the alley from the other end and continued to stroll on the street. Forget it, I'll stop here for today. After a while, Saito stopped walking aimlessly and glanced around. After making sure that no one was looking, he teleported to the top of a tall building. He then entered the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in Valletta's room. Then, Saito took off his clothes and walked to the bathroom. He turned on the shower head and washed himself. You're back. After a while, Valletta, who was only wrapped in a thin sheet and was woken up by the sound of running water, walked to the door of the bathroom. She leaned on the door frame and looked at Saito. Sorry for waking you up, Saito said while he was washing his hair with shampoo. It's okay. Valletta shook her head and asked, Are you done with the things outside? There's no way I'm done with the things outside. Ito-sei put his head into the sprayed water to wash off the foam on his head and said with a chuckle, It's just that because of the frequent battles and the fact that I went into space without any protection, I used up a lot of energy. It's not suitable for me to walk around outside, so I came back a little early. Saito explained after he finished washing his hair and turned off the shower head. Oh, Valletta nodded in agreement. Let's go, Seito said as he walked out of the bathroom. Let's go back to the bedroom. Valletta straightened up and fell into Seito's arms. Then, she returned to the bedroom with Seito and laid down on the bed in each other's arms. All right, how's the search for the teacher you mentioned going? Valletta asked as she snuggled into Seito's arms. Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. I'll go look for a new teacher tomorrow. Seito said embarrassedly as he pinched Valletta's breasts. Seriously, you don't even care about your own city. Valletta said, it's because you guys are here. I don't feel burdened. Seito squeezed her breasts and laughed. Oomph. Valletta reached out her hand and covered Sei's hand on her chest. She snorted and closed her eyes with a smile on her face. Good night. Seito sensed Valletta's movement and kissed the back of her head. Then he stopped pinching her and closed his eyes to rest. The two slept soundly for the rest of the night. Before you leave, go to the Central Academy. There's a group of kids who have chosen to learn martial arts waiting for your guidance. Valletta said to Seito during breakfast. Chapter 619. P.S. Thanks to Nex for the tip. Okay. Seito nodded. After a warm breakfast, the two left Valletta's house and drove to the city hall. You go up, I'll go there myself. Seito said to Valletta after getting out of the car. Okay. Valletta nodded and locked the car door. After bidding farewell to Seito, she slowly walked into the city hall. After watching Valletta enter the building, Seito's figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the city hall and appeared in the Central Academy near Academy City. Sama, a young female teacher from the Hyuga clan who was instructing students in martial arts and taijutsu, greeted Seito respectfully after seeing him. I remember your name is Naomi, right? Seito said while looking at the Hyuga clan girl in front of him. Yes, Sama. Naomi's face was full of joy as she quickly responded. I'll have to trouble you to inform the students of the martial arts class to gather on the field. Seito said with a smile. Yes. Naomi responded and immediately used the body flicker technique to disappear in front of Seito and her students. She went to the school building to pass the message to the students of the martial arts class on behalf of Seito. Wow, that's amazing. The students who saw Naomi's disappearance immediately exclaimed in surprise. A few minutes later, Naomi came out of the school building with more than 70 boys and girls. The youngest was 8 years old, and the oldest was 21 or 22 years old. They moved towards Seito. Sama, I brought them. After a while, Naomi returned to Seito's side and said in a low voice. Seito nodded and looked at the students who were scattered on the field. Are you the ones who want to learn martial arts? Seito asked. Yes. Sparse responses could be heard from the children. As for the older ones, they didn't even give a response. However, Seito didn't care about this. In any case, he was here to teach martial arts. As for whether the students could learn it or not, and how far they could go after they learned it, he didn't care. It was all up to them. Can anyone tell me why you chose to practice martial arts? Seito asked again. Because it's powerful, a boy around 10 years old shouted. Because he looks handsome, a 13-year-old boy continued. Because we don't need to exercise, a plump boy around the age of 11 said. Ha. Hearing the fat boy's answer, the other children all laughed. I'm telling the truth. What are you laughing at? The fat boy who was laughed at pouted unhappily. What about you? Idose reached out to suppress the laughter, looked at the older children and adults, and asked. I was influenced by novels and TV. A 16 or 17-year-old boy said with a shy face. I chose martial arts because it seems easier to practice martial arts than martial arts and taijutsu, a 20-year-old young man said. Is there any other reason? Seito asked again. When the students heard this, they looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. Is that so? Then I understand. Seito nodded. Then his face changed and said in a deep voice, If you practice martial arts with such mentality, then I can only say that you are very dangerous, and you may not gain anything. Why? There was an uproar among the students, and then a 21 or 22-year-old young man asked, Because martial arts is different from the martial arts and taijutsu that the students are practicing over there. It is a way to practice in the body. It is a way to transport energy in the body to make humans live longer, healthier, and stronger, and finally evolve. Say Ito pointed to the students of Hyuga Naomi and introduced with a serious face. Hearing Sei Ito's introduction of martial arts, all the students looked at each other. After all, the people of a technological society were really shocked by the mysterious things like longevity and evolution. Because martial arts is related to the transport of energy in the body, the method of practice is slightly wrong. It will have extremely serious consequences. The light injury will cause the body to become weak, paralyzed, or become a vegetable, and the serious injury will directly cause death on the spot. Sei Ito ignored the psychological endurance of the students and continued to introduce the danger of martial arts practice. Knowing the consequences, do you still choose to continue practicing martial arts? Wow. The students who knew the danger of martial arts practice for the first time immediately made an uproar. And after a while, several young men raised their hands and said, "Sensei, we choose to give up." With the first person taking the lead, some students who were not determined or who were affected by the heavy mentality chose to give up practicing martial arts. Is there anyone else who wants to give up? Sei Ito asked again. Well, since you have chosen to stay, I will officially teach you the foundation of martial arts practice, Sei Ito announced after waiting for a little while and seeing that no one chose to withdraw. Then he turned to Naomi and said, "Naomi, send these students who chose to withdraw to the registration office and let them choose a new practice major." "Yes," Naomi replied. Then he walked to the front of the students who chose to withdraw and led them to the Central Academy's student management office. "Well, now I will officially start teaching you the foundation of martial arts practice." Sei Ito looked at the remaining students in front of him. Except for one boy and 3 girls who were over 15 years old, the rest of the students were all under 14 years old. Martial arts, as the name implies, is divided into 2 categories, Wu and Gong. The Wu refers to the technique, just like the martial arts and taijutsu that others are practicing, is a combat method that is specially used to complement Gong. And Gong refers to the true content that allows the Wu to exert its power. It is the core of martial arts, and it is also the danger that I mentioned before. Ito Sei explained while waving his fists and feet to demonstrate the Wu with Gong and the Wu without Gong, to let the students see the difference between them. "First, I will teach you the Wu. Watch carefully," Sei Ito shouted in a low voice, and then he stretched his body and slowly demonstrated a set of Wudong's basic long punches in front of the students. And in order to make it easier for the students to remember, after the first demonstration, he did it twice in a row as a demonstration. "Have you memorized it?" Ito Mori asked. "No," several children shouted. "Sigh. Teaching children is so troublesome." Sei Ito sighed, and then turned to look at Hyuga Naomi, who had been back for half a day, and said, "Naomi, come here and remember this set of punches." "Yes, sir," Hyuga Naomi responded. Then Sei Ito demonstrated to the students, and also demonstrated several sets of Wudong's long punches for Hyuga Naomi to remember. "Remember?" Sei Ito looked at Hyuga Naomi and asked. "Yes, sir." Hyuga Naomi nodded and responded. "Good. Then I will leave their Wu training to you," Sei Ito ordered. "Yes," Hyuga Naomi responded. "In the future, if you have anything you don't understand about Wu, ask this Naomi teacher next to me." Sei Ito pointed to Hyuga Naomi and said to the students. "Yes," the students responded in a messy voice. "Now, follow my example and sit on the ground." Sei Ito nodded and sat on the ground. His hands were clasped together on his lower abdomen, and the tips of his 2 thumbs touched each other, forming a Taiji seal. The students who received the instruction also sat cross-legged on the ground one after another and imitated Ito Sei's actions. "Listen carefully," Sei Ito lightly shouted, and immediately used his hypnosis ability. And together with Sei Ito's preaching, he imparted the most basic breathing technique to the students in front of him and imprinted it in the depths of their memory. Okay, this is the practical content about martial arts. As for the theoretical content, later when you go back, log into the city's network and use your student ID to log in to the basic category of martial arts to learn. After teaching the breathing technique, Sei Ito stood up from the ground and said, "But no matter what, you must memorize the meridians and acupoints." Yes. The students also stood up from the ground and responded in unison. "You should also pay attention to this matter." Sei Ito turned to Hyuga Naomi and said, "Okay." Hyuga Naomi nodded and agreed. "Go back and study hard and practice diligently," Sei Ito finally announced. "Yes, goodbye, teacher." The students responded politely and then turned around and left in a scattered manner in front of Sei Ito. Finally, the teaching is finished. Looking at the students gradually leaving, Sei Ito let out a long sigh and whispered to himself, "But it seems that I must find this teacher as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will tire myself to death by relying on me to teach them." "Okay, Naomi, I'm leaving. You do what you need to do." Sei Ito took a deep breath, looked at Hyuga Naomi, and then, without waiting for her to answer, disappeared from the Central Academy. Speaking of the teacher candidate, I don't know how she is now. Sei Ito, who was suspended in midair, sighed, "I hope everything goes well. Rubik's Cube, send me there." Sei Ito, who put away his thoughts, looked up and said, "Start of transmission." With the appearance of the magic cube's prompt, a huge vortex hidden in the void once again emerged clearly. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it changed from a slow rotation to a high-speed rotation. It sucked in Ito Sei, who was below the vortex, until he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the center of the vortex. Only then did it slow down and slowly disappear into the void again. Crackle. At the same time, with a familiar sound of glass breaking, Sei Ito's figure appeared in a small path between several Japanese residences. "Well, I remember that this seems to be the path I took when I left last time. It seems that the place where I appeared before returning to the world is the place where I disappeared last time," Sei Ito guessed as he looked around. Chapter 620. P.S. Thank you to 157747860 and Nickfinney for their tips. Thank you to Sky Splitter for your comments. Note, it's really hard to write about a weapon-type battle. At least, it's much harder than a fist fight. With a kind of nostalgic mood, Ito Sei slowly walked along the road in his memory to the destination of this return. The journey wasn't very far, and Sei Ito walked at a moderate pace. Thus, after 10 minutes, Sei Ito arrived outside a luxurious ancient Japanese-style building that occupied a large area. "I wonder if she's at home," Sei Ito muttered to himself as he glanced at the small rectangular wooden plaque hanging on the doorpost with the family head's surname written on it. Then, he bent his legs slightly and jumped over the top of the door. After landing on the ground, he slowly walked toward the central room in the courtyard. Soon, a woman wearing a red ceremonial kimono with a white plum blossom pattern on it appeared before Sei Ito's eyes. She had light purple hair that reached her neck and was sitting on the porch of the central room with her hands behind her back. She was looking up at the sky. "It's you." Hearing the sound of footsteps, the woman withdrew her gaze and turned to look at Sei Ito, who was gradually approaching. Her expression changed slightly as she spoke in a low voice. "Long time no see, Zenyi." Sei Ito raised his hand and greeted him with a smile. "Where's Yi?" Zenyi ignored Sei Ito's greeting and looked directly behind him. When he didn't see Ye's figure, he asked indifferently, "I left Yi at home. He didn't come back with me this time." Sei Ito, who had already walked to the porch of the central room, sat down next to Zenyi and said with a smile, "Why did you come back this time?" Zenyi sat up straight and asked with a serious expression, "To pick you up." Sei Ito lay down on the porch floor with his left hand on his forehead. He looked at the sky from the edge of the central room and chuckled. "What do you mean?" Zhenyi asked with a frown. "It's simple. I'm going to take you away from here." Sei Ito turned his head slightly. She explained softly as she looked at Meiyo's graceful curves under the kimono. "Do you think I'll leave with you?" Zhenyi put on his straw sandals and stood up from the porch. With his back facing Sei Ito, he spoke sarcastically. Why not? Seito asked with a smile. Then, without waiting for Yi to answer, she sat up and said, there should be nothing here for you to miss, right? In that case, why don't you come with me and live with your only family member, Yi? How do you know that there's nothing here that's worth my attention? Mayo turned around. He looked at Seito with disdain and mocked. Because I know you, Seito said with certainty as he raised his head and looked into Zhang Ye's eyes. Hearing this, Zhang Yi didn't say anything. Just like that, he quietly looked at Ito Sei. After a while, he turned his head to the side as if he was dodging Ito Sei's gaze. He no longer looked at Ito Sei. When Seito saw this, he couldn't help but laugh silently. I've already broken your original destiny, so instead of staying here alone, you should leave with me. Seito stood up from the porch and walked slowly to Zhang Yi. He reached out and lifted her chin, making her look at him again. He chuckled and said, and to be honest, I saved your life, which means that she belongs to me. Even so, you have no reason to refuse me. Ridiculous. When did my life become yours? Zhang Yi looked at Seito and sneered. Do you want me to say it clearly? Seito said with a faint smile. Zhang Yi's expression changed slightly, and she fell silent. I'll stay here for a day. I hope to get your final answer by this time tomorrow. Seito closed his eyes and took a breath of Zhang Ye's fragrance, then let go of her chin. I'm going to the Imperial Tao Academy. Remember to prepare dinner for me, Seito said as he turned around and walked towards the door. Why are you going to the Imperial Tao Academy? Zhang Yi asked with a frown. I'm going to find people, of course. I'm going to find some talents that I need, Seito replied without turning his head. Then, Seito walked out of the Zhao family's house and arrived outside the Imperial Tao Academy, following the path that he couldn't be more familiar with. Fisk, I'm actually reminiscing. I'm not old enough to be an old man yet. Seito sighed as he walked into the Imperial Tao Academy and looked at the familiar buildings and the occasional battles inside. Then, he turned around and walked towards the soft sword division. Ha! As the distance between them and the soft sword division was shortened, the sound of someone practicing martial arts could be heard from the wooden building. What's wrong, Yuan? Inside the building, Gao Yaxiao, who was guiding everyone's cultivation, looked at the only girl in the group with a puzzled expression. Yuan didn't say anything and pointed at the entrance of the building. Following Yuan's direction, everyone, including Gao Yaxiao, immediately saw Seito standing at the entrance. It's you. Then, a voice filled with anger and hatred shouted. Before anyone could react, a figure instantly passed by Gao Yaxiao and rushed toward Seito, then sent a high kick toward Seito's head. Bubi, Gao Yaxiao anxiously shouted. Then, the ground beneath her feet shrunk, and she also rushed toward Seito. What a warm welcome. Seito raised his left leg and blocked Bubi's high kick. Then he quickly kicked Bubi's lower abdomen with his right leg, sending Bubi flying. At the same time, he somersaulted and stood on the ground, laughing loudly. At this time, Gao Yaxiao, who had rushed over, quickly reached out her hands to catch Bubi's flying body. Then, she used a soft circular force to remove the momentum from Bubi's body and placed him on the ground. Then, she looked up at Seito and shouted, What are you doing here? Of course, I'm here to see my comrades. Seito shrugged and said with a smile. We don't have comrades like you, Gao Yaxiao said in a deep voice. You're not welcome here. Please leave immediately and don't disturb our cultivation, Takayuki said in a deep voice. You guys are really cold. Forget it, I'll leave. Seito sighed with regret, then turned and left the soft sword division. After Seito left, Bubi, who had been held down by Gao Yaxiao, angrily asked, Why did you stop me? You're not his match. Gao Yaxiao retracted her hand and said as she looked in the direction Seito left. I know, but Sorcerous' revenge won't be over just like that. Bubi, who had calmed down slightly, said in a low voice. Then, he walked back to the equipment and continued to cultivate. However, compared to before, now, Bubi's expression was more serious and more hardworking. On the other side, Sei Ito, who had left the soft sword division, didn't leave the Imperial Academy. Instead, he hid in a place where he could monitor the soft sword division's activities. He retracted his aura and quietly watched and waited. Just like that, 2 hours later, senior goodbye. Roly Yuan, who had changed back into his student uniform, stood at the entrance of the soft sword division and bowed. "Be careful on the way," Gao Yaxiao instructed. Roly Yuan bowed again to express his gratitude. Then he carried his black leather bag and left the soft sword division, walking out of the Imperial Academy. Finally, Seito thought as he watched Roly Yuan leave. Then he carefully controlled his aura, cleverly hid his figure, and quietly followed. Lord Roly. Outside the Imperial Academy, a man in a black Western suit, dressed like an attendant, stood beside a luxurious car and reached out to open the back seat door. He bowed and called out respectfully. Roly Yuan, who was addressed as Lord Roly, didn't have any change in expression. He walked to the luxurious car at his usual speed and lowered his body to sit inside. Then, the attendant reached out to close the car door and quickly ran back to the driver's seat. He started the car and drove off into the distance. "It's time," Sei Ito thought as he used telekinesis to track the car. Immediately, he leaped onto the hood of the car and punched the windshield with his fist. Bang! With a muffled sound, a large patch of white cracks appeared on the windshield in front of the driver. The white crystalline circle formed by the impact immediately blocked the driver's vision. Screech, the driver, whose vision was blocked, hurriedly stepped on the brakes. The friction between the suddenly locked tires and the concrete road instantly produced a long, ear-piercing screech. "So your target is me?" Roly Yuan, who had rushed out of the car the moment the car stopped, said expressionlessly as he looked at Sei Ito, who had jumped down from the car's hood with his strange-looking wide-tailed sword. "That's right," Sei Ito, who had summoned the heavenly sword, said with a smile. Then he glanced at the driver who had climbed out of the driver's seat and said, "Actually, I have an easier way to capture you. However, in order to better integrate you into my world, I can only defeat you with my own hands and make you submit to me. So, Roly Yuan, let's fight with our lives on the line," Sei Ito said calmly as he waved his sword and pointed it at Roly Yuan. "Umph." Roly Yuan snorted softly when he heard that. His body suddenly turned into a black shadow and appeared in front of Sei Ito. He waved the custom-made, wide-tailed sword in his hand, which was similar to Helibal's weapon, and slashed toward Sei Ito. Sei Ito turned sideways and raised his sword, blocking Roly Yuan's slash with the blade. However, at that moment, the sound of mechanism opening and closing suddenly came from Roly Yuan's sword. Then, several thin and long black lines suddenly appeared on the surface of the sword. Then, the sword split and went around Sei Ito's heavenly sword like a bone whip, slashing toward his head. Sei Ito immediately turned his arm and bent over. While dodging the sword whip, he stabbed at Roly Yuan's lower abdomen from a tricky angle. Roly Yuan tapped the tip of his foot and suddenly retreated a distance to dodge Sei Ito's sword thrust. Then, he shook his wrist and straightened his sword. Then, he attacked Sei Ito with the sword whip. Sei Ito raised his eyebrows when he saw that. He used the 9 Palace ground shrink and changed his position with the wave-like subtle steps. He cleverly dodged the sword whip slash while approaching Roly Yuan through the gap left by the sword whip's movement. At that moment, Roly Yuan, whose length had become a burden, retreated and withdrew her sword. The sword whip turned back into the shape of a long sword and stabbed toward Sei Ito. Sei Ito stretched out his heavenly sword and used the essence of Taiji's sword to block Roly Yuan's sword. He guided the power on Roly Yuan's sword to move according to his will. Then he suddenly used his strength to push the sword away and used ground shrink to get in front of Roly Yuan. He raised his knee and hit Roly Yuan's wrist that was holding the sword, knocking the sword out of her hand. Seeing that the long sword had left the student's hand, Roly Poly quickly reached under the student's short skirt and pulled out a short sword with a finger guard. Then, he swung the short sword horizontally towards Ito Sei's head. Seeing that the dagger was about to pierce his face, Ito quickly leaned back. While dodging the dagger, he suddenly kicked Roly Yuan's abdomen with his right leg. Yuan, who was holding the dagger in a reverse grip, was sent flying. However, the dagger's sharp aura still cut a long gash on Ito's clothes. TSK, I really can't let my guard down. Looking down at the gash on Ito's chest, Roly Yuan sighed softly. But it's also because of this that I chose you. Ito raised his head and smiled at Roly Yuan, who was holding the dagger in a reverse grip in front of her body and using her left hand as a guard behind her right hand. Then, with ground shrink, he suddenly appeared in front of Roly Yuan and used Immortal Shows the Way to attack Roly Yuan's throat. Roly Yuan's wrist was slightly raised. Her dagger struck the heavenly sword from bottom to top, and she used the force to push the heavenly sword away. At this time, Ito's wrist moved. Following the force of Roly Yuan's dagger, she moved the heavenly sword. Then, in an arc, she flicked the sword upwards, diagonally cutting toward Roly Yuan's abdomen. Roly Yuan took a step back and dodged Ito's diagonal slash by a hair's breadth. Then, she moved in front of Ito and attacked Ito with the Yuan family's unique sword technique, Circle. At this time, countless dagger afterimages appeared in front of Roly Yuan, forming a three-layered circle to protect him. At the same time, they attacked Ito. Ito-Sei's means were also not lacking. A Wudong swordsmanship that was mainly used for defense was used by Ito-Sei in an airtight manner. It also formed a vertical circular surface, blocking all of Yuan's attacks. If you don't have any other methods, then let's stop fighting. Ito, who had seen through Roly Yuan's attack, suddenly shook his sword. While disrupting Roly Yuan's attacks, he used the simplest clear wind sword technique to counterattack. Clang! A short moment later, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. A short knife flipped over and fell to the ground. You lost, Ito, who had pressed the tip of the heavenly sword against Roly Yuan's throat, calmly announced. Then, Ito swung his arm and moved the heavenly sword away from Roly Yuan's throat. So, according to our agreement from now on, you're mine. Go to the car and take your things. Then, come with me, Ito said as he put away the heavenly sword. Roly Yuan did not resist and obediently walked back to the car. As the driver anxiously muttered to himself, Roly Yuan put away his items and returned to Ito's side. Keep your weapons well. When Roly Yuan returned to the car to get her things, Ito, who had retrieved her dropped weapons, handed one long and one short invincible sword back to Roly Yuan. Chapter 6:21. Let's go. Ito ignored the driver, who looked like he wanted to say something, and said to Roly Yuan, who was silently hiding his weapon on his body in a special way. Roly Yuan, who had no intention of resisting and was silently following behind Ito, suddenly asked, "What do you want me to do?" Ito tilted his head and pondered for a moment, then looked at Roly Yuan and said with a smile, "I really haven't thought about what I want you to do. I just thought about you and wanted to take you away." Roly Yuan was stunned when he heard Ito's answer, then curled his lips and said softly, "Damn it." Then, Roly Yuan put away his displeasure and asked again, "Where do you want to take me?" "Let's go back to Zhen Ye's place first. After tomorrow afternoon, we'll leave here and go to my place." Ito explained patiently, then turned his head and looked at Roly Yuan with a mysterious smile. "My place is very interesting. It can let you experience a completely different and exciting life." Roly Yuan, who didn't believe Ito's words, curled his lips and didn't refute. Then, the two of them didn't say anything and returned to the Jujube house in silence. "I'm back," Ito, who had taken off his shoes at the door of the central room, called out politely. "Sorry to disturb you." Roly Yuan, who had also taken off his shoes at the door, bowed and said, "Roly Yuan, why are you here?" Zhen Yi looked at Roly Yuan with a strange expression as he walked into the room. "This guy kidnapped me," Roly Yuan, who was kneeling down, said as he pointed at Sei Ito. I knew it wouldn't be good for you to go to the Imperial Academy. After hearing Rolly Yuan's explanation, Jinyi looked at Sei Ito with a frown and said, What are you trying to do? Of course, it's to recruit talents. Sei Ito, who was lying on his side without caring about his image, looked at Jinyi and smiled. Rolly Yuan is the best talent I can find at the moment. You know that's not what I'm asking, Jinyi said in a deep voice. I know what you mean, but it doesn't conflict with my answer. Sei Ito put away his smile and said seriously, I need talents, all kinds of talents. Isuzu Emi is also a talent, but she has already graduated from the Imperial Academy, and I can't find her. Currently, the only person in the academy that I could find, and who is also suitable for me, was Yuan. Thus, I brought her back. Then we'll bring her with us tomorrow. Us, Jinyi said in surprise. I don't think I said I had to go with you. In fact, your choice doesn't matter to me. If you really choose to refuse to go with me tomorrow, then I will use force to conquer you and force you to leave with me. Ito Sei put his hands behind his head. He said while lying on the ground, Use twos is to have twos as twos like twos to go goes as you go twos. Of course, Sei Ito said with a confident smile. You should know that while you're leisurely living your life at home, I've fought countless life and death battles. I don't know how many times I've gone through life and death battles, and I've worked hard to improve my strength. The current me is in a completely different realm from the one you knew. Sei Ito turned to look at Jinyi and said, Speaking of which, Yi has also improved a lot. You'll definitely be surprised when you see her. What kind of life have you been through? Jinyi asked with a worried tone. He could tell from Sei Ito's words that their lives weren't peaceful. How should I put it? I can only describe it as colorful. However, it's very much in line with the ideal life that we have in our hearts. Sei Ito chuckled. Is that so? Jinyi asked softly. Then, the three of them didn't say anything else, causing the room to fall into silence. Jinyi, it's getting late. Go and get something to eat. After a while, Sei Ito laid down on his side again. He supported his head with his hand and looked at Jinyi. Jinyi looked at Sei Ito with displeasure, but he still got up from the tatami and walked to the kitchen. I'll go help. Yuan quickly stood up and ran behind Jinyi. Then, she walked to the kitchen with Jinyi. Seeing that he was the only one left in the room, Sei Ito smiled and lay down on the tatami again. He closed his eyes and rested. Clap, clap, clap. After an unknown amount of time, a series of footsteps suddenly sounded in Sei Ito's ears, waking him up from his rest. Dinner's ready. Jinyi, San asked me to call you. Yuan said to Sei Ito, who opened his eyes and looked at her. Okay. Sei Ito answered and sat up on the tatami with his waist. Then, he stood up from the ground and walked to the dining room with Yuan. Wow, it's so sumptuous. As soon as he walked into the dining room, Sei Ito saw a table full of well-made dishes. His tone was slightly exaggerated. It's all thanks to Yuan's help. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been able to make so many dishes, Jinyi, who was adding rice to his bowl, said. I didn't expect Yuan to be such a housewife. It seems that I've earned a lot this time. Sei Ito walked to the table and sat down. He looked at Yuan, who was sitting under him, and said with a smile. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Yuan's face immediately fell. She looked depressed and didn't respond. But speaking of which, this is the first time I've eaten your cooking. Sei Ito, who reached out to take the bowl from Jinyi, smiled and said, I'm looking forward to it. As he spoke, he picked up a dish with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth, chewing gently. Very good. Sei Ito gave Jinyi a thumbs up and smiled. Oomph. Jinyi snorted softly and ignored Sei Ito's praise. He picked up the bowl and ate slowly. The entire meal ended with Jinyi and Yuan talking from time to time, and Sei Ito remaining silent. After that, the three of them tidied up the leftovers and watched TV programs out of boredom. At around 11 o'clock in the morning, they went to the bathroom one after another to wash up. After washing up, they returned to their rooms to rest. In the side room, Seito, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to himself with a smirk, "Little girl, I knew you wouldn't behave at night." Then his figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the side room, appearing at the back door of the Zeo family. Yuan, it's not right to leave without saying goodbye, Seito said to the fully armed Yuan with a faint smile. Why are you here? Yuan asked in surprise. Since you are here, why can't I be here? Seito said with a smile as he walked slowly toward Yuan. Stop. Don't blame me for being rude if you take another step forward. Yuan's hands quickly touched her back, holding a short knife in each hand and crossing them in front of her body. Then she got into a fighting stance and said to Seito, TSK, it seems that it's impossible to make you recognize reality without using some extraordinary means. In that case, you should experience this ability that is different from the power of Red Feather. Seito stopped and stretched out his hand toward Yuan, activating his telekinesis power. In an instant, a strong force shrouded Yuan's body, imprisoning all of her mobility, causing her body to slowly float from the ground into the air. Open. Feeling the power of the imprisonment, Roly-Poly let out a low roar and released the chi in his body. Immediately, the telekinesis imprisonment that enveloped Roly-Poly's body seemed to be attacked from the inside by something and suddenly expanded outwards. However, because the gap between Yuan's and Ito-Sei's psychokinesis was too big, he couldn't break free from the telekinesis shackle once, and all his movements were sealed by the telekinesis shackle again. It seems that telekinesis isn't omnipotent for warriors, Seito, who had witnessed the battle between Ki and telekinesis, sighed in his heart. Okay, let her go. At this moment, Shinya's figure suddenly appeared at the back door and said to Seito, Okay, but to prevent her from running away again, she has to sleep with me tonight, Seito said to Yuan after deactivating his telekinesis. What? I'll sleep with you. Hearing this, Yuan cried out with a shocked face. That's right, Seito nodded and confirmed. Hearing Seito's words, Shinya frowned and said, I can guarantee that Yuan won't try to run away again. Let her sleep with me. Okay then. Seito first looked at Yuan, then looked at Shinya, and finally sighed regretfully and agreed. I'm going to sleep, Seito said to Shinya and Yuan, then used instant transmission and disappeared in front of the two. He returned to the side room assigned to him and laid down on the bed to rest. After that, Yuan, as Shinya had promised, didn't try to run away again and let everyone sleep peacefully until dawn. The next morning, after a simple wash, the three of them came to the dojo of the Zeo family, one after another, and began the routine morning exercise of a warrior's life. 1.5 hours later, the three of them left the dojo one after another after finishing their morning exercise. They each found a place to wash off their sweat and change into their private clothes. After breakfast, they returned to the central room and sat in a daze. It's almost time. Shinya, tell me your choice. After sitting in a daze for an unknown amount of time, Seito suddenly stood up from the tatami and looked at Shinya with a serious expression. Shinya, who slowly stood up from the tatami, looked at Seito with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, Let's fight. If you win, I'll go with you. If you lose, you leave by yourself. Is this your final choice? Seito narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. Yes, Shinya admitted decisively. Okay, Seito replied straightforwardly. After that, the two of them no longer talked nonsense and walked out of the central room one after another. Then, accompanied by Yuan, who was prepared to watch the fight, they walked into the dojo and came to the center of the dojo to confront each other. Chapter 622. One of Seito's legs was slightly bent, and the other was slightly bent. His upper body was straight, and his center of gravity was placed on his back foot. His body was slightly slanted, and one of his palms was stretched out horizontally. The other hand was clenched into a fist, and he placed it on his abdomen, assuming the posture of the Shingi fist. Jinye's legs were also bent, and his upper body was straight. He placed his center of gravity on his back foot, and his hands were hanging by his side as if he was holding the hilt of a sword. He assumed the posture of the Zhao family's Zhao Gangjin style. At that moment, an invisible aura rose from Sei To and Zhao Jinye's bodies, and they began to fight in the dojo. What a strong chi movement! Yuan, who was kneeling on the edge of the dojo and watching the fight, was shocked. Dong! At that moment, the sound of the falling water bamboo knocking on the stone in the courtyard of the Zhao family's courtyard was suddenly heard. Whoosh! Two visible white whirlwinds appeared from where Sei To and Zhen Yi had been standing. The two figures appeared in the middle of the dojo at the same time. One stepped forward and threw a crushing fist at Zhen Yi, while the other stepped between Sei To's legs and raised his arms to meet the attack. Bang! In an instant, a heavy muffled sound came from the two of them. Ito Sei's Xingyi bursting fist was blocked by Zhen Ye's left arm. The fist brushed past Zhen Ye's cheek and hit the air. However, the sharp wind from the fist still left a slender red mark on Zhen Ye's cheek. At that moment, Zhen Ye's left wrist, which had blocked Sei To's right arm, flipped and instantly grabbed Sei To's right arm. At the same time, he clenched his right fist and punched directly at Sei To's abdomen. Bang! Following the sound of the air shaking, a slender white chi instantly rushed out of Zhen Ye's fist and blasted straight into the wall opposite the dojo. Bang! Crash! First, there was an explosion, and then a large number of fine stones fell from the crack in the wall. Dragon-shaped qigong, needle forging technique. Although the power of the needle forging technique was great, it was useless if it couldn't hit the target. It turned out that when Xinya's right fist was about to hit Sei To's abdomen, Sei To's body had quickly moved to the side. At the same time, he grabbed Zhen Ye's right fist with his left hand and pushed it outward, avoiding the attack of the needle forging skill. Then, Sei To took a step back with his left foot and raised Zhen Ye's left arm with his right arm. Her left hand restrained Zhen Ye's right hand, and her entire body leaned against Zhen Ye's chest, bursting out a strong force. 8. Extreme Mountain Lean. Bang! Although he tried his best to move his body away from the force of Mountain Lean, a portion of the impact still hit Zhen Ye's body. She was sent flying by the impact. Then, Sei To retracted his arms, activated Shrink, and arrived in front of Zhen Yi. He grabbed Zhen Ye's arm and shook it. Then, he threw Zhen Yi, whose body had been shaken, heavily to the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, a human-shaped crack appeared on the wooden floor of the dojo, and a large amount of wooden bristles appeared on the ground. Even someone as strong as Sister Zhen Yi was completely suppressed. Yuan whispered in astonishment. As soon as Yuan whispered, Zhen Yi, who should have been knocked unconscious, suddenly grabbed Sei To's arm with her other hand, and her body quickly rolled on the ground. Under the lead of this rolling, Sei To's body also fell to the ground uncontrollably, forming a long rod with Zhen Yi. They rolled together. At this time, the two of them suddenly stopped rolling. They lifted their right feet high and kicked Ito Sei's forehead with the tip of their feet. However, Sei To only had one arm that was restrained by Zhen Yi. She instantly raised her other arm to grab Zhen Ye's long leg and fiercely flipped her body. She forced Zhen Ye's body to press down on her own long leg, restricting her movements. Seeing this, Zhen Ye's expression didn't change. She grabbed Sei To's arm and waved her left hand, slashing at Sei To's eyes like 5 sharp blades. Sei To's head tilted back, and at the same time, she quickly withdrew her hand from Zhen Ye's arm. She reached out to grab Zhen Ye's hand and pressed it to the ground. At this moment, Zhen Yi, whose other hand was free, turned her body back, making way for Sei To's other arm. She bent her body at high speed and kicked at Sei To's head. Sei To, who couldn't free her hands, had to give up on restraining Zhen Ye's body. She quickly rolled back and half-knelt on the ground. At this moment, Zhen Yi, who had completed the kick and used the Toma spin, half-knelt on the ground and raised her head to look at Sei To, who was also looking at her. It seems that I'm not the only one who's improved. You've also improved a lot, Zhenyi, said Seito, who had straightened up from the ground and was now staring at Zhenyi. I've lost too many things because of my weakness, and I don't want to walk down the same path again. After that incident, I've been working hard to become a cultivator, all for the sake of preventing something I don't want to happen to me in the future. Maya, who had changed into another Maya, spoke in a heavy tone. How rare. You've always been indecisive, but you've changed so much. However, I want to take you away even more now, Ito said with a chuckle. If you want to take me away, you'll have to defeat me first, Zhenyi shouted. Then, Zhenyi's figure disappeared and suddenly appeared in front of Seito. Taking advantage of the difference in vision, he squatted down and swept his leg towards Seito's feet. 1,000 gold pendant. Seeing Seito's leg sweeping toward him, Seito didn't move at all. He lowered his waist and took a deep breath, sinking his center into his lower body. Bang! The long leg that swept over collided with Ito-sei's calf without any fancy moves, and after the collision, a dull sound was heard. Front kick. Seito, who had taken Zhenyi's leg sweep head-on, suddenly kicked forward with his back supporting leg. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind cut toward Zhenyi's body like a wind blade. Zhenyi quickly leaned back and put his arms behind his back. While dodging Seito's front kick, he raised his legs and kicked towards Seito's lower body. Seito leaned forward and pressed down on Zhenyi's kicking legs with both hands. Then, using Zhenyi's kicking legs as support, he flipped over and landed next to Zhenyi's head. He half-squatted down and punched Zhenyi's head. After being interrupted, Zhenyi stretched out his hands and quickly grabbed Seito's arm. Seito's fist and guided Seito's fist to hit the ground next to him. Boom! An explosive sound rang out, and a large amount of wood fragments shot out from the floor, flying in all directions. Zhenyi completely ignored the possible damage caused by the wood chips. He straightened his waist and raised his legs to clamp down on Seito's neck. With a soft throw, he sent Seito flying. Seito, who had been sent flying, twisted his waist in midair and flipped over to land on the ground. Dragon-shaped Qigong needle technique. At that moment, a delicate shout rang out. A slender white beam of qi shot towards Seito's body. This was Zhenyi using the dragon-shaped Qigong needle technique's external characteristics to pursue and attack. Dragon-shaped Qigong needle technique. Seito, who had just landed and was unable to use any other techniques to dodge, rotated the qi in his body. He waved his arm and also used the dragon-shaped Qigong needle technique. Boom! The two condensed qi gene collided halfway, and an explosive sound came from a place where the two qi gene collided. Zhaogong Zhen Ryu 8 Vajra Strike. At that moment, Zhenyi, who had recovered from the stiff state of using the dragon-shaped Qigong needle technique, suddenly appeared in front of Seito. He stretched out his hand to grab Seito's arm and used the Zhaogong Zhen Ryu's secret technique. It was a combination of martial arts, jujitsu, karate, and other techniques. Boom! A second later, Seito's body was heavily thrown to the ground with a loud bang. However, Zhenyi's attack didn't stop. He immediately followed up with a grappling jujitsu. He turned around and pressed Seito to the ground, then punched the back of Seito's head. Sister Zhenyi won. Yuan, who was watching the battle, was pleasantly surprised. However, before Yuan's expression could completely change, countless sharp qi suddenly shot out from Seito's body. They were like countless tiny needles that pierced toward Zhenyi, who was sitting on him, and forced Zhenyi off his body. Seito stood up from the ground and sealed the pores all over his body again. He looked at Zhenyi and said, Aya, that was really dangerous. I almost lost. You actually went that far? Zhenyi looked at Seito with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, using the qi in your body to burst open the pores all over your body in an instant. You let the qi pass through the pores and form a needle attack. It's a move that integrates defense and attack. Am I right? Zhen Yu is Zhen Yi after all. His martial arts foundation wasn't just for show. He could see the principle and effect of Sei Ito's attack with just a glance. That's right, Sei Ito admitted straightforwardly. You bastard. Don't you know that it's very dangerous? Zhen Yi, who heard Yi Shiwen's admission, immediately scolded him loudly. If the qi eruption isn't careful enough, it will damage the meridians and acupoints in your body and turn you into a cripple. At the same time, if the open pores can't quickly close and seal the violent internal qi, the leaked qi might kill you. Don't you know that? I know, Sei Ito said calmly, but as long as the body is tough enough, the mind is strong enough to freely control the pores all over the body, and the control of energy can reach a fine level. The things you said won't be a problem at all. And I only dare to create this move because I met these requirements, Sei Ito said as he looked at Zhen Yi. Bastard, Zhen Yi cursed angrily. Then, his figure flashed again and instantly appeared in front of Sei Ito. He used the Zhaogong Jin Ryu's taijutsu to attack Sei Ito. Sei Ito also knew that Zhen Yi was venting, so he didn't fight back too much. Instead, he used all the martial arts he knew to counter Zhen Yi's moves. Chapter 623. P.S. Thank you to Holy Evil and Yongbua 2001 for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Nickfany 157747860, Little E, and Nex for their tips. Bang, 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 bang. A large number of muffled sounds rang out in the dojo one after another. Due to the influence of the Qi gene, shockwaves kept appearing around Sei Ito and Zhen Yi's battle. From time to time, cracks and depressions would appear on the ground as the two of them flashed and dodged. After a moment, Sei Ito reached out to block Zhen Yi's high kick to the head and said softly, "It's about time to end this." Then, with a twist of his wrist, he immediately grabbed Zhen Yi's ankle by the side of his face. His other hand quickly reached out and grabbed Zhen Yi's neck. At the same time, he moved his right foot forward and placed it behind Zhen Yi's foot. He exerted force and pushed Zhen Yi to the ground. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and Zhen Yi's entire back hit the floor heavily. Cough! Zhen Yi, whose internal organs had been impacted, coughed. He raised his legs high and entangled Sei Ito's arm that was grabbing his throat like two agile snakes. He exerted force with his other hand on this arm and threw Sei Ito to the side. Shock hand! Sei Ito, who was entangled by Zhen Yi, shook his arm. A large number of needle-like qi gene rushed out of his arm and hit Zhen Yi's legs and palms that were wrapped around it. Ugh! Zhen Yi, who was hit by the qi gene, frowned and unconsciously let out a low groan. Even so, Zhen Yi's legs and palms still didn't loosen their grip on Sei Ito's arm. Seeing this, Sei Ito frowned slightly. He exerted force from his waist and used the palm that was grabbing Zhen Yi's arm as a point of strength. He fiercely lifted Zhen Yi from the ground like he was throwing shot put. He turned his body halfway and threw Zhen Yi fiercely to the ground. Bang! Another muffled sound rang out, and a violent impact was transmitted to Zhen Yi's body. Itosiai's legs and palms unconsciously loosened their grip on Itosiai's arm. Upon seeing this, Sei Ito quickly pulled his hand away from the shackles of Zhen Yi's legs. Then, he stimulated the qi in his body and blasted it toward Zhen Yi's chest and abdomen. Bang! The speed of the fist falling was very fast. Almost without giving Zhen Yi any time to react, he had already landed on her chest and abdomen. A muffled sound immediately rang out from where his fist met her flesh. Boom! But then, a loud rumble came from under Zhen Yi's body, and a white circular shock wave instantly spread out from under Zhen Yi's body, which had rebounded slightly. At the same time, a circular crack marked the size of a fist appeared on the floor under Zhen Yi's body. This was the result of Sei Ito's attack, the dragon-shaped qi art needle forging technique. Wah! Zhen Yi's eyes widened when he was attacked by the needle forging technique. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. You've lost. He withdrew his hands from Zheng Ye's body. Ito Sei, who took a step back, looked at Shinya and said softly, "Cough, cough. Yes, cough. I've lost. Cough, cough." Zheng Yi, who was lying on the ground and looking up at the ceiling of the training hall, coughed and spoke softly in a slightly relieved tone. "According to our agreement, I'll go with you." His hand was half bent on the ground. Zheng Yi, who was struggling to get up from the ground, had one of his palms by his side. "Are you using me to break the last shackle in your heart?" Seito looked at Zheng Yi and asked in a calm voice. "You can say that." Zheng Yi, who had stood up from the ground, reached out to wipe away the remaining blood at the corner of his mouth. He raised his head and spoke in a carefree tone. "Is that so?" Seito, who had received an affirmative answer, narrowed his eyes and said softly. Then he suddenly walked slowly in front of Zheng Yi and looked at Zheng Yi, who was almost as tall as him. Zheng Yi looked at Seito in confusion. At this moment, Seito suddenly reached out with both hands. One hand wrapped around Zheng Ye's waist, the other held the back of Zheng Ye's head, and he leaned forward to kiss Zheng Ye's lips. After being kissed, Zheng Yi, who was initially shocked, immediately pushed Seito away. However, compared to Seito, who had given up on kissing her, Zheng Ye's strength was somewhat lacking. He could only helplessly endure Seito's kiss until Seito let go of him. Oh, so embarrassing. Yuan, who was kneeling at the side, hurriedly raised her hands to cover her eyes and said shyly in her heart. However, the gap between her fingers was not closed, and her fingers were still separated, allowing her to see the two kissing. After a moment, Seito let go of Zheng Yi, who glared at Seito and shouted, "What are you doing? This is the fee for using me to break the shackles on your heart." Seito stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He chuckled and said, "At the same time, I will leave another shackle in your heart that belongs to me. From now on, you are mine." Then, Seito stretched out his hand to hook Zheng Ye's chin and announced with a smile on his face. "You bastard," Zheng Yi growled angrily. "Okay, come out with me." Seito ignored Zheng Ye's angry glare. He withdrew his hand and turned around. As he walked to the entrance of the dojo, he spoke to himself. "Umph." Zheng Yi looked at Seito's back with a complicated expression for a moment. He then snorted coldly and walked out of the dojo. "Give me some time. I want to go back to my room and pack some things." After walking out of the dojo, Zheng Yi looked at Seito, who was waiting outside, and Yuan, who was standing obediently beside Seito. "No need. I will take this house with me," Seito said with a smile as he turned around and looked at the building inside the jujube house. "Take the house with you?" Zheng Yi looked at Seito with a strange expression. "Come out with me. I will let you witness the truth that belongs to me," Seito said with a smile. He then turned around and walked slowly out of the jujube house. Yuan and Zheng Yi looked at each other with a confused expression on their faces. They then followed him curiously. Half a minute later, the three of them stood in front of the jujube house's door. From now on, the jujube house will no longer exist in this world. Seito looked at the jujube house's wooden door, which was filled with the marks of time, and said softly, "Look carefully." As Seito's words fell, a pitch-black circle the size of a ping-pong ball suddenly appeared in the sky above the jujube house's courtyard. It then expanded to the size of the entire courtyard in an instant, descending toward the jujube house like a black hole. As the black hole descended, the roof of the jujube house suddenly disappeared from Zheng Ye's and Yuan's sight. "What is this?" Yuan's mouth was slightly open as she asked in shock. Hearing Yuan's words, Seito smiled mysteriously and did not give an answer. The black hole's devouring speed was very fast. In less than 10 seconds, it had swallowed the entire jujube house and the land under it. It then turned into a pitch-black dot and disappeared into the void, leaving behind a huge, 1-meter-deep pit in the jujube house's original location. Seito turned around and looked at Zheng Yi and Yuan, who were still in shock, and said, "Okay, now it's time for us to leave." Without waiting for the two to respond, he directly entered the Rubik's Cube world with them and appeared in the Jujube house, which was located in the ecological city in the southern plains, adjacent to his own house. "Welcome to my world." Seito opened his arms and said to Yuan Yuan and Jinyi, who were still not used to the change in environment. "Your world?" Yuan Yuan asked, baffled. "Yes," Seito said mysteriously. Then, with a thought, he brought the two out of the Jujube house and appeared on a tall tower in the city. He continued, "My world. Wow, that scared me to death." Yuan Yuan, who had recovered from her shock, quickly reached out to hold the medal next to her. She then lowered her head to look at the crowd below, which was only the size of a locust swarm, and said with lingering fear, "Is Yi living here with you?" Zhenyi asked softly with an indescribably complicated expression. "Yes, in the beginning," Seito explained, "but not anymore. Currently, Yi is living with my family at home. So, if you want to see Yi, you'll have to wait for a while. Now, I'll take you to walk around the city," Seito said with a smile. Then, he appeared on the streets of the city with Zhenyi and Yuan Yuan. While taking the two to stroll around the streets, he introduced them to the social situation in the Rubik's Cube world, the level of science and technology, common sense, and some related content. "If you see something you like, just tell me. Don't be shy," Seito said to Yuan Yuan and Zhenyi as they strolled around. After strolling around like this for a few hours, the two were familiar with the life and social situation in the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he took them back to the Jujube house to let them digest what they had learned today. "Have a good rest. Tomorrow, we'll talk about the future arrangements for the two of you," Seito said to Yuan Yuan and Zhenyi, who still looked a little confused. Then he stood up from the tatami and returned to the room that Zhenyi had arranged for him in the Jujube house. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. The night passed in silence. While Yuan Yuan and Zhenyi were in a trance, the next morning arrived in the blink of an eye. During breakfast, Seito asked Zhenyi and Yuan Yuan, who were eating at the same table as him, "How is it? Do you have any ideas? Tell me your arrangements." Zhenyi said faintly as he picked up a piece of white and tender fish from the sori in front of him with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. Yuan Yuan, who was at the side, also had no objection to this. Her gaze fell on Seito, ready to listen to his arrangements. Seito put down his bowl and chopsticks and crossed his fingers on the table as he looked at Zhenyi and said, "According to the actual situation of the two of you, Zhenyi, I plan to arrange for you to be the instructor of the martial arts class at the Central Academy to teach the students who want to learn martial arts." Then, he turned his head to look at Yuan Yuan, who was looking at him, and continued, "Yuan Yuan, you have two choices. One is to go to school like an ordinary high school student like in your world. The second is to follow Zhenyi to the Central Academy and be a weapons instructor there. What do you think?" Seito, who had finished speaking, asked the two of them. Chapter 624. Zhenyi turned to Seito and said faintly, "You really planned this?" "Well, sort of." Seito let go of his hands, picked up the bowl and chopsticks in front of him again, and shrugged. "But even if I didn't plan this, I was still going to bring the two of you in. After all, Yi is too lonely here, and you, Zhenyi, are too lonely in that world." Hearing Seito's answer, Zhenyi didn't say anything and continued to eat his breakfast in silence. "What about Yuan Yuan?" Yuan Yuan asked curiously. "Because you're the talent I need." Seito looked at Yuan Yuan and smiled. Then, when Yuan Yuan curled her lips in displeasure, he continued, "And you know Yi and Zhenyi, and you have nothing to worry about. You're just right to be brought in. And most importantly," at this point, Seito deliberately stopped and looked at Yuan Yuan, whose attention was attracted, and said flirtatiously, "Yuan Yuan, you are a great beauty." Hearing Seito's answer, Yuan Yuan's cheeks immediately blushed. She lowered her head with a flustered expression and stuffed food into her mouth. "Humph." Zhenyi, who also heard Seito's words, snorted coldly with an unhappy expression, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Okay, tell me your decision." Ito didn't go too far in front of Zhenyi. He smiled and lowered his head to put a mouthful of food into his mouth. After swallowing, he looked at the two and asked again. "Let's do as you say," Zhenyi said. Ito nodded and turned to look at Yuan Yuan. "What about Yuan Yuan?" "Well, I also choose to go to the Central Academy," Yuan Yuan decided after hesitating for a moment. "Okay." Ito also nodded in response. Then, the three of them didn't speak and silently finished their first breakfast in the Rubik's Cube world. "Let's go. I'll send you two there." After finishing breakfast and washing the dishes, Ito said to Mayo and Yuan Yuan, who were dressed in casual clothes. Then, he turned around and led the two people out of the Jujube house's main gate. Ito drove the car, which was parked outside the Zoya house, to the Central Academy. It would be used by Zhenyi and Yuan Yuan in the future. 20 minutes later, the three of them drove to the Central Academy. After parking the car, Ito pushed open the door and walked out of the driver's seat. He led Mayo and Yunyun, who also got out of the car, into the Central Academy. They went straight to the staff lounge and registered their names. Then, Ito would act as the middleman. He introduced them to all the teachers who were resting in the staff lounge. "All right, I'm leaving. I wish you all the best in your work," Ito said with a smile as he tossed the car keys to Shinya. Then, his figure flashed. In an instant, he disappeared from the staff lounge. "Rubik's Cube, can I directly travel to another world from the Celestial world? Ito appeared in the void and asked. "Yes, but you can only teleport to a world with recorded coordinates. You need to return to the main world and reset the coordinates before you can teleport to a world with unrecorded coordinates." The Rubik's Cube's reply appeared in Ito's mind. After reading the message in his mind, Ito asked for confirmation. "In other words, I can only continuously teleport to a world that I've already been to, right?" "Yes." The Rubik's Cube confirmed. "In that case, send me there." Ito nodded and ordered. "Begin teleportation." The Rubik's Cube's prompt appeared. A pitch-black vortex slowly emerged from the void and rapidly spun from a nearly stagnant slow rotation to a high-speed rotation. Then, when the speed reached an extreme, Ito, who was suspended in the void, was suddenly sucked into the vortex, causing him to turn into a colorful stream of light and disappear in the center of the vortex. As the stream of light that Ito turned into disappeared, the vortex gradually slowed down. The vortex gradually slowed down from its rapid rotation, then returned to its original state and slowly melted into the void. At the same time, accompanied by a familiar sound like glass shattering, Ito's figure appeared under a viaduct on the edge of a river. A gust of wind from the river woke Ito up. What nostalgic place! Looking at the rippling river on his left, the green grass under his feet, the thin iron net on his right, and the viaduct and concrete stones supporting the viaduct behind him, Ito turned his head and looked at the surroundings with a nostalgic expression on his face. After a while, Ito's mind calmed down, and he clenched his right hand into a fist and said sonorously, "The place where everything began, I'm back." Woo! At this time, a whistling sound suddenly sounded. A high-speed train appeared at the other end of the viaduct on the other side of the river and moved quickly to the other end of the viaduct. "It's time to go back and take a look. But before I go back, I should buy some gifts." Ito Seijin loosened his fists and let his hands fall to his side as he turned around and left the viaduct. For this road, Ito could be said to be familiar with it, so it didn't take long for him to find a medium-sized general supermarket and buy what he wanted to buy. Unfortunately, I didn't find the doll and artwork I wanted. It seemed that I can only take out 2 from the Rubik's Cube world. Ito stood in front of the counter and paid for the items. "Thank you for your patronage. Please come again." The cashier who watched Ito leave shouted loudly. Ito, who walked out of the general supermarket with several plastic bags in one hand, waved his hand and summoned a white cat-shaped doll and a scroll painting in his hand, then walked slowly to his final destination. 10 minutes later, Ito came to a building with a large area. The outer wall was covered with paint-peeling marks, the door was made of wood, and the surface was covered with the marks of time. The door is open. What a rare situation. Looking at the open door, Saito said to himself with a surprised expression. Then he stepped through the door and walked into the courtyard. I am the first disciple of Liangshan Lake, Shirobin Kenichi. If you dare to touch her, ask me first. You crabhead. Soon, a man's voice came from a large room. Damn it, both of you think I'm a fool. At this time, another voice came. Hey, bring me a baseball bat. Huh. Then there was a series of gasps and shouts, followed by the sound of wood breaking came from a room. TSK, so lively. At this time, Saito, who finally came to the door, looked at the situation in the room and smiled. In the room, several tall and sturdy men wearing black karate attire stood on both sides. One of them was also wearing a black karate attire, but his head was strangely shaped like a crab. He was facing Hakuben Kenichi, who was wearing a white karate attire. Who is it? Hearing Saito's voice, the men in black karate clothes turned around and shouted. Saito! Fonlin Temple's Mei Yu, who was standing on the side, shouted in surprise. Saito! Shirobin Kenichi turned his head and looked at Saito with a surprised expression. Oh, another disciple. Crabhead looked at Saito, who was taking off his shoes and walking into the dojo. What is this? Performance? Saito asked Fonlin Temple's Mei Yu. They are here to challenge the dojo. Shirobin Kenichi explained. Oh, then I won't disturb you. Saito nodded and walked around Shirobin Kenichi and Crabhead, walking towards Fonlin Temple's Mei Yu on the other side. Boy, hurry up and start. I can't wait to take down your signboard. Crabhead said to Shirobin Kenichi. I know. Shirobin Kenichi's expression became serious, and he got into a karate stance. The crabhead karate man snorted with disdain. Then he kicked Shirahama Kenichi with a low growl. Shirayama Kenichi's face lit up with joy as he dodged to the side. But before he could finish dodging, the crabhead's attack had already landed on his body. Shirayama Kenichi was viciously kicked to the ground and was once again sent flying by the recoil of the ground. I knew it would be like this. Fonlin Temple's Mei Yu said with a worried expression. Don't worry, that guy has the life of a cockroach. He won't die. Saito, who had already arrived beside Mei Yu, laughed. But Fonlin Temple's Mei Yu hesitated. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Saito comforted her. Uayo, is the fight over? Crabhead looked down at Shirobin Kenichi with a strange expression and said with disdain, What's so great about him? With such a skinny and sallow-looking disciple, it's easy to imagine how much weight the master has. What fighting 100 Dan? In any case, his reputation must be exaggerated. If no one else wants to fight, I'll take down the signboard. Crabhead turned around and walked towards the men in black karate clothes. I've already said the reason. Hey, Crabhead, Fonlin Temple's Mei Yu hurriedly said. At this moment, Crabhead's footsteps paused and turned around to look at Shirobin Kenichi, who had just crawled up from the ground. His legs were trembling, but he was still in a karate stance. Don't just say that you're done. Shirobin Kenichi shouted. After taking my kick head on, you can still stand up. You have some ability. Crabhead said with his hands on his belt. Your teacher is excellent. When I was practicing with Master, I could only defend and not attack. Shirobin Kenichi pretended to be cool. But if you take one more move from me, you'll definitely die. Little brat, if you have the guts to attack me. Speaking up to here, Crabhead, faced by Ben Kenichi, raised his hands in front of him and assumed a karate stance that belonged to his school and said, Come at me. Then recognize your own incompetence and beg for mercy. That's right. Try punching, little brat. You don't dare? Because you're afraid of dying from a counterattack. The karate men standing at the side wantonly provoked. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.